So we're live on everything. So we're going to pick up where we left off, and is the swaying scarf was the one we were working on. Now, we've been playing this. This is our second, like, we've got 1.5 streams in already before this. So this will be like our second to second and a half, whatever you want to do, stream. But with all that said, what we got going on here is we've made a couple mistakes. I haven't lost anyone, and literally no one's been knocked unconscious. So, like, all things considered, it's going well. We're learning that we're building some of the rooms wrong, and we're making adjustments and all that. The one main observation I've had is that I have too few staff members, because we look at this, I've only got these 5 staff members managing things, and the school's getting a little big for 5 people. Especially since, well, Mohan Rai can do everything, they're bad at everything. That's just the gimmick of the ghost character. Is they're a jack of all trades, but not really good at anything, so they can kind of help you out with whatever needs working. But, so what I'd like to do is Illicit as an apprentice. I definitely want to get Illicit to be a new staff member. And we'd like to get, you know, start getting our other staff members in. So we've been working on that. In the meantime, we've actually been doing really good on a bunch of our resources. I'm sitting on a mountain of wood and stone. It's entirely the bottleneck I'm running into right now is 100% workers. Okay, so we just researched new plants we can grow outside and a large spice rack. We did get our columns and just started expanding things. As you can see from, like, everything highlighted blue, I've got way too many jobs queued up. And of course, the first thing I'm going to do after that is I'm going to queue up more. Because everyone knows in these types of games, when you queue up entirely too many jobs for your people to do, so nothing's getting completed, just everything's getting started, the answer is to queue up more and be impatient and just have that problem escalate more and more and more. That's certainly not a thing I've done in Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld and all these games a billion times. Alright, so we got... You've shown up again. High priority. We need an actual person to just go out of their way to deal with that. So good news is, this room is finally enclosed again, which means this has should have regained its buff. Yeah, so that's a common room, so that's going to help with a bunch of our stuff going on. So next plan was to go up here and start getting our room for teaching the nature stuff. So we're not getting a bunch of our bonuses yet. Okay, for the nature, I need mandrake roots. Yeah, so we'll do nature, because we have the air, the lightning, and then we'll do nature. Because those are the ones that have the level 2 wands available for. And then the plan was to go up here, and then we can get rid of this area up here, and then make another room for just the other one. And over-planning kills the colony. Yeah, well, stuff takes time. So you're like, what am I going to do in the meantime? No problem. I'll just go ahead and work on the next thing. And it just doesn't get done. The one thing I will give games like this and Oxygen Not Included is at least I could go and say, hey, this room here, that's a higher priority. And I can have them work on that one room and get it done. Versus like RimWorld where you don't have the priority system. And so you do just kind of have it just sitting there. I also realized I could do this and make my life easier. Okay, so meals I don't have a ton of, but that's okay. Corrupted Mana Lantern has appeared. That basically forces me to do the next area. We're all healed up, so I don't have a reason not to. Okay, so they're not very hard. So you got weak to lightning, weak to earth, and all that. So what we're going to probably do is have Kalaria step out, you step in, because again, they have a weakness to a lot of stuff. And Illicit NZ is very capable for our mages. They have the one caveat of, while they're super capable, their damage sucks. Like, their damage is appallingly bad. If we look at it, they got an F rank for their power. But almost all their spells are utility anyways, so I can kind of just live with that for right now. But yeah, so for those who haven't seen this game before, it is kind of a colony builder. Don't forget to turn on the queue. Oh, thank you. Yep. So we've got a queue. We are going to be rotating through students quite often. And as we get new students, we will name them after people. We usually only allow like one person to have a student or person active at a time. If you graduate or die or retire or whatever, I don't mind you getting a name again. But if say like, let's say Illicit got their name in again, didn't notice their name up here and got in again, until Illicit graduates or retires or dies or otherwise removed from the roster, I would just skip their name. There is combat in this game, unlike RimWorld, where it's, you know, you gotta move behind cover and all that stuff. It's more like JRPG. You have your party, they have their party, turn-based combat. There's like strengths and weaknesses, so if I highlight this one, if you look down there, on the far right, there's a little lightning bolt with a broken shield. It takes double damage if we use lightning. I got lightning, so we're gonna zap it. It's low life, so it dies instantly. Because we're a bit over-leveled for this, but I'm not too worried about that. So this is... Ooh, actually, you got a higher level of multi-strike. The damage still is horrifically bad, but it is less bad. But I mostly use Illicit to, like, protect my people and reduce the damage we take. I forgot you got more damage here. So you're not going to quite one-shot this. Yeah, so a little damage gets through, that's fine. We'll use this to finish the one off and damage the other, because it hits the whole front row. And I guess this, honestly... Well, no, Inspiration will make you move faster, so we'll do that to get you your next turn quicker. And finished it. Okay, so what do we find in here? We got dull crystals, so put those to mine. Got lava rocks. Yeah, so it looks like this chamber was just materials. A small occult rug. Okay. So some decor. Looks like we did finish the lava tunnel. Now what will happen is all those people in the fight, they'll end up resting in the bed, anyone who got injured. Healing in this game is a little slow, but it's okay. Student needs a teacher. That's fine. That's because we got people recovering from injuries, and that, once again, is me making the comment that I do need to get more staff in here. But yeah, so the way the game works is you build up here and you explore down here. And you can see from this area, anywhere you look, they'll be like, hey, this requires level 6, here's your rewards. This, well, not, it recommends level 6, here's your rewards. And you keep, like, exploring back and forth and all that. It is a way you unlock a bunch of stuff, like, way over here. I have a thing that lets me upgrade or give people better ones. Let's see, pass 30 different student trials. Cool. There's also relics you get, and that's part of the reason you want to graduate students and all that, is as you graduate them, they'll drop a relic on the ground. Like, here's one on the ground here. And if we look at that relic, it increases the skill cap level for people with a water affinity. And you have a chance to protect people from being KO'd, whether I equip it on the mage or if I put on, there's called a plinth. Do you actually already have a water thing? Yeah, you do. Yeah, so those relics are extremely powerful, but they're a little bit hard to get, and they require leveling and a whole bunch of other stuff. Alright. Outdoor. Okay, so we're just getting more and more plant types to build. Which is fine, because by building those over here, it means my people don't have to go all the way out here to collect stuff. Because as you can see, I'm just not getting that done. That again falls back into the I need more workers. Which Illicit NZ is in the path to being recruited. Rongor was on the path to being recruited? Was that right? Yeah, Rongor is in the path of being recruited. They need a... No, you have your upgrade 1. What are you missing? Oh, are you just ready to become an apprentice? Yeah, you're ready to become apprentice, because you're a gifted student. You actually have mostly okay stats, other than your health. But you're going to be trained up to replace Infinity Simplex is the plan. Like, I'll keep Infinity here for now. But Infinity is kind of limited how high they can get. Whereas by going through the apprenticeship and everything... Like, to give you an idea, at level 5, Rongor has the same maximum capability for lightning spells as Infinity. So, Lightning Apprentice. So we can go ahead and grab Rongor. Alright. So Rongor's going to become our next apprentice here. Meanwhile, Burning Sun... Let's see. Yeah, Burning Sun we're just going to graduate. And Zelyard we're going to graduate. I think King Grommet we have also planned to make an apprentice. That's why I want the nature thing up here, because I really need a nature person to get these plants under control. So teaching. The nature one we need Mandrake Root. You're not bright enough? Okay. How are you not bright enough? Now, you don't have windows, but you're going to put a mana lamp here. Right, so what we can do in the meantime is you don't have windows in here, so we can improve that. Ah, right, that's the reason I wasn't building more windows. We've been hurting on ice petals. Right. And that leads back to we're not getting stuff done. So you can see like all the harvesting things out here aren't happening because I have so much we're growing in here. That's, harvest limit. Let's see. Copy your settings. We have a harvest limit of 100. Copy settings. Pay settings. Oh, we can go here. Harvest limit. We'll make that 200 because we use a lot of it. Copy settings. Pay settings. Harvest limit. Holy crap. Let's say 200. Copy settings. Pay settings. Did you? Pay settings. There we go. Same deal. Harvest limit. Copy settings. Get out of the way, rat. That should help a lot. I haven't done that till now. And same thing, we can go here. Copy settings. That should help. That's something I probably need to do for a long time now. Is set some limits on a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, so you're getting all that ore down there. There's a note of stone in there, that's fine. Oh, an incendiary crystal. Interesting. So, I can use that to get goodies. Are my people healed yet? They are. Okay, weak to dark, weak to air and lightning. So we got air, lightning, and dark in the group. And then we usually just keep Pyreal because Pyreal holds their own. Right, yeah, that should be good. Hey, Earthrush, how's it going? Because I missed that was a battle one. I'm curious what we get from that. Just as valuable materials inside. And thank you, Earthrush, for the 55 stream streak. Catch the last 55 streams, not miss a single one. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so we're up here slowly building these things that let our people run back and forth faster. So it seems like what we might ultimately want to do is destroy these as opposed to continuously harvesting those ones in the ground. That might help as well to free people up. Okay, so you're still on your way. It's like all stuff we've got here, so maybe go here and say, hey, destroy those instead. Destroy those instead. Destroy those instead. Please harvest these. Destroy these instead. Alright. So, the ones in the back were weak to lightning. So lightning and air. And then this is the shadow. You start by pegging the one in the back. Now the multi-strike can only hit the ones in the front, so that's not going to help, so we're going to go ahead and give ourselves defense. And meanwhile, your tentacle sweep still sucks. So we can double damage you. And then check what your effect is here. Lava causes 20% hit point when moving out or ending your turn in there. Incoming water attacks deal 2 times damage and remove lava. Okay, so we want to do this fast. Because you're going to take a bunch of damage at the end of your turn. Okay. So I'll take care of the one on the right. Alright, Nightjar, thank you for the 5 stream streak. And you take care and sleep well and all good stuff. So we're going to inspire you to try and get to your turn faster and have you finish the job, because the inspire will also guarantee a crit. Cool. So we got a rug, shards, a relic, and 2 mana crystals. So yeah, that was not a small thing. Cool. Took a decent amount of damage, though. Okay, so you bright now? Yeah, alright, so all the rooms are brightened. In that case, let's cancel that window. Let them continue working on what they're working on. And now that we got a mana crystal, 2 more mana crystals, we can go here to... It wasn't under lighting, it was under one of these. Is this furniture? Yeah, it's way up here. Because the mana crystals let you basically store mana. And so what you can do is you can have your students store mana in them. And then the teachers can turn around and use that mana for whatever they need it for. It's not really a good spot for me to put it there, so I'll put one up there. They also emit light, which is pretty useful. So I found to basically put them in any room that's going to have a significant amount of mana use in it. I also noticed that room's dim and needs to be dealt with. Or sorry, a window to be built there. I'm honestly getting enough of those I could have them in almost every room. Oh, I can shove it in the back corner there. Alright, so that'll be both the mana crystals. Another nice thing about this game is they don't do the thing where when you build and then disassemble something, you lose like half the materials. It is a game that whatever you use to build it, you get it back when you're done. So it does give you the opportunity to experiment and learn, as opposed to a lot of games kind of dissuade that just by the fact you're like, well, if I put this here and it doesn't work out, it's going to put me in a much worse position later. Alright, I actually want you to go down there and prioritize killing that. It'll just trash my stuff. The boxes are all full, so we're going to build another box. Wait, rituals? I want to do a ritual. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're destroying a bunch of these plants that aren't actually here, that I've got growing here. Because I think clearing that up should reduce some of our problems. Need more sinew. Alright. Oh, and PS T4 is ready for graduation. Burning Sun still gotta wait a little while. I don't need to do them one by one. It's a little bit wasteful for time for a lot of stuff. But I am trying to just get them out of the way to get the next people in to get more of the Gnosis shards. And to do that I need to graduate student... Well, the graduation doesn't get the Gnosis shards directly, but every time they learn something, it does. So that's Tranquility Affinity. Yeah, so what'll happen is PS T4 will drop relics that I could then give to other people. And then, do we have more wands handy? Yes. Almost all types. Yeah, so Rongor's an apprentice now, so we should go onto Rongor and get their priorities all fixed. Yeah, so Randalthor dropped the goblet that they were carrying. They also dropped a sleepy Jack-in-the-Box, which, if we attune it, increases their conviction while sleeping in an austere bedroom. That's honestly pretty useless to me. And level up mage works have a 10... Or sorry. When they're doing mage work spells, they have a 10% chance to do a little extra work. So it'd be that second effect we'd care about. You guys been playing this the last few days? It must be good, yeah? Let's see, you have a quest with a reward of +1 health to level. Your health is already S. Will it become SS or something? Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question. I am very new at this game. So that is one that you'll either have to have someone else answer you, or like you'll have to look it up, unfortunately, because I just don't know the answer. I am fairly new to the game and still learning it myself. Oh wait, I see what happened here. I accidentally clicked move on at some point. There we go. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Like, the way I'd describe it as far as play is, imagine you just took Rimworld and you just turned it on the side. There's a lot of variation to it, but it's just the fact that you build up your colony, you have rooms, and you have, they call it conviction instead of mood, but they got a bunch of stuff like that. And we're trying to fix that. We just gotta wait a minute, and then we can get the lighting corrected in there. We are starting to get this carpet that makes you run faster down, so that should help that. Alright, I've got room for 6 students, so we can bring one more student in. So let's go ahead and do that. We can summon a gifted student for purposes of trying to train them up. I do think that is worth doing. So let's see. We've got the lightning, we've got that one. King Grommet is going to be our nature one. You are not a gifted one. So let's go ahead and get a fire person lined up for our next gifted student. So you go ahead and you're going to be the one doing the summoning. We will use fire to summon. Because we're trying to get all of our apprentices through here and all that. Because I did notice there's a pretty high cost to making someone apprentice and all that. So it does seem like you're gonna have to keep going through more and more students. I did notice one of my people had a, has S+. So I don't really know what that makes. Like, I can't compare it to what S was. Meanwhile, what do you still have? You want to have 90 conviction for 2 days. We have very hungry listed there, despite having 90 meals. Does say you are eating. All right. Yeah, so we can keep the, like, herb garden going on over there. That's kind of thing that's hurting the most is getting stuff built. It's just taking us time. But the hope here is as my apprentices start to cap out, one is we'll get people with more affinities on our roster to do the different tasks better. And then on top of that, like, Rongor should be at a much, much higher level, skill level with their stuff when they get to that point, so that should help out as well. Okay. So that's just going to give you a little conviction. We're gonna just let you use that to level it up. And then this will make it so you can hunt faster, which I don't really care about that much either. And let's see. Conviction while eating heals an extra 4% max per hour on the medical bed. And you could do that. Conviction while doing that. Nature skill bonus. We'll go ahead and do this one for right now. Right now, I'm mostly using these people to level stuff up, because you can attune and unattune things. Alright. So my plan is to let them, you know, level out that. How goes the Magic Kingdom? It's going good. Don't want to drop your quest assistant. I'm assuming that's something I'll get later. I won't ask questions about it because I'd like to figure it out later, but I figure there's going to be more and more mechanics we get along the way. Because this lets me scroll all the way down here, so it looks like there's a lot more depth we've got there. And I noticed the whole thing about dispelling the curse in the area, and so far I've had a lot of people say this game gets really hard, and I haven't personally run into that yet. But a lot of it comes from people I know are really good at games. So it's like, okay, I accept it's happening eventually. Do we ever... Oh, you're actively summoning them. Alright, so we got our brand new student here. All there. Let's go ahead and use that. And that's going to be Radamant. Will be likely to be one of our long-term employees as our local fire mage. We can attune you to the fire glove later to give you more spell stuff. And we'll worry about all the other relics there. So we can't get you a relic right now. You need to be higher level. But you want to eat 10 gut berries. You want to destroy 3 objects. And you want to dance in a recreation room where no other students or staff are present. Cool. That's fine. And I don't believe we have a fire staff 2 available right now, do we? Right. We are researching that. How long until we get... Wait. Did I miss that? Here's the recipe for Fire 2. Why am I not noticing it? There you are. You're way at the top. Alright, so go ahead and get that Fire Wand 2 made for Radamant. Let's see, you personally found it doesn't get too hard unless you rush things. So just taking your time and exploring the game kept things nice and relaxed for me. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, because for me, like, I've been over-leveled for most of my encounters. I've also not sweat the wasting begins. Foul energies cause all plants not in a greenhouse or woodcutter to stop growing. Cool, man. That's fantastic. Famished. Mages are famished. What? I have literally 100 meals. Just eat. It's like RimWorld where people are like, I'm actively getting malnutrition. Meals. 900 meals. You're like, just eat? Maybe they can't eat it? I mean, they're going to eat right now. They were in the medical bed. I think they just took too long to get there. And I do actually have under shrinks or stuff. Basic luxury 36. Sure. Calming rug. And honestly, the occult rug. I'm basically putting them on the ground. Have you done anything with groups yet? A little bit. We went through and we did make a groups and then took them out. The thing I noticed with, like, the groups is you can go in here and you have a whole bunch of different filters you can go into. To be like, do they have an active trial? Has any, and you can choose this. And so there's a lot of cool stuff you could do there. I haven't messed with it too much, because honestly, it feels like one of those things that I could sink countless hours into dealing with. Because my imagination would be, you'd want to assign them to a whole bunch of different schedules and all that. That's probably one of those things I'm going to dig into a lot once we start going, okay, well, let's take the air apprentice room, alright, let's shift that over, put a classroom below it. You know, all that to get the learning bonus, and then start giving them special schedules and all that kind of stuff. Like, one of the ones we could experiment with first, can I find anyone who's got the sleeping schedule? It'd be nice if there's a way to sort those tabs, like show hunger-only related status. So let's see. Eat Gutberry. So yeah, so Gutberry Eater. So let's look at groups. Edit group. Has active trial. Has any. We can go Gutberry. Gutberry Eater. Done. Add rule. So that's Gutberry Eater. Done. And so my hope would be, now I can go to meals. Settings. Select groups. Gutberry Eater. Do that. So I now got Gutberry Eater. So we will take these off to force those two to eat gutberries until they're happy. So I probably should take the time to do that. I just haven't wanted to go through that. Alright. So you want to be at high conviction. I'm not going to mess with that. You want to defeat an enemy party without an ally going down. So I need to bring Rongor with me for that. You want to dance on your own. What would be the best way for me to do dance on your own? So add custom group. Dance on your own. Edit. Rule. Active trial. Has any. Dancing on your own. Of any of the different tiers. So that's Radamant and Rongor both have it. So the two ways I could deal with that is one, oh, you know what I could do? There's probably a cheeky way of dealing with it. Let's go ahead and build a copy of that and shove it right over here. And they'll be assigned to that room. The person who wants to dance on their own will be set aside to their own thing. It'd be nice if instead of solely eat this, if you could have a priority meal system. Yeah. But that'll take care of that one. On other things, charge bronze. You want to kill stuff. Bliss Seeker, so those we don't do anything with. You got the Gutberry one. Solo Learner. Solo Diner. Okay. So let's make another group. I want to be alone. Excellent. Alright, edit for this one. Add rules. Active trial. Has any. Edit. Clear. Solo. Solo diner. Solo learner. Honestly, we can do that. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to have this one. It's going to have a ton of people in it, which is going to be a problem at first. So we're going to get rid of the dance on your own group. Because we're going to have this group deal with that. So right now we have that group there. So my plan is first to give them their own schedule. So go to our... Is this the one we set up for our own? Let's see. I want to be alone. Yeah, so we've got recreation flipped with our schooling side. I am going to have one of the teachers have the alternative schedule here. So I'll be Infinity Simplex. So Infinity Simplex will be... Well, actually, I don't want to put Infinity Simplex in that. I changed my mind. Kalaria. Yeah, so I'll have Kalaria on this schedule to help out. So they're not going to get through some of their stuff as fast because I've got too many people who want their own solo thing. But what should happen is, as we can get rid of some of them and I bring in one person at a time, it should resolve that. Oh, okay, and Radamant is ready for their level 2 wand. So let's go ahead and give Radamant their level 2 wand. So we can increase their level potential. Yeah, so what is going to potentially happen here? What I'll probably end up doing... What tier wands do you have? I'm at level 2. We're still researching. It's going to be a little bit before we have level 3 ready. But yeah, so as we have people run around, and we only have like 1 or 2 with these other traits, it should be a thing that slowly they finish their quests and some of them duck out and it gets... there. Yeah, no, that's kind of cool that we can use these groups to manage stuff. Like, right now I'm looking at mostly for the traits. But, being able to run through and have them do other stuff as well should be pretty helpful. Now, I'm assuming what'll happen is... Oh, you've already maxed out your stuff? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna keep you around too long. Alright, so... Zelyard is one that we are graduating, so let's get them out of here. And that'll be good for us to bring in a new student here. So that means we'll have people we plan on apprenticing out of air, nature, and fire. So we still need earth and water. And we do have an earth wand and that, but we don't have enough right now to summon a higher level one. So let's go ahead and we're just going to replace them with... Since we already have people in these other ones training up, I'm just going to grab a air person. We'll train them and they'll be on their way. And then here, Burning Sun is our experiment for seeing if I take the time to get the person to the higher level wand, if I get way more for it, if it's worth the effort. Alright, so level 6 recommended for the battle. So we can look at our battle here. Wait, actually. Who needs medical rest? So Infinity Simplex should probably sit this one out. I keep making them do all these other projects and are not getting healed because of it. So let's see what we're looking at. That's fine. None of them are weak to lightning anyways. And weirdly, it's pulled you out of position here. Okay. So we have Rongor here. Wants to defeat enemies at 2 or higher without anyone going down. Wants to do killing blows. Wants to defeat 3 enemies at the higher level. Well, you're not going to stick around. wants to do 3 battles above ground. So let's move you up. You're pretty low level, so yours are going to try and cover for you. So you're weak to Earth. We've got that represented. We can grab Sentient Cookie out of here. They're not going to be contributing too much to this fight. We could bring in Kalaria. Kalaria has okay damage. It's not good, but it's okay. They could hit that frontliner. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. They're real tanky, though. Okay. That's fine. We'll just have more things to deal with. Where's Ghosty Friend? Okay. So we're gonna deal with this portal real fast. And that should count for one of the above ground battles. You have completed your Pyromania thing already. Okay, so let's see here. So first, defense. That's pretty annoying. We can quake you in the front. Killing the one on the left and hurting you. So we have Surging Strength, which adds 20 power for 3 turns. Swirling Vine that attacks an enemy for 55 and the enemy behind it. Okay. So unfortunately, I did move that enemy out of position for me to do stuff. Let's give you some defense. Give you some give you some shielding. And just smash you to finish the job. Something, farm some keys? Thank you for the reminder. Yep, so we're gonna have another thing going on here. Oh, wait, how am I gonna do this? Alright, so I have a problem. And the problem is I'm using the exclamation mark join for naming people. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna kill the queue. So I do apologize. The queue is gonna go away, and it's gonna restart. This queue is for a key for Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC for it. So if you would like Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC, this game does have a Twitch integration. Yeah, I was warned that it's very buggy, so I opted to not grab it. So if you would like Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC, you do exclamation mark join. The only requirement is if your name gets drawn, you just gotta say something in chat when it happens. That is the only requirement. So we don't reopen it for the giveaway and then restart again for the games later. Yeah, that's basically what we're gonna do. It'll be a little bit of a nuisance, but that's fine. But yeah, that's the only thing. You don't need to be subbed, you don't need to be following, nothing like that. You just gotta basically be like, yes, I would like the game. And you only do that because sometimes we'll have people who just do exclamation mark join without checking what we're talking about. You still have the DLC only keys? Yeah. You know what? I'll just toss those on the pile. I was gonna make them their own separate thing, but then you also get the McDon DLC and the CR11 Gold Edition DLC. All you need to know about those is it's more stuff. We're gonna do all 4 of those right now, as one big thing. Here, you can multi-strike because you can actually kill that. Alright. So we got that dealt with, and people need to heal up. And people gain levels and gain skills and all that goodies. Alright, we got ourselves a new student. I'm not going to name them right now. We'll wait till the giveaway is done. So we will finish the giveaway at 15 after, so another 10 minutes or so. But again, that's for Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC. Because we got a bunch of these keys for doing the, and for the record, this is all over on Twitch side. If you're on YouTube, unfortunately, the bot doesn't work on both places, so sorry. It is what it is, unfortunately. But yeah, so when we do that, I'll give those keys out. So you'll end up getting 4 separate keys, 1 for the game, and then the 3 for the DLC. And like I said, let me go ahead and get a tab open here real fast so I can DM the keys real quick once it happens. So you might hear an echo here for a moment. My apologies if that happens. Usually I'm pretty quick on the pause. There we go. Okay. So I've got the array for that point. We already got the thing open. Because, yeah, I've got three copies of Farming Simulator 25 with the Nexat DLC to hand out. And then I've got, 2 other DLC that I only have 1 copy of to give out. But yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that again. For those who got caught in the ads, who missed what's happening and why we restarted the queue, we are giving out Farm Sim 25, the Nexat DLC, the McDon pack, and the New Holland CR11 Gold Edition DLC. I'm doing a giveaway for that. You just gotta do !join. The only requirement is that if your name is drawn, you just gotta respond and be like, yes, I want it. Just because people don't read what they're joining, and once I whisper the keys, I consider them dead, even if the person's like, oh, my bad. Whatever. I'm gonna consider them. Oh, you just want the DLC? Oh, because you already have the game? To be fair, you're only missing on the McDon pack and the New Holland CR11 Gold Edition. The CR11 Gold Edition is kind of meme DLC because it just takes one of the existing harvester and paints it gold. The McDon's kind of cool. It's a windrower. So it takes grass and it puts it into a little line. It's like a really fast lawnmower thing. So of the DLC, it's not that big of a thing. I mean, to be fair, if you win and you get those DLC, you can turn around and be like, hey, first person to respond, I'll give that. Or you can tell me to draw again and give the DLC away or whatever. When is the drawing happening? In about 8 minutes is what I'm looking at. You do it 15 after by my clock. Did you graduate? Yes, you did. Because no one's died. So if you're not still here, you graduated. But as a reminder, the join we got going on right now is for the Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC and the CR11 DLC and the McDon DLC all as like one bundle. Then I'll turn it back to joining the place. And then once I get halfway through the stream, we'll do the flip-flop again. So it'll be a little weird and all that. You come back later to work at the school. Yep. But it's okay if you're doing other wizard things. Yeah, yeah, right, because you, right, you graduated, I think. Like, most of the people will end up graduating out. Oh, I see what the problem here is. We need to change our priorities, unfortunately. Alright, so we're going back to the whole thing where everyone who can teach, teaches. Because we're having students who are just standing around not learning anything because we've failed them as instructors. We've understaffed, and rather than having classes that are too busy or something like that, we just said, okay, you just wait there and maybe we'll teach you someday. And that's just not happening. Hey, Justus! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let's go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know Justus TV, absolutely fantastic creator, playing some Schedule 1, according to Twitch and all that good stuff. You brought many lurkers here as tribute. Excellent. I do appreciate it. For those who don't know Justus, another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of similar games to what we play on our channel, been playing some Schedule 1 recently and all that. So good times over there. Was playing Blueprints today. Gotcha. So Twitch lies, which it does do a lot. But yeah. So Hi, I'm Lurker. You have yourself a good lurk. I appreciate the lurkers. But yeah, I've heard good things about Blueprints. I know I've had a couple people ask me to play it. I don't do many puzzle games though, so it's one of those things I've been a little hesitant to check out. I've heard good things. I've heard really good things about it. But yeah, so definitely check out Justice. If you like the content here, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna like the content there too. It's neat so far? Yeah, for those who don't know what that is, the way I've had it described to me is a roguelike puzzle game. So, something like Myst, but instead of you can just, like, you know, go through and predict all things, it's got randomization to it, so it's not the same every time. Meanwhile, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I am a variety streamer, and I do play a variety of games, and right now we're playing Mind Over Magic, which, the best way I've seen to describe it is take RimWorld and flip it on its side, and then make it about a magic school instead of surviving on a crappy, horrible planet. Rongor now likes very impressive classrooms. Rongor, I'm gonna need you to lower your expectations a little. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? But yeah, so like what we're doing right now is I'm trying to, like, these are my faculty up here. These are apprentices, so like my college level students or whatever, and then these are all my younger students and all that. But a big part of it is you actually go through and you get students, you teach them, they like max out their skills, and you go, okay, do I want to continue into like later education, or do I want to graduate them as they are? And if you graduate them as they are, you get some returns on relics, as well as you get some returns on, there's a material you get. So in practice, you end up turning through a lot of like lower level students that you like get them a basic education and send them on their way. And then meanwhile, while all this is happening, there's this fog out here. It wants to murder you. And so you have this kind of tug of war with the fog where it pushes in and you burn resources to push it back out. The whole time while you're tunneling down here doing like JRPG turn-based combat to explore the area down below for resources as well as other goodies. So right now what we're doing is I've just got too many projects queued up and they're not getting done because I have too many projects queued up, the classic issue. So we're just letting people take time working through it. Yeah, so we have beds for one more faculty member already ready to rock and roll. Research, learn domesticated ice flower. Cool. So you're supposed to be... Alright, let's slow down time. So that's the honey drop. So I know I also need Phoenix Kiss. We've got cabbage plots. They're slowly building this, like, farm outside. Does this company compare... How does this compare to Oni, in your opinion? So, we do have a similar, like, scheduling and priority system as Oxygen Not Included. And for the record, it's from, like, the same... What would be the word I'm looking for? It's not the same dev team. I think it's the same publisher as Oxygen Not Included. But, there's less of, like, figuring out this interacts with that and then trying to do that, like, you know, I pulled this lever, which slowly now my heat's building up. Okay, well, I pulled the lever to lower my heat, but now this other thing is a problem, and now I pull that lever to fix that, and now this is, like, there's not that weird, like, juggling happening all the time. Instead, it's more like RimWorld in the sense that random things happen, and you kind of got to deal with them. And then Oxygen Not Included doesn't have combat, versus this is, like I said, has like a turn-based combat. It's not bad. Like, the combat for the type of style it is perfectly serviceable. I'm not as huge as I used to be on, like, turn-based anything. It's fine. But I don't find myself seeking it out much anymore. We're having We're having a problem where I just don't have enough viscera. Which is a really weird thing to be worried about. Alright, so let's start having them keep 30 of these on hand. Because alchemy and a bunch of stuff requires some pretty weird ingredients. You don't have any new recipes, do you? No, that's fine. Yes, they are slowly getting stuff built, which is good. Because once they start getting this all knocked out, that'll be a lot better for us. Yep, so we got our adorable little slime, and they feed it corpses and all that, and it spits out goop. It spits out stuff like eyeballs and viscera and all that. And occasionally the students go down there and give it pets and sweet affection and make it feel better. It's just a really weird refining process. Alright, the other thing this one has is they have a lot more ability to control your people. Like, we've got the groups here we can make, where I've got, like, certain things my people want to accomplish that drop them into a group, that once they're in that group, like, I can have it so it's like, if you're in this group, you're only allowed to eat that. If you're in this other group, you're only allowed to do this. And it's automatic. So, like, if you imagine RimWorld where you have, like, oh, well, this person's a cannibal. If they don't eat human meat, they get upset. You would be able to be like, okay, I have this special group for cannibal that automatically adds anyone with the cannibal tag so that you don't have to micro it on all of them. And I have not taken nearly as much advantage of that as I probably should be. But the way you graduate them is like Burning Sun here is getting pretty close to graduation. So they'll have like the potential max they can hit spells. So Burning Sun has hit the max on their potential of all their spells right now. But they can still gain one more level. When they hit level 5, they'll be considered maxed out. At which point, my choices are to either get them a better wand, or to make them an apprentice to continue to advance them, or graduate them. Same with Grommet here. Grommet is just waiting to level up, and then they'll be good. Radamant has a lot of stuff, like Radamant's only 3 out of 4 for fire spells, so they've got room to grow there. No research selected, so we finally got all of our research that we had queued up done. So that new research gave us the ability to grow more plants. Alright, so let's look at our research tree, because I haven't paid attention to that in a while. I can't get over to the tier 3 stuff yet. So we're at that phase where I don't really care about the individual decisions here. That I grabbed the stuff that is like, that's important, I should do that. And now we just go, okay, let's just fill in everything. And then if we hit the tier 3 and then I want to beeline to something there, we could do that. Because this is one of those things that once you played the game enough, you'd be like, I want this technology and this other technology is important and that technology. Like, you'd have kind of your system of the things you cared about more and which ones were like, that's nice to have but not really important. Where I'm new to the game, so I don't know what I need. So yes, there's a tier 3 and a tier 4. Which, to get to the tier 3 and tier 4, this room has to be changed to be one of the other rooms. Alright. So if we were to try and change that mage study into a mage's hermitage, it would need to must have 3 large roof decorations. It must have a bunch of scholarly luxury, and it must be elevated, which means there can't be a room below it. And it must not have one. So it can't have any doors. Okay. So what I'm hearing is I'm going to need to go down here and just chunk it down here. Because it only needs to be taller than it is wide. It needs not have anything negative there. Has to have only one entry point. It needs to have a bunch of scholarly luxury. And it can't have a door. So what we can probably do is, honestly, using the supports, just chunk it in down here. Okay. Alright, so it can't have a door. We can make it just an opening over there. It doesn't need to be nearly that big. But I figure we get that sorted out. Spectral Rift again. Alright, so level 7. Okay, so everyone should be all healed up now. So weak to earth. So weak to earth, water, and grass. You want to be here for an above ground, 2 above ground battles, 3 above ground battles, so you're good there. So, the air is fine for a defense. That's good there. We're actually, honestly, in the setup we probably should have. Let's deal with this attack real fast before it gets anywhere. So everyone's going to run in there. We'll do a turn-based combat real fast. Alright. So you see I have like all of my abilities we can use. So I can like shield one person for 2. I can make my people have faster speed for 2 rounds. What I've been doing is putting the shield on my lead people because they tend to get hit the most. And it just cancels 1 attack on each person. Which means we're only getting hit with half the spells we could otherwise be. You're weak to nature, so you can go ahead and use the nature attack on you. Killing them. And then you're weak to earth, so I can go ahead and hit you with earth. Also knocked the other one over and does damage to you. And then you're weak to water, and unfortunately my water attacks aren't nearly as strong. Let's go ahead and put the shield back on again. Oh yeah, giveaway draw. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do the drawing for the giveaway. So, the queue is not empty. Don't listen to its lies. That's a bug. So, Jaywalker, wait, did you win previously? Or am I mixing up names? I very well could be mixing up names. This is for Farm Sim 25. So if you did put your name in there for naming something, you only want the DLC. Gotcha. So you want the extra, so to clarify, the McDonald DLC and the New Holland DLC, because you already have the Nexat and the other one, correct? I believe, because I was like, wait a second, it's like you won the other thing, right. Yeah, so you just want the extra DLC, that's fine, because that just means the other stuff stays in the queue. Because like, no, it was my moment. Real DR2? Cool. Yep, I'm down for that. Give me 2 seconds to send you the McDonald DLC and the CR11. So I can grab this. And this. No, wait. No, you're good. If you put the join in real fast, you can get in on this because Jaywalker only wanted the extra DLC, not the base game. So we do have the base game still there. All right, so make sure I got Jaywalker there. Okay, sorry about the weird formatting on it. So let's go ahead and get this out of here because those keys are dead. And with that, we're going to draw for just Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC now. And that is Mock Around the Clock. Mock Around the Clock, if you want the Farming Simulator 25 DLC, or Farming Simulator 25, the base game, and the Nexat DLC, just say something in chat. That's all you got to do. And I'll shoot you a DM on Twitch. I do? Cool, cool. So let me go ahead and get those to you real quick. That would have been a big mistake, just say it in chat on accident. Luckily, I would have had a spare key, but that would have been a key that would have been gobbled up real fast. I've verified the name, Big Orion. It's not my first giveaway. And then Nexat DLC. But also, don't do that. Because it's one of those things that, like, very genuinely, if the person isn't paying close attention, they accidentally give you a key, and then they might not have another key to give out to the other person, and that's very feels bad, where it's like, okay, then do I buy the key? So, alright, make sure, going to Mock Around the Clock, that's the right person, we got the keys. There you go. And so we can go here, and strike through those. So I know that those keys are dead. Yeah, that's the reason I was like, hey, don't do that. I know it's probably meant as a joke, but like, you know, if that happens with the next one, I'll probably have one less viewer is what I'll probably have. Because it is a thing that you can potentially put me in a really not great thing. Alright, okay. So those are done. So let me go ahead and we're going to stop the queue again. And we're going to start the queue again. So now this queue is for having your name in game. So I do apologize about the confusion with all that stuff. It is what it is. I don't normally have a key giveaway at the same time I've got a game where you can like put your hat in the ring for the game and all that. So it's a little funky. Because I really don't do many key giveaways. So go final giveaways later in the stream then? Yeah, so I'm going to have another giveaway about halfway through stream. So about the time I normally do the game switch and all that. And I will do one hour before the end of stream. And then that'll be all the Farm Sim keys done. Did that change something? Oh, So by putting a door there... it no longer counts... Okay, here, we can change this. So let's go here. Let's destroy that. So we keep the medical room what it is. And we're gonna have a real funky design here. I'm gonna go ahead and put a door there. And then we can go construction. That is not going to be an efficient design, but... Will Pooh need to stay up all night? Oh, well, it's like, oh, darn. Oh, did we get the things to the chalkboard yet? We probably have them. No, chalkboard requires more brains. Oh, we do have the nature apprenticeship thing. And for right now, we'll just slap a roof on that. Okay, and I need to... Yeah, this one will end up getting moved later. Oh, just the same, I'm going to need to build a copy of you. Yeah, both those will need to be moved farther out later. That'll give me a place for doing the apprentice for there. Or Rongor. Oh! I don't have enough teachers on Rongor's schedule. Because Rongor's got that different schedule. Yeah, so Kalaria's star's in the same schedule as Rongor. That's fine. Ritual accessories. What are the ritual accessories? And we don't have what we need for a lot of these things that we want to get. King Grommet now hates meat meals. Look. King Grommet has now completed Solo Diner. Alright, so let's check to see if this worked the way I expected. So King Grommet. So you have one to be alone. So you want to have the Solo Diner. Ah, so you still have Solo Learner. Okay. Yeah, so this should let it so that, once King Grommet is ready, we can make them an apprentice. Because King Grommet is actually basically ready to be apprenticed once they get that built. And once we have the materials to do so, which might take a little bit. Fully trained on Basil. Basil is one that we are planning and just sending on their way. So we're going to go ahead and graduate Basil. Oh yeah, Basil is supposed to be named after someone, but we did the giveaway. Yeah, so we'll just get Basil out of here and we'll get the new person in. We won't sweat that person didn't get a name. The next person will get a name. Trophy of the Tinkerer. So the Trophy of the Tinkerer. Mages assemble and paint 1.5 times faster if we equip it to them. Otherwise, if we put it on a plinth, it gives all airwork a little bit of a bonus. And meanwhile, we can go here and say, go ahead and knock that down. Are you not bright enough? You're bright enough. Okay. So, access. Access is only for I want to be alone. And access for this one is for everyone. Oh, I don't think I could do like an accept, can I? Ah, I see. Yeah, right now, the staff doesn't have their own, so they just share the students' one. That's fine. Yeah, so this one is to basically for anyone who's got a trait where they want to do stuff by themselves. They're just going to work on that. Alright, so let them keep working on all that. You're continuing to get my viscera and all that. Yeah, and it won't be too long before we need to start pushing the fog back again. Yeah, so I'll build this big room here, and I believe I can make that into the lab we want it to be. Actually, honestly, does it need to be that tall? I might just not even need it. Oh, it has to be elevated. That's right. That's why I have it sitting here. You ran out of coffee? That's no fun. All right. And soon enough, they should get the Nature Apprentice tree ready. Oh, meanwhile, let's go bring in our next student. Because we need that for other stuff to happen. So let's go ahead and bring in a lightning student, because we can go ahead and just have them churn through. Just level them up and get them out. You're probably getting really close to maxing out. No, you're not. You still have a lot to go. Wonder why Burning Sun seems to be not keeping up with levels so much as the others. Check our priorities again. Because as they level up, they will get better at whatever skills are relevant to their stuff. So it could be worth boosting the priorities on those things. Alright, so we got our first brand new student. And you are going to... It's not... I need to fix that bug. It's basically, it ends up with a line that's empty at the top of the text file. Or at the end. And then once it does that, if it draws that line, it says the list's empty. And it's not. And so you have the Putrid Platypi. Welcome. And the things that your mage wants to do is you would like to go 2 days without craving recreation, to eat by yourself, and you want to go 4 days without being very hungry. Meanwhile, there is a Earth Mage item, but you can't use it because you're not high enough level. So I'm basically trying to keep ourselves to 6 students for now, because that's what our bedroom here can accommodate. We will need to build 2 more beds for our staff members. Because once these 2 join, that room's full. And then we have 2 others, like, queued up ready. It's just gonna take them time to learn what they need to learn. Alright. And pretty soon I should run down and get, like, the next section of the tunnels done, because those are opening up more stuff for us. I'm just trying to get our stuff thing. The downstairs is pretty? Yeah, because it's like, this one, I think this may have been the air place. Then this one was, like, necrotic or whatever, and then you've got lava. So they all seem to have, like, a theme. Alright, let's go ahead and use the thing to push back the fog. It's only 4 days out and it's covering up a bunch of stuff we could get as resources. So it's worth doing that. Yeah, that just means that you have a bunch of mages busy for a minute. When they finish their spell, the fog gets pushed back, gives me more time, and it exposes more of the surface for me to collect resources. It does look like they're starting to get the nature apprentice building made. Because honestly, now that we've got the supports and are able to build foundations, it does feel like I will be able to just balloon outwards to just make more and more of our school. Alright, so we pushed that back. And it did reveal things that we can fight for resources. So the Jade Plant. So we do actually have a Life Seer this time. We didn't have that before. But I still don't have a Reinitiator or a Death Seer. So, yeah, and you can see where it just immediately grew back a little bit. Alright. So, you recommend level 12 and level 12. Our highest level is level 10, and we only have, like, one other person over level 6. Okay, we have a storm incoming. That's going to be not a huge problem, but a problem, because you do cover most of this, so just this edge is exposed, and just this edge is exposed. We are actively working on building defenses. There's not a whole lot I can do, because once that's built, it's just this and this. Like, there's not much else left to build. What would it cost me to expand again? Spore Cap, Honey Drop, and Mandrake Root. Okay, so that's the Phoenix stuff. We can go to Outdoors. They've got you. Alright, so I still need the Ice Flower. So just trying to expand our gardens down there. Cool. And so we used up most of our wood, so you can start chopping those trees down again. Okay. Storm is here. So the storm is real aggressive. It doesn't just zap occasionally. It's going to just keep zapping the roof again and again. And unfortunately, because this doesn't have a roof over it, the stuff in there is going to take damage from all the rain coming down. Oh, interesting. It can zap my planters. That's a little annoying, but that's fine. We're gradually building over top of them to protect them, because weirdly the game doesn't seem to care about whether or not, you know, the plants have sunlight. It might be an issue I've overlooked, but yeah. Yeah, so you're gonna notice a whole lot of stuff is gonna get destroyed here. That's anything laying on the ground outside for the most part. Post beset. Okay. Yep, so people are repairing. The lightning rods are getting zapped again and again. And our ghost is just desperately repairing the stuff in that room on the right where the rain's leaking in. Alright. So soon that lightning storm should go away. Now you can repair the damage and get back to construction. See if any of these are ones we wanted to mess with. Craving recreation. Alone. Without going very hungry. A lot of that stuff should sort itself out. It feels like later on, what we'll probably end up doing is, you know, not necessarily having a teacher for every one of the specialty rooms, but having a schedule where, like, 2 specialty rooms go on, then 2 other specialty rooms go on, then 2 other specialty rooms go on, and you just have, like, a couple different shifts of teachers for each one, and not have them all in the same awake and sleep schedule kind of thing, like they are now. I do feel like that'll end up being something I'll have to do. Alright, so we do have the storm has passed. So they'll just repair the damage, which does take a minute, and all that. Oh, and you're just about to be finished being constructed. After which King Grommet can be made into an apprentice as well. All right. What is your schedule that you are... Oh, okay. That is the normal schedule. You just have outliers in there. Alright, so we got another rift. We've been getting a lot of rifts recently. Okay, so earth, water. Okay, so we got two are weak to earth, one that's weak to water, one that's weak to plant. Same old, not a whole lot to change. Those rifts have been giving me the same type of fight. And poor Putrid just sitting in the classroom, it's like, who's gonna teach me? Where's the teacher? Alright, so defense. Okay, so you can hit the back row. Not a huge fan of that. Alright, so we can do the swirling vines and you. They'll double damage, so kill the one in green. And then we can quake this one, which will finish the one off to the right and hurt the one on the left. Well, if we crit, that'll finish it off, but we probably won't. Yeah, that's fine. So you do 13 damage, it'll be 1 damage short of finishing that off. Instead... let's haste you, because I don't ever use that. That gave you a second cast. Yeah, we can take it, reduce its health a bit, and then smash it and finish the job. The multi-stage hits more than once. Multi-strike hits. Yeah, so it hits twice. But the problem is it hits for like, because if we look at Illicit right here and open their mage sheet, they have an F+ rank in their power. So their spell does like 10-12 damage. So even when they hit twice, 2 times basically nothing is still basically nothing. But the reason I keep Illicit in there is Illicit has a lot of utility, where I can kind of put like a wall of wind to defend like every turn, so I can just kind of cancel out 2 attacks against me. There's the haste, where I can give one of my people roughly 2 attacks per turn, that kind of stuff. So where Illicit's lacking in just raw damage, makes up for it in lots of utility. Yeah, so basically run support. I can honestly, like, I honestly probably should put Illicit in the front line, because Illicit has 310 health. So while they're a support character, they're a really tanky support character. Shattered perform worse. So Shattered is one of the races. So it's basically saying certain of my races here will do not as good while this debuff is available. To give you an idea, like Infinity Simplex has 170. Pyreal's also tanky. Cookie's only 170. It's like Pyreal is really tanky. Illicit NZ is very tanky. Kalaria is relatively tanky. Alright, so starting to build all of these down here. That's good news. Go ahead and please prioritize that real fast. Because with that I can make King Grommet into an apprentice, and I'll get them to help out a lot more around here. Nature Apprentice Tree is unreachable. What do you mean? You just go up the staircase. Did my staircase get damaged? Storage. We can make a large box if we get rune wood. Construction. Guess is 1 tile too short? No, there's just the one spot there. I think the staircase is 1 tile too short for whatever reason. Because we do that, I can apprentice King Grommet. Because like I said, I'm trying to get like one of each of the elements to have like a dedicated staff member for it. Mine, chop, harvest, hunt. Mine, chop, harvest, hunt. Destroy. 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 Alright. In games, you can just respawn and throw yourself at baddies. There'll be a glass canyon. Yeah. See, games you just can't play as a tank. You DPS too much. I've enjoyed doing like really tanky builds in games for years. Generally these days, I tend to almost always run some type of support or healer or something like that. But that's partially because, like, so many people just want to do the tank, want to do whatever. It's just easier for, like, getting groups and all that to be like, just never mind. Okay. Harvest limit 100. Copy settings. And when you finish this row, we'll set that to 100 limit there and just keep going through this thing. You also love having a healer that can DPS as well. Yeah, that was actually one of the favorite healers I've seen in a game was Discipline Priest in World of Warcraft. Just because it wasn't a healer where you just sat there and you looked at the bars and you just hit the buttons. Like, yeah, you could sit there and thing where you just cast your shields on stuff. But if you wanted to be properly effective at it, there was a mixing of spells where you're chucking some spells at enemies to boost things, and other spells you're focusing that. Alright, so you need more of the Gnosis shards. Why is possible break risk? Okay. But why? Defeated. Victory now seems extremely low. Desperate for a win. What do you mean? Like, we've won literally every engagement we've gone to. No one's been so much as knocked unconscious. Hated mundane sleeping. Hated sleeping outdoors or in a room that less than 50 luxury. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, your room is not glamorous beyond all belief. Here. I'll put a creepy rug in your room to go with your calm rugs. You know what's going on? Yep, don't spoil it. Yeah, victory status. Oh. Fire mages with tier 2 wands develop a need for the thrill of victory. Hunting will fill the victory need, as will dealing damage and killing enemies. Emerging victorious. I see. Okay. So with that, shouldn't you... You should already have a priority of hunting. You physically can't hunt. You're not allowed to do the job because you're a student. That's kind of alright. That's kind of annoying that that works that way. So that gives me a reason to be really careful about giving them a tier 2 wand that early. I mean, I guess not really, because you're already level 4 and you can't do that without a tier 2 wand. So it does mean I need to bring them with me for a fight. The problem is we're getting down here to stuff that's most likely going to be resistant to fire. There's a good chance that'd be a whole thing. I kind of hope there's a way I can, like, put something down here and not have to worry about those. I mean, what probably is you just build down here and expand your foundation or whatever. And then take these and put them up, like, on the top or something, because I don't think those need to be grounded. Okay, so we have the limit, copy settings. Paste settings. Go to you. You get a limit. Copy settings. Paste settings. Yeah, destroying plants doesn't seem to matter. Okay, well, so what we're going to need to do is pick a fight with something and probably bring Radamant with us. Because it's going to probably be tricky to keep Radamant from not getting super upset if we don't manage that. And meanwhile, those are full. So we're going to have 2 more chests down there for more supply stuff. The repel just requires a lot of stuff I don't have. Okay, so that's to be on ground. It has to be on outdoor ground. So I could shove it in there in between the columns, so it's not in the way anymore. Okay, one thing to check is every time that fog closes in, I do believe your spell, like the spell cost changes every once in a while based on where the fog's at. And you are getting close to maxing out. That'll be time to send you on your way to get in a new student. Burning Sun should be getting relatively... I wonder what's taking Burning Sun so long to level. Because, like, Radamant here is just going to straight up pass him up. They already have, actually. That's fine. Burning Sun is our experiment of having someone take a level 2 wand and then, you know, graduate them and see if that makes a big difference or not versus just churning through tier 1s. Like, what's the better strategy kind of thing. We're tinkering with that. All right. But that'll be good, because like I said, we're trying to increase our overall population and all that. There's a few ways to get them to level. Overall, level is easiest skill to level. Easiest skill level can be grueling. Yeah. That's the thing, like, we've been able to get 3 people leveled up really fast otherwise. Develop a need for dynamic movement. Going up and down stairs, ladders, hills, and especially flying in a broom will help that. Burning Suns is all maxed out, so you don't need to worry about that. I think you have to go kind of out of your way to make like a really weird base not have that. Sunlight. So yeah, so you need sunlight to be happy. Lightning doesn't have a... Oh wait, never mind, that's the tier 2 wands and higher. Introversion. You need some solitude. Terra Firma. Let's see. Prefers being on only fully supported floors. Can we make the dark level 2 wand and the dark water wand? Or the level 2 wands? Because you need a dark wand and we need a water wand. So there's a water wand. And there's a dark wand too. Because I totally forgot that Sentient Cooking and Kalaria still don't have theirs because we had to unlock them way later. All right. Future Platify has finished Solo Diner. So I believe now, if we look at our groups, the I want to, yeah, so it did take Putrid Platypi out of the I want to be alone group. You're set to only eat gut berries, and yet you've eaten none? How does that work? Let's check our meals. Why did Gutberry Eater get these turned back on? Stop that. Oh, I have goofed. I have that backwards. My apologies, apprentices. I have been treating you like crap. Alright, so we got another Spectral Rift. Okay. So, what we're probably going to do here is, despite my better judgment, Illicit, you're going to sit this one out. Because if we go through this, that'll improve Radamant's mood. King Grommet doesn't necessarily need to be here. That's fine. Yeah, so basically, we're gonna have a couple of higher level people carrying a couple lower level people. So there's a little bit of inherent risk here, but this should get Radamant's move improved. You like this game? No, it's terrible. I just keep playing it. No, it's really good. I enjoy it. I mean, this is the third stream we've played it, so, you know, one would assume I enjoy it if I keep playing it. Alright, so we can use Quake. I can't target the back row, so we're just going to smash the ones in the front. And you could do the vines. You could target this row. Try and soften that one up. Okay, so you have Fire Lash. Attacks the enemy, spends 75% of the caster's mana, and deals that much damage. Okay. That deals 171 damage in one cast. Holy crap. Can only target the front row, but that's fine. We could do Fireball for 55 damage. So we're in the weird spot where you don't have a whole lot we can make work well with that. So I'm going to give you counterattack. That was a good move. And that'll finish you. And that triggered. Alright, counterattack is pretty strong. Cool. So we good now? So that one fight only increased your bar to about a fourth. So we're gonna have to keep a lot of fights going on there. Yeah, so I still need 12 more fragments to make King Grommet into an apprentice. Oh, Putrid can get out of here. So we're gonna go ahead and graduate Putrid. Because we're not apprenticing them. I just don't have the capacity we wanted. Radamant is also already ready for an apprenticeship. The thing is, Radamant right now we don't have the room for the fireplace. And we're still building the plant one. So what'll end up happening there is we will go and sort that out. Alright, so with that, we're going to summon another regular initiate. Let's see here. We'll use the Fire Wand, because that's someone we'll just bring in, level them up, get them out of here. Is that enough for us to do the apprentice thing? No, because that's right. It's not actually getting rid of them that gets a level or gets the material. It's them learning skills. I'm genuinely probably going to need another room for my students so that we can bring in a lot more students. Is I think what's going to probably need to happen. So what I'll likely do is work on where this is just a common room. We'll probably look on getting the better version of the room. But in the meantime, we got our brand new mage in here. And that's going to be Longclaw. Welcome to school. And you want to eat with the group of people, participate in a ritual while well rested, and not crave recreation. But, you know, we're not probably going to get many of those things done, unfortunately, for you. So why... Let's look at our schedules. So Calaria Star is on the schedule with the people who want to have their own private lessons. So let's check. So Rongor here. You want to dance on your own. So you want to be alone. Right, and I can't set it to not be them. That's what we're running into. Is I want it to be everyone but them. And I haven't seen a good way to deny people. Because it would suck. It would suck to have to make a not in this group. Yeah, so the one in the other room is set to be I want to be alone. Well, I can make it a higher priority. That'd probably work. We make it a higher priority, and then when they go to recreate, they will go to that room if they're eligible to go there. Otherwise, they'll default to this one. So that should start getting that sorted out. Alright, so I need 11 more of the fragments. I basically need room for more students, which is going to mean more beds, and this is kind of stuffed as it is. I just need to not queue up a bunch more because we still got these two rooms out on the edges here being built. We now got a billion people out here harvesting stuff and all that. But all these have limits to them, except the frost one, because I'm waiting on this last one to be done. Yeah, because once we get the phoenix flower and the ice petal producing well, we can do that kind of stuff more and more. Okay. So, same deal. Harvest limit, copy settings, paste settings. Cool. So I got the next batch of those done. In the meantime, I have unlocked a broom rack, which is basically a fast travel kind of thing for around your base. So we've got the ice flower, the phoenix's kiss, and the stuff there. We've got the honey one. We've got those. We got these, we got those. So it's just the spore shroom is the only one left out of, like, the herb garden kind of thing. So I'm going to bump those up in priority. Just so my people run out there and grab the spore shroom. It's a lot of mandrake out there. And meanwhile, hunt. Okay. And Radamant's getting upset about the lack of fighting and all that. The good news is, I believe the moment we make Radamant an apprentice, I could just dedicate them to hunting, and that should make it so we can manage that. But the interim kind of sucks. I also don't know what they're doing. I see. I think they're eating my crop. No, it seems like they're... It's not reducing the grown or whatever. They might... Oh no, it's not a beer. It's a soda. Alright, so we got that room built. So it needs light in there, so we can go in here, light. So 200, 125. So that'd be 250. What is your amount of light in here? Oh, you need a lot of light. Okay. I think that'll do it. Hey, Achilles, how's it going? Alright, and then we got this room, same deal. How much light do you need? Alright, so you got 700. And then that'll bring the light in. So, if we want to make this into, what was it? A mage's heritage. Okay, so you need an arcane sanctuary. You must have 3 large roof decorations or a bell tower. You must not have any. A hallway. What do you consider a hallway? What qualifies? A hallway is an opening that allows passage through walls. So, I'm not allowed to have a door. I'm not allowed to have a hallway. It must be elevated. Does that mean I have to be able to enter from above? Is that what I'm getting here? Is that I have to have a staircase down into it? Alright, well, let's rearrange this then. We can cancel that assembly. Build a copy of this. But then you need a roof decoration. How do I... Okay. Yeah, so I can't have a hallway door here, because a hallway is defined an opening that allows passage through walls. So I can't have this. I can't have a door. Medical bed and all these other stations, those are easy peasy. It needs roof decorations or a bell tower, so I need a roof spot. And you need to be able to get down into it. So it almost feels like I need to scooch this over a little bit, bring it up. So like you'd have stairways that goes down into the room. We're gonna just let them get the lights in here for now, and we'll deal with that in a minute. I think that's been the most complicated room we've found so far. Okay, so you only need 6 more points, or 6 more of the Gnosis shards. And we can make ourselves another apprentice to bring on. All right. Do you have some weird priority going on, you Burnin? What's going to happen? So you're on the regular schedule. It's almost like you don't get to class very often. Okay, so let's go up here. So I need 4 more shards, and then we can go and get our nut. Sometimes imperfections are perfection. Right. It's more trying, like, scratching my head being like, okay, how do I accommodate what this wants? What I could also do... No, you know what? We might have an easier solution to this. So cancel that. Cancel this. This is going to be a real funky room. Because what I'm going to do here is we're going to go put a piece of floor here. And we're going to put a wall up here. And a floor here. Because then this should still be elevated. It'll have no hallway into it. We can also go into this spot and tear down this wall, I think. I'm a little concerned that we might screw up its support, but I also don't want to deal with light. Yeah, we're gonna have to tear down this wall for this to work anyways, because we won't be able to reach that stairwell. We'll see if this creates a structural problem for everything above it. Meanwhile, we have a new crafting station of a crystal ball, which I don't have the materials for. So lighting, we can put the large window all awkwardly there. And then a small window down here. This is going to be a real funky room is what that's going to be. But the idea is if I box this in, we're no longer... Like, this is no longer a hallway. The way in is down a staircase. We can put the stuff down here and go from there. And then this will free this room up, which point I'll have to check with the requirements for the library stuff. We might just move that up there. You get the idea. We'll place some musical chairs with the rooms. Alright, so that should light that room up. Wait, how is that room already fully lit? Oh, it's because it's getting all the light from this. So when this closes off, it'll lose that lighting and it should go to pitch black. Okay. Alright, so that room's all set up. Yep, so now it's pitch black. Alright, so now if we click on it, it's no longer considered elevated because it's bisected by the schoolroom. Alright. I was hoping I could get away with that. All right. So that takes that solution out of the equation. So a quick and dirty way I can deal with this. Ah, you won't have enough support now because we changed that. Alright, so we're having problems with this design. Okay. So the issue here is I need to have it hang off the side. It needs to have a top and a bottom. It can't be bisected. And it cannot have a door or a hallway entrance. So we can't use either of those. Which means it will need a staircase going into it of some capacity. Can I make a staircase that comes from... Can I... Yeah, so... I don't think we'd be allowed to go up like that. I'd have to put a foundation down there. Or maybe that is literally what we do. Is maybe we just need to have, like, a little extension above. Like, just a column that's a couple tiles just so it's not on foundation. And that maybe that's good enough. Regardless, this whole thing's a disaster, and I'm just gonna get rid of all of it. Basically, it's not working for what I want, so rather than fighting it, I'm just going to tear it out, and we'll go back to the drawing board. So put that back, rip that all out, that's fine. Alright. So I'm thinking we'll end up needing to do with this is very genuinely, honestly, just maybe taking stilts, putting it up above so it's not on a foundation. I'm assuming that'll qualify. It is possible that this does qualify as a foundation within its own right, which would be annoying if that is the case. If that is the case, I think I would weirdly want to have stuff come from above it and then drop. Yeah, I'd have to have it so it's like, you know, the room is down here with the roof exposed like that and then staircase down. Actually, so that stuff I just said where I was canceling all that. So cancel building this. I'm assuming I have to just replace it, don't I? Can I just select? No. Okay, so we want to spare the floor. We want to spare the staircase. We want to spare this floor. You want to spare this wall. Not the whole thing. Still, somewhere in this area is fine. Oh, it won't let me multi... Oh. Because my plan is here, is we just don't go over top it. We try to bring the roof in from the side here. So bring the roof like this. So not to have like another weird, awkward roof over there. Realistically, what we'll probably do is make this into a bigger room up there. But then with that, I can probably get this up here, and then it's a matter of what roof decorations, if I have to widen it out more or whatever. I told you to not build that anymore. And then we need to go back over here. So lighting-wise, that's not interior space yet, but it should be 50. Which would be one tall window and a short window. So lighting. Put a tall window awkwardly up there. And a short window back here. Alright, so my hope is then we'll be able to adjust that. And that'll work. And it'll be a matter of cramming this stuff down in here. And all that. That said, chat, it is going to be about the time that I do need to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven real fast. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It is about 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a little bit. And thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Beep beep, cables are everywhere.
I'm so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that?
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. Because I need that sorted right away. Because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies.
Hey.
I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's gonna get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kill zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! I just need to park it on the space and I push a button and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Destroy it all. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry that hurts. That was You honestly read the name as Undead Bacon. Oh, hey, Undead Baron, how's it going? Good to see you. Let me go ahead and got a couple shout-outs I should be giving. Because first, we got Allison Adventures, didn't shout you out earlier, I should have. Who's another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of Project Zomboid, so I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. And in just a minute or two, when that clears up, I'll get Undead Baron, who's another fantastic one. Alright, we'll get back to this. But yeah, no, how's it been going for both of you? Because I know you've been here, Allison. But, and how's it been going, Undead Baron? Let's see. So, Longclaw finished one of their learning things. Cool. So Longclaw just basically wants to do a ritual while rested, and that would max him out. Okay, so Longclaw actually did max out. They're one that we are going to be just graduating. So get Longclaw out of here. And then the other two are waiting to become apprentices. Hey, the Inns, how's it going? So you get just another minute to make sure that it's off cooldown. Yeah, no, Undead Baron's also fantastic. Plays a lot of, like, crafter survival games, Project Zomboid. Has done, like, Sons of the Forest, and a whole bunch of stuff around there. Not exclusive to those genres, but a lot of those genres. So definitely recommend them. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, also does some of, like, the horror, like, find the bad guy kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's, Undead Baron has the updated VTuber model. Let me go ahead and get this one. So that's shout out Undead Baron. Not undefined, Undead Baron. Alright, so it's too fast that the actual regular shout out command is still on cooldown. But yeah, so definitely, this looks kind of amazing. It is, it's a lot of fun. Right now. I have to wait 1 second to give the shout out. There we go. I wish these games were co-op. I'm curious how that would even work other than you both kind of controlling the same thing. But yeah, so again, check out Undead Baron. Plays a whole variety of games, does like, according to this, as games and demos recently, but does a whole bunch of games that are usually like survival crafters, vaguely horror stuff. Been doing like Into the Dead, Project Zomboid, did Sons of the Forest in the past. Plays a whole range of things. Pops into simulation a lot as well. And all that good stuff. The Rimworld mod gives you control of certain pawns, doesn't it? Rimworld had a fun co-op. Yeah. Alright. But yeah, this one's kind of cool. It's like someone took Rimworld and then flipped it on its side and then just thematically changed it to a magic school. And then you got like this whole area you explore. The combat in the game isn't so much like, you know, put people behind cover RNG. It's turn-based. So it's kind of like JRPG style combat. The thing that's all funky that takes figuring out is when you look at your room with the bonuses, they have all sorts of requirements. So like this one has to be elevated, which means it can't have anything below it. It needs to be pristine, which is just, it can't have stuff that makes it look bad. It needs to be private, so there's only one way in and out. And it's like, it just cleared up because I'm removing the roof to change it because I didn't have it set up right. So some of the rooms you have to sit there and be like, alright, how the heck do I puzzle this in? I'm hoping this works. And I'll need to put a little bit of roof there so that when it rains it doesn't leak in. And my hope is when we enclose this, that it'll qualify for everything. And we can just take all this junk and pour it down here, and it'll be the better room. But yeah, so all of this is around, like, getting room bonuses and all that, so we got, like, a common room here. School rooms are generic, there's just nothing wrong with it. Like, dormitory. And they give you bonuses, like, maybe, like this one, they give me more research, and I can research a little faster. This one, it's called Conviction, but it's effectively mood. That it gives me a little bonus to their conviction, which means they won't have mood breaks. The other thing we got going on here is there's this fog that murders you, that slowly closes in from the sides, and you expend resources to shove it back out. Alright, so Radamant is on a constant risk of breaking, because Radamant wants to kill things, because they're a fire mage, and I cannot facilitate that, which is making them salty. We're also due for another gifted student. Okay. So I don't need a gifted fire mage. Let's go for a gifted water mage to bring into the fold. So I'm getting too many people I'm trying to make into apprentices, which is going to be a problem. Okay, so you're set to a schoolroom. You do qualify for everything here, so if we set our goal for that to be a mage's hermitage. Cool. So literally I just need to move all the arcane crap in here and then give it some large roof decorations, which we'll have to figure out how that even works. So move you down here. I'll leave the... Actually, let's bring the mana thing down here, so that they could recharge that and to run the whole way down. Put a bunch of those in here. And we'll see how much more we have to decorate it. Future Voldemort. Alright, a gifted mage has arrived. So this is going to be a brand new water mage. And this, we've got the name, will be... And if I mispronounce this, please correct me. Alamule? Is it Alimule? Alamule? I don't know how to pronounce it. But welcome to the school. You want to cast 25 times during class with no one else present. You would like to go 2 days without craving recreation. And you want to eat honeyed stir-fry. We'll see what we can accommodate for you. In the meantime, do I have a level 2 water wand? I don't think we do. We do, actually. Oh, right, because I'm supposed to get... Okay. So I'll get you your level 2 water wand, and then I need to go and make a second level 2 water wand. For Kalaria Star in the meantime. The wand is unreachable, cannot begin. Where's the wander wand that's unreachable? It's acting like I don't actually have a tier 2 water or a water wand. We'll just make 2 of those. So cancel that. Try this again. You claim I have one. Weird. That's fine. So you're able to grab a water wand now. So yeah, we're just having a weird thing that I guess the water wand... Oh, is it like it's in one of these boxes in the middle and they can't be reached, maybe? That's entirely possible. Let's see. A as a car. So let's see. Ali, then Mul. Or Ali Mul. Break. Dragged away. Radamant dragged away into the fog. Can I help you? Can help, please? Apparently I can't do anything to help you. Sorry, Radamant. I failed you. I knew there were mood breaks. I did not realize that they were that severe. Okay. Radamant is trapped. A trap. Battle at the fog trap to rescue. Oh, it's only level 6? We can save you, Radamant. Never mind, that's nowhere near as urgent. So you're weak to air, air. Plant and miasma, or dark. So we got our team. Let's go rescue Radamant real fast. That's a first, so sad. Yeah, no, we haven't had any mood breaks. The reason why we're having problems with mood breaks with Radamant is apparently you get new requirements. Your people need to be happy when you get a tier 2 wand. And so the tier 2 fire wand requires Radamant to fight or destroy stuff to be happy. And the problem is I can't assign them to hunt as an initiate. Alright, so you are weak to... Alright, so the Belcher is weak to the dark magic. None of the others are. So unfortunately I can't get to them, so I'm gonna Shadow Cloak you to give you some defense. No one's weak to the earth, but we're just gonna go ahead and slap them anyways. Can I quake the back row? No. Okay. Just hit him for damage. We can use the swirling vines to switch their place. By that I mean just kill the one in the back. Okay, so you don't have any weakness against any of our stuff. We soften you up. Tentacle sweep. You have a defense against me, so let's just go ahead and... You're gonna tank people. Swirling vines again. Oh, I didn't bring my air person at all. I was like, where's my air person? Why am I not seeing this damage? They're not here. Alright, give you more defense. This one, you smash him and finish the job. So, we're over-leveled for this fight, but still. Hey, Killadrix! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream. Don't mind me, that's not what I want to do. I'm just gonna quickly finish out this fight so I can explain what the heck's going on, all that stuff, but welcome in, Raiders. And let me go ahead and get a shout out for Killadrix, who's absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. It's someone I highly recommend checking out. Been playing some 7 Days to Die. Also been playing some Dwarf Fortress and Vintage Story recently. Is fairly new to 7 Days to Die, if I recall correctly. So definitely fun times over there checking them out as they learn that and all that good stuff. Does lots of good content. Has done like Valheim recently, Schedule 1, a whole bunch of others. So if any of that sounds good, you know where to find that and all that. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Right now we are playing some Mind Over Magic, which the combat screen there doesn't really make it clear. Okay, so we rescued you, and you're considered at death's door. Can one of you rescue them versus just, like, abandoning them over there? Rescue them. So Radamant might be graduating before Radamant has a problem, because the fog tried to steal them from me. But it's sort of like if someone took RimWorld and then flipped it on its side. So like we got rooms here that all have like different bonuses we make, just like RimWorld and all that. Though they have really funky kind of requirements for that to work. So at this door, will become dead without revive ritual at the bed. Revive a mage that's knocked out in the bed. And they will gain 1 trauma. Cool, man. So Radamant gets to have trauma. We're gonna go ahead and have Radamant graduate. We've let them down. They did their learning, but then we let them suffer horrible trauma because we didn't let them destroy things because I didn't have the resources to get them to become an apprentice. You see how that spirals? Get trauma that makes you break because you break? Yep. Well, yeah, this is actually going to be our first time seeing trauma. Radamant is literally the first person we've had downed, period. And it was actually down from a mood break. So the mood break in this one, it's not they go kick a piece of furniture and they move on with their life. They had a break, and then they immediately got dragged into the fog and to fight in to save them. Trauma causes all the mage's spells to cost 1 more mana. That's kind of a nothing burger, if I'm being honest. Scar effects. So this is the permanent scar effect from the trauma. Gains hatred of mundane sleeping. When sleeping outdoors or in rooms with less than fixed... Okay. So basically, if they don't sleep in a nice digs, they get upset. So, Radamant, I hate to say it, you're going to be graduating out of here. We're just going to find someone else to be our fire mage. Which is a shame, because we did spend a lot of resources summoning a gifted student, but we're going to try and not have someone dealing with that. Okay. And they drop a relic for us and everything. So for the time being, I'm going to summon a new beginner fire mage. We could also go over here. And Kalaristar will get their wand. And you'll get your wand, so everyone's on their tier 2 wands. But yeah, so it is a thing that basically the way this works is you start out with a couple of beginning staff members. But you bring in a bunch of students, which is what's happening here, is Infinity Simplex is summoning in a new student. You bring in a new student, you teach them a bunch of spells, eventually they cap out on what they can learn, and you can choose then to make them into a staff member or graduate them. If you graduate them, they leave your place, but they give you a bunch of useful resources. So here's our new student, which I am going to do a drawing for their name. So this will be Cerise the Mage, which is appropriate. Cerise the Mage. And so what happens is we get them, they got a couple things they want to accomplish. So this person wants to dance with at least 6 other students or teachers around. They want to learn while well rested, and they want to land a killing blow on 3 enemies. You don't have to do those things, but those things do help them if you do them. Let's also look to see if there's anything else we can tune. Main just assembles and paints faster, so I'll have you attuned to that. Because these relics are what you get when you graduate people, and they can be really powerful. You're going to be out of here in no time, so don't worry about giving you that. You are nowhere near high enough level to use that. Both of those give just a little bit of power and mana, so go ahead and do that. And those relics do level as well. So you're a water mage, you can't equip it, you're not high enough level. You get extra, so you can get a higher dark spell cap, so select that for tuning. And then you here, you can grab that one for more power and max mana. You can't equip either of those, but some of those will be really good for you. Okay. And what'll happen is when they graduate, they drop the relics back in the ground and give us potentially more and all that. So are we ready? So yeah, so I need... Oh, did I summon a gifted student at some point? Because basically, I've got King Gromit here, who's waiting to become an apprentice, but I need the material I get for graduating people, or sorry, it's actually for them learning, which requires them to not be maxed out, hence the graduation rotation. I need 54 of them, and I was at about 50, and at some point I must have used them for something. I must have summoned... Oh, it was summoning... Alimul. Or Alimul. We summoned them. Maybe the revival? I don't think the revival. I think it was I summoned a gifted student with, Ali there. Or Ollie. My apologies. But, with that, I burnt the resource I needed for King Gromit. That's fine. It just delays us. It just means I need to get through. The one I need is I need Burn and Sun to get these last 28 points, because they're one we want to graduate, and they're an experiment. Because I did go out of my way to give them a better wand and better a lot of things, to then have them... We're going to graduate them and see if I get a lot more for it. Or if, you know, it's better for me to just churn through lower level ones rapidly instead. Clearance fight carry him? I could do that. Requirements for research not met. Precognition. Yeah, I mean, we've taken all the stuff out of a research room and are working on getting it down here. Until it's down there, nothing's gonna happen. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about making our other learning rooms. The one we need to figure out is for our next room.
Thank you. Enjoy.
I will. I love you. Alright, so what we could do is, for the common room here, we've got that set up. There is a higher level room that if we go to, I think it was under rec rooms, the commons house, or house commons. So that requires it to be lofted, skewed, and interior. Wait, is that not what I already have here? So I have the common room. What's missing for you to be this one? Must have one window. Literally, I just got to shove a window on it. Wait. Oh no, it must have 3 large windows or 1 huge window. You two are adorable. Well, thank you. Okay, so let's try and do that. So lighting. So you have large rectangle window requires more spore cap. Okay, so we just need to put bigger windows on it. That's all it's missing. And you need more lighting, and you need more lighting. For right now, those are easier for me to do than the windows. Alright, so that's 7 days away. We can push it back, so let's just push it back. So what we could do to help out... Well, actually, I want to keep leveling illicit, so this is probably a good thing here. Oh, wait, a fog incarnation approaches. Alright. Where is it? Because unfortunately we let that close in a little bit. There you are. So fog incarnation is a problem. So hunt. Because if it reaches my place... You should all be able to do that. Alright, so priorities. Anyone who can hunt. We are now making it so you won't even sleep. Okay. So you won't even sleep until it's dead. And it's at 5. Because unfortunately, the fog's closer than I want it. So I'm gonna run over here and deal with it. Is scratching the Rimworld itch? Oh yeah. It's like someone just took Rimworld and tipped it on its side, and then said, okay, but it's a school thing. Because this thing is like super duper tanky. When it gets to one of your rooms, it will disable that room and force you to fight if you want to get that room back. And then on top of that, even if we don't kill before we get there, the more damage we do, the weaker the enemies will be when it gets there. We're not doing remotely enough damage this thing. I might be able to get to half damage by the time it gets there. On the plus side, people are leveling up items, which I didn't know was the thing that was going to happen here. Oh yeah, so as they use their stuff, they run out of mana, so that's the reason you saw Claria Star ditch, is they ran out of mana, so they needed to. Okay, and attacked our infirmary. Okay, so quick change of priorities. Put you back to what you're supposed to be. Because that red up arrow means they will literally not stop at anything until that task is done. Okay, so we did manage to knock it down to about half health. It's still expecting me to bring level 9 people, which we can handle that just fine. They're going to give me a lot of eyeballs, which is pretty good. Okay, so let's see here. Alright, so you're weak to air, dark. You have no weaknesses in the back, which sucks, because you're the highest level one. So you're weak to air, you're weak to dark, and plants. Alright, let's go here. So, alright. Unavailable. Oh, wait. That's fine. So let them do the ritual to push back the fog, and then once that's done, we'll have them go in there. I was like, where are all my good fighters not available? Right, they're doing the ritual to push back the fog. And you two got your wand upgrades, right? Oh yeah, that's what those. Okay, so that's what those diamonds mean. I thought earlier that they were meant something else. Why are you upset? You are sad that Radamant left. Don't let this be a spiral that you get upsetty spaghetti because your friend left. I also failed to check when Radamant left what materials they dropped. Again, to check, is it worth it for me to go through the process of giving them a level 1, then a level 2 wand, and then training them all the way up? Or is it better I just give them a level 1 wand, churn them through real fast, and get them out? You seem to be at a break risk? Yeah, it's two things. You ate the berries that nobody likes, because your character wants to eat the berries that nobody likes. It's kind of weird that you hate the thing that you want. It's a very complicated situation you got going on there. But once you have eaten those berries that many times, it will stop being a penalty. Alright, so we pushed the fog way back. So now it's 15 days out. And I can choose to fight these fights out here, but they recommend I go into level 12. My highest level is 10. And I only got 2 of them out of the group of 4. So those are things that we fight if we want our people to die. Okay, so let's see here. You can go ahead and hunt, chop, mine, choose harvest as well. So all those people are going to deal with their stuff. Basically, I'm just queuing up being like, hey, if it's out there, just go get it. I want to be pickier than that, but I don't want to deal with being pickier than that. How are you doing? Okay, so we still need 2 more higher level people. Alright, so start the battle. So now we should be able to do this. So let's go ahead and get Illicit NZ in here. They do the air magic, so they can help out with that. King Grommet can potentially help. King Grommet's pretty low level. Alright, so none of them are weak to lightning, unfortunately. So mostly in Phase Simplex would be buffing each other. You're going to be good for taking down that Lantern Keeper, and then just putting damage on anything else, because they're not weak to it. You can help with the Belcher and that. That's probably not necessary, because that's a level 3 Belcher. It's that one in the back corner that sucks so bad. Kalaria can help by boosting people. Illicit can also give people defense and whatnot. I guess... I gotta remember that's a level 3, so it's probably gonna die in seconds. I guess we're gonna bring Cookie just as muscle. Is the way I'm gonna approach it. Not rock, paper, scissoring as much. Just because of the stuff they got going, I can't really take advantage. Alright, meanwhile, while they're queuing that up, outdoors, we do have stuff to put down the spore shrooms. So at least we're getting some of those growing. So yeah, what'll happen is we queue up the mana, all of the people are going to go fight, will take the time to stop to max out their mana, and then they're going to make their way to the room to fight. Because they did take over the place that I go to heal, so that kind of really sucks. Yeah, so you've got, like, no health. Ooh, you got a new spell! Alright. Gives hastened to allies in the targeted row for 2 rounds. Okay. That's what I was hoping. So we had hastened on ourselves, which has then allowed us to turn around, and we're going to get a lot of extra attacks. So this will do double damage. So that's that one done. Yeah, so I can't reach the back row, so let's just kill this thing in the front row. Alright, so... Tentacle Sweep does a lot of damage. We're gonna... Yeah, so you have resistance to dark, so we're gonna use it on you. I may have overestimated how dangerous that is. Oh, maybe not. Okay, you hit like a... Okay, that's actually the hardest hit we've seen this entire game against us. Because some of our characters only have, like, 160 health. The good news, though, is it didn't have much health of its own. It was kind of glass cannon. And this is the reason I don't actually attack with Illicit very often. This person takes double damage from us. Oh, actually, we got a third hit. You know, cumulatively, that wasn't the worst damage. But that was with double damage. Versus at half damage, it was the same for you. Alright. So it's dealt with. And we got 30 eyeballs for it. And they're all going to grab themselves some food, and then they're going to go rest in the hospital to recover. Yeah, so you're back to being an infirmary. Cool, so now we're basically just waiting for people to get stuff done. The irony that we have the people who want to... Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. So as you level up your characters, they drop the shards in the ground. So only students are a good source of them, which means you have to get more students. And then to make a student into an apprentice, I need 54 of them. So it just takes time. Right, so I want to get this common room built to be the better room. The other thing we probably want to do in addition to that is get ourselves a second one. to get more students in here. Or at a minimum, get like another dormitory going to, you know, allow us to have more students to get more shards faster. Yeah, so you're leveling really fast, which is good. Did we ever get this stuff for the chalkboard? Cool. Because with the chalk... Oh, you go on the back wall? Okay. We need to make some changes here. So scooch that window over one. We're gonna scooch this We're gonna scooch this window over... I said scooch this window over one. So we can shove the chalkboard back there, and that should make it into an advanced room. A void shroom has appeared. They'll drain mana of people walking by. They only show up in rooms that are too dark. And it's just because they haven't got that light built, because that's gonna, or window built, it's gonna have to be built by you. And you're busy cooking right now. Yeah, so that's where it says mana drained. So Sentient Cookie has a mood penalty on them, because when they ran up to that mushroom, it drained some of their mana. Which is what the problem with that. That's the reason I went out of my way to be like, hey, put up that window already. Okay. And we got one in this room that just showed up, because we haven't got those lights built in the back there. Okay. So Reese has finished dancing with friends for their trial. So they still need to learn while rested and deliver killing blows. And the reason you want to do those trials is if we look at King Gromit here. So because they did this one, when they level up to becoming an apprentice, they'll instantly get 1,500 XP. And when they do this one, that's another 7,500 XP. So you get the idea that that character is almost immediately going to jump up several levels when they get there. It seems like if you get literally all of them, you could probably go from level 5 to like level 8, maybe give or take. Possibly more, if we have a higher level wand. So it seems like it's just a really good way of boosting them past earlier levels. And the only one that Illicit's missing here is that 90 conviction, which is really hard to maintain. That's this line here. So I've got to keep them that high this whole time. Okay, you dealt with the mushroom again. They're getting that window set up so that won't grow more mushrooms in there. And this room's not being used for anything yet. It was where... Okay, so now it's a workshop. Once we get the other furniture in here, it should bump up to the Hermitage. And then that'll open it up where we can get, I think literally the best research in the game. Like, everything will be available to us. Oh wait, never mind. I still need the roof decorations. Gotta figure out what even qualifies as a roof decoration for this. Adds peaceful luxury. Are you considered a roof decoration? No, you go on the wall. Those go on the wall. Exterior. Ah, small roof decor. So I don't even have large roof decor available yet. I hope I didn't screw myself here. Just need to move it all back up. That would be pretty upsetting. Let's go to our research. Fancy bed. Paintings and banners. Weaver eggs. I have a bad feeling about this. More plants. Mage statue. Nutmeg. Or nutmage. We'll worry about it later. There's a real good chance here. So let's see. Yes, that'd need to be 25 scholarly luxury. Let's clear this road, this thing, and go to our research rooms. So you have the Mage's Study, the Mage's Tower, and the Mage's Hermitage. So this will be annoying because if we go to make it the Mage's Study, it does require to have a door. So what I can do here temporarily is to keep it functional. We can go ahead and give it a door. And then when we get some roof decorations, I can get rid of the door, put the roof decorations up there, and it'll become the Mage's Hermitage. Assuming I can fit the roof decorations up here. If not, we broaden this out a little bit farther and do all that stuff. Okay. So we need another room for students. I've got that one. It's actually working pretty solid. So I'm going to just try and make something of that same sorts. That's going to take some work. Part of me is feeling like, because sadly I can't just like pick it up and move the planters. Part of me feels like we should be moving some of these planters around. I might just... How much iron do I have? Because iron's the main expense for... Oh, I have tons of iron. Okay, never mind. So, if we go from where this is supported... So I can go 7 tiles out. So that would assume... If I put wall here, and we lower the columns down there, that would work. So we are going to need to get rid of those 2 rice locations. Oh, that's not going to be able to be... Yeah, that's not going to be able to be the common room here, because that needs to be an interior space. So what we could do is make this into a classroom, move one of those... Probably 2 of those study rooms for the apprentices above it for their bonuses. Or let's actually check. Is there a good way that I can check? Let's go here. Can I just search for elevated? No. It kind of sucks that you can't check for keywords. Because I wanted to choose elevate as a keyword. basically go, okay, so we got the Windy Pinnacle elevated. So... Oh, interesting. All right. Okay. So if we put the Windy Pinnacle above that, that'd be one of the things needed to give it its bonus. So you can move the Windy Pinnacle over there. The Bed Chamber can be elevated. Searching, yeah. Apparently now it does. I probably just misspelled it. Okay, so we got the Bed Chamber, which means it needs to be private, only one way in. It needs to be silent. It needs to be elevated, so it has to be like in the bomb thing. It must have big windows. And it must have a ridiculous amount of luxury. But it does give a ridiculous amount of conviction to our staff. We have the Windy Pinnacle. We got the Mage's Hermitage, which we're building on the other side. The Auditorium. And it must not be private. Okay. That might be... Yeah, used for... Okay. Yeah, so it's looking like we want to go with the Auditorium or Great Hall, I think will be the best one. Because that is something I'm assuming we're going to need. So we'll go down here, we'll make the Auditorium or Great Hall or whatever it is. And thank you for the 15 stream streak, Kelly. I really do appreciate that. And hey, it's always got to start somewhere. Why are you not... Oh, did I hit the wrong plant? Yeah, I must hit that our plant to be destroyed. Alright, Cerise the Mage has completed Rested Learning. Okay, so with that, we can go over here. Are you too short? No! I didn't realize this was a problem I was gonna run into. Okay, and there's no such thing as like a short door. Oh, is that why they're not using it? This is too short, they can't stand there? Ooh, it makes sense, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Alright. So this is something I was debating doing earlier. So we're gonna go ahead and destroy these. And I'm not gonna spend a bunch of resources on it now. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna grab the tree planters. And basically, I'm just gonna move them over. And then we can lower this down and cut across. So with all this stuff I'm just building here, forget it. You all need to go. You're not staying. Don't disintegrate that yet. For right now, move you down here. I know you won't function. I just need you moved. So we're gonna lower this down, come across this way. Cancel build on that one. And cancel build on that one. Okay. So with this... we can go over... and get that swapped out. Oh, wait. Access. The irony in that the I want to be alone only one is the crowded one. Because I haven't separated them all out. Can the planters only be on the ground? I don't actually know that for a fact, but I figure if I put them down here where it's lower terrain, that should be low enough that the floor can go straight over them. I will have to make more grounded space later. This is going to be a thing I'm going to have to deal with. keep expanding our herb garden. Cool, so this is now back to being eligible as a mage's study. So they can get back to researching, which has been on pause since they started that crap. Yeah, there's a good chance they'll be on top. They could be up top as well. Yeah, I don't remember what their rules are. We can check. Oh, it says outdoor. Yeah, so they gotta be outdoor. So, like, I can't plunk them. I mean, it's pretending I can. I'm assuming as long as it's interior, it just won't grow. Because it'd be weird for it to be called outdoor and then it works perfectly fine outdoors. There, so we can get the cabbage built. Yeah, so right now, all of that's not supported correctly. I haven't had anything collapse. I'm assuming that is what happens if you don't resolve that. Yeah, so that should resolve that. Hey, King Grommet's no longer restricted to only eating gut berries, cause... So King Grommet literally has all of their trials done. Oh, Burning Sun can finally graduate. Okay, cool. So we're gonna graduate Burning Sun. Yeah, so we're gonna lower all this. And I'm gonna make, like, the assembly whatever room up here. Cool. And with that, we are ready for another student. So what wands we got laying around? We got a fire, a water, all that. Just gonna grab another... Actually, not another fire. I got another fire. We'll grab an earth. Cool, so you all supported now? Yeah, alright, so you're good here. So you'll go over here. Construction. That's considered a floor, so I gotta get rid of it. Earth magic is cool. Yeah, earth magic is your construction magic. Meanwhile, is your lighting still good there? Your lighting's fine. Alright, so we got our new person here. So our new wizard is Beset. And you want to defeat an enemy that's at least level 2 or higher without anyone getting knocked out, pet a refining beast, and to dance in any recreation room with no one else there. And you cannot use that yet, but you can use the Tome of the Instructor. Teaches twice as fast in a basic classroom. Which, obviously, you're just going to be leveling that up. Yep, you're an earthbender. And in about 1 hour, we'll do our next drawing for, keys for Farm Sim 25. I got some keys for the game, plus its Nexat DLC that I'm giving out. So in about 1 hour, we'll give out the next one. And I did just catch they want to dance alone in a recreation room. I missed that key detail. So what would it take to make you into a recreation room? A conservatory must be towered. Okay, well that doesn't help. Because there'll be common rooms. Man, alright. So what I'll probably need to do for that to work is I'll probably need to go to the schedule. So to fix this, just get rid of this. Just disintegrate it. It's done. What we'll probably need to do is have a schedule, and you have the I want to be alone schedule. Well, the I want to be alone schedule already has its own rec time. It's just the problem we have is because we're gonna have to separate the people who want to learn alone and the people who want to rec alone. That's gonna be a thing. So let's go ahead and from here edit, and we want to say dancing on your own, take that off the schedule. So you're on the alternate schedule to wanting to learn on your own. So yeah, so it's literally just the two of them. So once we make the one into apprentice, that should solve itself. Rituals. You're about halfway up to what we need. Yeah, we're not gonna mess with that. And what do we need to do for that? A lot of spore cap, honey drop, and all that. Yep, so we're just trying to get all these things going. Okay, no new food here. We'll definitely need to make a proper kitchen. That's still a thing that hasn't happened. Crafting, we still don't have meat for that. The only one we're waiting here is on the crystal ball, which is also depending on lots of other materials. Place that so we can at least stage the door. Okay, so everyone's learning. Do you need to raise animals to get meat? There will be ways to do that, I believe. Because you've arrived here somehow. We did have a decent number of raids pop in between like Kildrix, Justice, Radamant, and all that. So probably tagged along with one of them. Well, welcome, Sherry. How's it going? Kildrix? Gotcha. And for those who don't know Sherry Kind, another fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld. Also been playing some Schedule 1 recently and all that good stuff. Has a fun, like, shark theme going on with the VTubing and all that stuff, and absolutely fantastic, so definitely worth checking out. Okay, so we've got that sorted. So from now, we can go ahead and put the door here. Why does it... Oh, it's making it into a floor. That's fine. And for right now, we'll put a roof on it. Everyone knows it needs maximum wonk. Oh, that's only going to probably work if it's up there, isn't it? So let's go ahead and get you plugged in here. That means you need to shift over like 2 tiles. We'll also need one down there. You can get plugged in down there. And I also need one for over here, so I'll build a copy and just shove it up here. You're making this game look good? It's a good game. It makes itself look good. We'll also need a door on the other side. It's not going to lead anywhere else yet, but this one specifically said it cannot be a private room. So I need to get that all sorted. Alright. So Illicit's coming along. Let's push down here because we've been ignoring this. Okay, so you're weak to water, water, water. Alright, so unfortunately our water stuff is not very high damage. King Grommet is kind of maxed down their level right now. What's your health? You got pretty good health. I think with it just being a level 3 Belcher, we don't worry about playing on its weaknesses. Okay. So get back to starting to push down there. It'll keep expanding the school. All right. Fractal mode. A rare magical plant. We'll go and bump that up because I'm genuinely curious. Alright. So, we're going to use our same strategy of boosting everyone immediately on the get-go. So boost ourselves. Boost the other team. Oh, that's not the one I want. So this one doesn't really matter. We just need to hit something. Same here. Doesn't really matter. Just hit them. They have so much health. Okay, so we're just throwing everything at him. Okay, at least they don't do much damage. They seem to be mostly tanky. Alright, so you give them defense. The downside is sentient spells do damage to Sentient Cookie. So Sentient Cookie is slowly killing themselves on these spells, so I'm gonna have to be careful. I go ahead and smash you. Okay, so you're only 29 damage, but that'll... Oh, I see. Okay, at least that's the front row knockdown. So all you can do is multi-strike now. I'm gonna have you pass because you actually do regain mana, I believe, if you just stay out of it. Alright, finish that one off. Alright, so Cookie is in serious danger. I definitely put too much damage in on them. The good news is they're in the back row. So you have nothing you can do right now, so you wait. Keep giving defensive abilities to our people. Alright. You have no mana. Okay. That's good, because you're running out of mana, and then we're going to just have to keep passing turns. But we did kill it. We cleared an area. It just gave me some stone and iron. It's fine. Alright, so Cerise is... Were you a gifted? No. Alright, so Cerise is fully trained. We're going to graduate Cerise. And that'll be good. And then once that's done, we will turn around and bring a new student in. And keep the learning going. So summon new student. I won't be picky. Bring me a fire mage. Makes no difference. I got 2 people were trying to make adepts, or make into, not adepts. What the heck's the term? Apprentices. We got 2 people who are going to be making apprentices, and I need the resource, so I just need people to run through here. Teach them up, get them on, move them out. Alright, so we got our brand new fire mage, which would be Captain Pirate. And you want to defeat one enemy party above ground. You want to participate in a ritual while full, and you want to eat bitter stir fry. Meanwhile, we should check our people here. And see if we can't attune anything new on any of them. Okay, so you still need a higher level there. You still need a higher level there. You need a higher level. And you can use that one. Yep, so the fog is advancing, so we didn't harvest this. I've got that set to a high priority. Oh, I don't think it's fully grown, and that's what we were looking at before. Yes, it's a rare thing. So basically I want to harvest the really rare thing first. Just get it done. Before things get too far. Alright, so we gotta wait on wood. Four. Basically, I'm going to add a little bit higher priority so they just go on deforestation. Once they knock down a bunch of these trees, you just don't queue up the next one to be higher. Oh, the runewood trees, I believe, are also special, so I'll make those a high priority as well. I think we can make the really large chest doing that. And you need a lot of materials I don't have to push the fog back more. Yeah, so this will give me a Jade Dragon Egg, but I have to have apprentices to do that. So I need a nature apprentice, a dark apprentice, and a couple other things. Alright, I've got a storm incoming. That's not great for us. Because this is exposed over here, and that's exposed over there. But there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Just gotta let them keep building and all that. Increase the priority on that. People are gaining levels. You're over halfway there. 38 out of 54 that we need to get our next apprentice. Alright. Well, it's good that you're one of the gifted ones, because you're going to stay here. Versus if it's someone sending away, then they'll get upset if they have a preference for being around someone that person is removed. Oh. Did we get a more mana shards? Nah, we don't have more mana crystals, that's fine. Yeah, so Sentient Cookie's going to take a while to recover. Because they do damage themselves, and we push them pretty close to getting knocked out. Alright, here comes the storm. It's going to destroy any of the junk sitting out in the periphery. Yep, so that's hitting my roof over there. Yeah, so Rongor slowly gaining levels. So is Illicit NZ. Illicit NZ is getting pretty close to maxing out their level, but they got a little ways to go on their air magic, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm curious, for the plants that grow naturally down here, like if there's a way to control that, keep it from happening. Yeah, so all those numbers popping up are stuff we've harvested. They're just rotten out there. And a piece of our roof got destroyed because of lightning striking, and that's not being covered. Apparently that makes that no longer considered. So you like using earth magic, despite the fact that you're not an earth mage. Let's see, what resources does it take to pump out a carrier rug or two? For the carrier stuff, that would be sinew and viscera. Or ectoplasm. But we usually have them laying around. The problem is our storage for the most part. Like, this stuff is just way out here, so it's not getting grabbed very much. Like, to be fair, there's, like, not much is even out here anymore that I'm even worried about. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Ooh, we're only 7 shy of being able to, get another apprentice. Yep, nah, Infinity Simplex is still kind of like the one running a lot of it. The intentions that Arongor eventually will step into those shoes. But it's still going to be a while. Alright. So, I did notice it shows that people who want to be involved in that defeat one enemy party above ground. You're level 1. I don't think we should involve you. Rongor, on the other hand. Yeah, so Rongor we probably do want to bring into this. Even though they're probably not the best choice for fighting here. So we've got water against them, earth and nature. So let's go ahead and grab King Grommet to step in for Cookie. Because that'll give me the plant damage to do well here. You have so much utility, it's really hard for me to not bring you. Meanwhile, Rongor here... Rongor can give the people a chance to crit. And recharge them. They don't have a ton of life. I think it's fine. Because if Rongor does this one, that'll satisfy one of their things they want to do. Is this the base building game? Sort of. It's base building in the sense that, like, RimWorld is base building. So let's go ahead, and I think we're going to go and use Inspire on our, Yeah, I'll use Inspire on our Earth Mage, so they get to go next. They can use Quake. That'll kill the one there. And maybe the other one. Awesome, that's perfect. Okay, you actually hit hard. So growth, puts thorns, swirling vine, attack an enemy and the enemy behind it. Surging strength, add 20 power for 2 turns. I'm gonna go for that. With the intention of having them try and just deal with this. Oh, you got a new level of flow. Okay, so we're gonna inspire you again, so you get another crit. Alright, but yeah, so you build base, it's got kind of a RimWorld-esque mechanic. The big thing is instead of combat being you stand behind cover and you shoot from behind cover back and forth and RNG, that kind of stuff, you've got turn-based combat. But it's like someone took RimWorld and then tipped it up on its side, so like even the thing where we got there's a common room, and then there's a mage's study, there's a dining room, there's a classroom, there's a scully. You get the idea. And they all give bonuses and all that. You gotta deal with, if in this one instead of mood it's called conviction, that their conviction gets too low, they can, we had only one person happen that we had a fire mage who their conviction dropped and they got pulled into the fog, which is deadly. Because of this fog way out here that slowly closes in on you, and you burn resources to shove the fog back away. At the same time, you also go down here, there's an underground area below your base that you slowly explore by doing fights and all that. So it's got a lot of cool stuff happening. But yeah, the thing is these rooms have really weird requirements. So this one here, it's required to be skewed, so it needs to have one wall is much shorter than the other wall. We have rooms this one needs to be an interior room, which means it needs to be in the middle. It also needs to be lofted, which means it needs to be taller than it is wide. You've got rooms that are required to be elevated and all that, which is the whole thing. Alright, so Beset does not like using fire. Beset is team no fire. Go in here as people level, switch their priorities. Alright. Your team grow. Yep. You're I build, no destroy. Only build. Okay. So I queued up a bunch of them, just prioritize chopping trees for a minute. So we're just going to give ourselves a ridiculous amount of wood for a little while. Okay, drop you back to a 3. Drop you back to a 3. Drop you back to 3. You back to 3. Okay. Because we just got ourselves like 180 wood real fast. We can repair these spots. Start getting this moved around. Get this next room built over here so we can have whatever this thing is called, the assembly room or whatever. Yeah, so we only need 7 more from the learning stuff, and then King Gromit can become an apprentice. Auditorium? Yeah, I think it is like an assembly hall or auditorium or whatever it is. Pretty soon you'll be... Yeah, you'll be pretty soon you're going to be ready to become an apprentice as well. Honestly, by the time that's done, we'll be practically ready to make another room. Like, so far as another place. Because we are getting to the point where I do feel like we need a, more housing. Honestly, for the really nice staff bedrooms, I could see putting them in here so that they'd be interior. Have the doors on it. Well, actually, it'd be hard to make those work that way. That's the thing that's going to need to happen, is I'm going to need to have, like, where we have the air apprentice thing with that. And, Jakala, thanks so much for the 25 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Someone was busy building. Yep. Need more sinew. Okay, so limit to 100. Peso settings. Alright. Right, and we needed to go to this side and add a door here, because it needed to not be a private room. It means it needs multiple doors to get in. Or multiple entrances, I think is what technically says. Let's see, there's more learning happening down there. Only 5 more. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Precognition is what we just got. Used to make a room into a divinatorium. Adds scholarly luxury. Okay. You said a lot of things there, and I don't know what half of them mean. Alright. You said divinatorium. Let's see, a divinatorium increases the augury rate. I don't know what that means. Needs a crystal ball, it needs to be in a skewed room, and it needs to be a private room. Okay. Let's, oh, you know what? This room will work. One way in, it's taller than it is wide. So once they fix the roof, so I think literally all I gotta do is go... put this thing down here down in here. And you also need an armillary sphere. That's the sphere. What is the other thing? Oh, the crystal ball. So I need ice petals. Divining rod is a form of augury. Divination and a guru. Yeah. Augury? Yeah, I was saying it's like our guru I don't recognize. Augury, yeah, like divination is it can mean a couple different things, but yeah. We'll figure it out. The point is I got a room. We need to put scholarly stuff in here. This room is already skewed and everything like that, so literally we just need them to go and set that up, put some decoration. Alright, so we've got this. So this room we want to set up, and it was... So the Great Hall, I believe, is the highest level one of these for advanced rituals. So you must have the ritual sigils, sculpted relief, and a bunch of luxury. It must not have private. So I believe for that to progress, we just need to plunk you in here. And then the next thing we need is we need light. So how much light does this room need? So you have 1,000. So we need about 500 light. So for light, you give 200 light. It's gonna be one of these situations. Alright, so we'll put the large window right up here in the middle. So it's 360 plus 200. That should be fine. I think. How much were you again? I think it's be ever so slightly not enough. You know what, forget the window. Because I believe I have plenty of materials for the chandeliers. Yeah, the chandeliers are cheap, or candelabras are cheap. Versus the windows are a little bit more annoying to get the materials for. Is the big thing in ancient Rome, or maybe it's a generalized expression now? You don't know? Let's see, an augury is telling the will of the gods, or something similar. Mainly from bird behavior. Gotcha. Yeah, which, like, divination is usually, like, predicting the future as well. Like, that was the whole gimmick in Path of Exile, is you got your divination from, I can't remember what her name, and she was like, you'll go and kill a tough enemy in this place, and then if you did the thing, you'd get a special reward. Alright. Okay, and that'll be more rice, and then you can get more of that done. Yes, it's gonna take a little bit of work. What are you up here? You shrunk the lightning rod, but it's still there, it's fine. Just noticed day 50. Yep, it's been going well. We haven't built super aggressively, which that's the thing that's hurting us right now, is insufficient staff members. Which I am working on. All these ones here, I'm planning on making all the way up into staff members. So your recommended level set, a burrower larva. Okay. So you're one level 70 enemy. Lava pool heals the burrower lava and its attendants for a max of 5 hit points when ending a turn in this combat slot. Incoming water attacks deal twice as much damage. You are strong to earth and fire. So Pyreal, unfortunately, you don't really have much purpose being in this fight. Alright, so let's consider. King Grommet, I think you sit this one out. This is a good place for you to die, is what it is. So Illicit NZ, you're going to jump in. Rongor is also going to sit this one out. Let's go ahead and get Kalaria in here. Kalaria already was in here. Infinity Simplex could boost people for crit damage, because you have no weakness. So I'll put you in the back row. So I need someone to be more of a damage dealer. I'm a little scared to bring Cookie if this is a sustained fight. Because Cookie's whole gimmick is they hurt themselves to do extra damage. I think we go for it. The big question is how much health it has. You said level 70? No, it's level 7. So, like, it's a lower level than everyone but Kalari in the group, so we should out-level it. It really, but it's one enemy, and it mentions helpers, which to me implies we're gonna get new enemies during the fight. The question is how much health it has and how much damage it deals. Because it could be I'm over-preparing and we're just going to slam it with a crap ton of damage and murder it before it matters. Or it could have a ridiculous amount of health, and that this is an endurance fight. Okay. So, we are going to use... Actually, in this case... So you're much cheaper mana. Oh, you have a ridiculous amount of health. I understand. So we're gonna haste ourselves. And haste the other group. Alright, so Tentacle Sweep still does 121. We can lower your attack damage and speed. So we're just slamming it with everything we can. Okay, so you do hit hard. Alright. So you still have haste for 2 turns. Put the defense stuff on there to try and protect Cookie. And you're already getting low on mana. So we're gonna recharge you. Because you're our main damage dealer here. Your multi-strike isn't gonna do a whole lot, so let's not worry about that. So you're gonna pass your turn and just be ready. I'm going to have Cookie hold back and casting more spells for a moment, so that we can hopefully have Infinity Sim. Okay, the burrower's checked out of the fight. Lava power. It gains power every time it submerges itself in lava. Untargetable, cannot be targeted. Give everyone defenses, whatever we can. Should have given them potions. Hey, there we go. Oh, I can't inspire still? That's not super helpful. So let's go ahead and put the shield wind up there again. Okay, so you have a reduced cost in this now. Cool. This is starting to become worrisome that we're struggling on the mana front. Again, you do 13 damage, you'll do 26 damage. I'd rather you just keep getting your mana back and dealing with that. Oh, I'm scared to keep pushing with Cookie. They're my main damage dealer, but I need them to deal with that. Okay, we slowed you again. Keep those recharges going. So we're gonna go ahead and put... Oh, I can only put on you. I don't think it'll double up the shield on... Oh, no, it does. Okay, so I can just stack that shield, so that's good information. Alright, I need you to not spend... Alright. This is getting dicey because we're running out of resources to throw at stuff. Yeah, so they're gaining mana every turn. So what I'm hoping... Cookie's the only one who's able to reliably deal damage, it's just dangerous to do so. Oh. Heals Burrower and its attendants 5% of its max HP when ending in turn in this thing. Incoming water attacks deal double damage. So we have the problem where now it's starting to heal itself, and I don't really have much we can do about this. So what I'm hoping I can get the inspiration up. Because if I can get inspiration on Cookie, so how much is inspiration? Oh man, inspiration's 80. That is too much time to waste. We might end up having to flee from this, because I don't think I can afford to have Cookie just slap it again and again. We're digging deep, and I'm really hoping for the best. Okay, it's untargetable. Pass for mana. Pass for mana. Put up the windshield so I don't get hit when the lava pops out. Give you some defense that made your shield. Yeah, no, we have the potions being produced. Okay. So, you can use flow. That's good. Go for that for the double damage. Do we just go for it? I think we just send. Either I've got the mana or I don't. After that, we flee. So you can do 121. Please do not target Cookie. I just don't have anything to go. We gotta get out. Oh, Cookie's gonna be left. Cookie's at death's door. Alright, so that was our first loss. And it's, I just didn't have a way to sustain it and all that. So what we are going to need to do is start carrying around mana and health potions and that kind of stuff. Okay, so we want to go to that bed and use a revive ritual, and Cookie is going to gain trauma. You know, honestly, with the potions, we would have been fine, because the thing that hurt us is just running out of stuff. So we have... We'll have you carry a potion of recharging. You carry a potion of recharging. You carry a potion of rejuvenation. You carry a potion of recharging. We could stop there. So, Cookie's going to gain trauma. So we get to see how bad this ends up being. Did you... Okay, so you're no longer at death's door. So trauma. So right now they're gonna have a misfiring wand, and that's gonna recover in 6 days. So they didn't take a scar effect as far as I could see. So we may have gotten lucky that there was no long-term consequence. There's a mid-term consequence, and that's gonna just take a while to work through. I don't technically need the last one. Oh, this is already an assembly hall. And then for the next higher room, we need a sculpted relief, and then other stuff. Luxury. We don't have sculpted relief, so we won't worry about that. So we've already got a better room here. We can hire staff there. Cool. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. I thought we were good to hire staff for a while. It didn't even cross me that that's great. Oh, literally one more learning and we can get King Grommet to be a apprentice. Yeah, so that was, we definitely had the level advantage, but the setup we brought in there, it was a lot of bang, but no sustain. So once we weren't able to knock him down right away, what I should have done in hindsight for my intro opening is not had Infinity Simplex bother attacking themselves at all, and instead have Infinity Simplex immediately turn over and juice Sentient Cookie to get the crit, the guaranteed crit kind of thing. I think that would have gone farther. And honestly, for that fight, maybe Illicit NZ doesn't bother being there. We just get another damage dealer, because it does feel like that fight, the amount of damage we were receiving was not too horrible. Like, there was a pretty good punch of 60 damage here and there. But, being able to toss in an extra 100 damage a turn or something like that, I think would be way more important. At the same time, Infinity Simplex did give us the double haste, so we could just smash a ton of damage in right at the opener. It's fine. We can always just level up and then trash it with extra levels. Nature Apprentice. All right. So, you're supposed to gain 9,000 something XP once you do this. Because you got every one of your trials done. So my hope is we're going to see you just immediately jump up to like level 8. Alright. Now, challenge here is as we're getting more and more and more apprentices in different rooms. Yep, you're immediately level 8. We'll have you probably carry potions as well. See, Illicit's the only one I'm not sure what to do with, because they don't really need a mana potion or health potions are pretty high in both those. We'll carry one just because. You still can't use that. You need to be a level higher. You can't use that because you need to be a level higher. Okay, and you got a ring that gives you max health, speed, and power. Why can you not? Oh, you just have a different one already in place. You have the tooth. Alright. So you've got the tooth maxed out, which lets you construct and carve. This one gives you more speed, power, and max HP. So that does make you much better at a fight. Let's see. Replace the fully attuned tooth with King Grom's belt. Reattuning. It'll require reattuning to gain its power. That's fine. So work on that and see how that goes. Because I am curious what'll happen with a lot of that after this. So you're still learning. So the good news is we can hire staff once I have... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, never mind. It has to be fully, Gotcha. So it says must be a student that's fully trained. Right, that's the reason why Alyssa's not there. It's only 25 shards. Alright, so we got level 7 requirement. Okay. So this is a much easier fight. So we got our Earth stuff. So Sentient Cookie is out. Pyreal's in. So they can take care of that. Infamous Simplex is out. And King Grommet is in. And I think that'll be the mix-up. Because I'm not actually super worried about these. That's fine, because they're lower level. I'm just going to leave it alone. Because the only one that's still hurting from the last fight is Cookie, because they basically got defeated. And everyone's grabbing their potions and all that. And how close are you to leveling and all that? So you got a lot of XP to go. And you're getting pretty close to maxing out your air stuff. Alright, so again, we haste the back row, which basically gives me 2 moves. So we haste the front row. So pretty much what I'm doing is I'm giving me a chance to use every one of my abilities before they have a chance to really do anything. So lets me knock a lot of them out of the running. Oh, well, that's not super helpful. I guess we'll just do it to lower your thing. So you can do, like, no damage because it's water on... Oh, wait, never mind. They're weak to water. That's right. I saw it as, like, looking like his water. I'm like, oh, clearly this is bad matchup damage. I'm wrong. It's good matchup damage. Meanwhile, we just hammer on the last one because I don't have a whole lot else we can do. Your mage is really beefy. Yeah, your mage is pretty tanky. Considering they're only level 7, they're pretty tanky. Oh, and Beset is fully leveled up. How close are you to being done? Okay, you're right about to. So we'll just give it a moment longer, and then we'll get Captain Pirate and Beset out of here at the same time. I'll let them graduate from school. Bring in others. Oh, all right. So what we're gonna do real fast, chat, is I'm going to end the queue again, and we're gonna start it again. And the reason we're doing this is we're gonna begin the thing for if you would like Farm Sim 25, Farming Simulator 25, and the next DLC. I've got keys to give away. You'll do !join to enter yourself in for the drawing for those keys. So with that, the only requirement is that when I do the drawing, if your name is drawn, you just have to let me know you want the game. You don't need to be following, you don't need to be subbed, you don't need to be any of those things. You just gotta let me know you want the game. Just because, you know, people put !join thinking they're getting a name of it, and I don't want to give, like, the key to someone who already has it or has no interest in the game. You get the idea. So I'll have that. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take just a second because I gotta use the restroom anyway since I've already disrupted this. So I'm gonna go ahead and step away and use the restroom real fast, and we will say by my clock, 45 after is when we'll do the drawing. So about 14 minutes from now is when we'll do the actual drawing. So I'm gonna quickly use the restroom. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and Alright, and we are back. So yeah, so we'll do that drawing here in about 10 minutes. As a reminder, if you would like to get Farm Sim 25 and the Nexat DLC for it, you just need to do !join. The only requirement is if your name is drawn, you just gotta respond. No follows, no subs, no anything else required. You just gotta respond that you actually do want it. But in the meantime, we're doing relatively good. So it looks like Senju Cookie's gonna have some higher risk of, 25% chance of misfiring your wand for like the next 5 days. That's pretty bad. That means 1 out of 4 times you attempt to do something, it won't work. But all things considered, it could have been worse. Oh, build a copy there. Okay, so next one would be the Mandrake root planter. That's gonna be even more wood needed. Wolf can perform better in battle now. There are so many critters out there that need to be culled. Alright. It'll be real nice when we start getting our, dedicated mages. Let's see, do you need present to win the key? Yeah, because you need to respond. Because I want people to have to respond to it, mostly just to make sure they actually want the key, especially with something like this where we allow people to have named after. People won't read what's going, or not even read. People won't know what's going on. They'll join, not realizing it's for a key. And then once they give them the key, if they go, oh wait, I didn't want that or I already have it, it kind of screws it up. Besides, it's only 10 minutes. Not even, it's 7 more minutes. But yeah, so you just have to be here to basically say, yes, I do want it. Alright, so got the assembly hall here. We're dealing with graduation and hiring people and all that stuff. You'll stay up. You work 14 hours tomorrow? That's what I was wondering. Yeah, well, that's the reason I gave out, like, one key right by the beginning of stream. I'm giving a second key, which is now around the middle of the stream, and I'm going to give one last key right near the end of stream. One, that way people can only be here at the beginning had a chance, people can only be here at the end have a chance. You get the idea. And those will be the last keys I have to give out for Farm Sim 25 for the time being. Once we get this one, and then the one later in the stream. Cookie's still healing, but they're getting close. Let's see, in research, how far from roof decoration are you, or is it even not even a priority? It's not really a priority. It's also not super easy for me to be like I can go roof. Yeah, so that's level 3, so I can't do that without the next thing. Yeah, that's the roof defenses. Oh, I can see. Yeah, so some of these aren't super clear what they are. That's kind of the problem is, like, you know, stained glass window and all that. It might even be that I have to get the second research thing first, just to get the research thing and all that. So do you love farming sim game? Do you think 25 is the only one you're missing? Well, in about 6 minutes, you might not be missing it anymore. But yeah, and you'll get 2 keys because you get 1 key for the game itself and 1 key for one of its DLC, the Nexat DLC. Yeah, no, we have the defenses. That's this thing, the lightning rod towers. And Cookie's back up and all that's going along. All right. Yes, we're getting to the point that pretty soon I won't care about most of the stuff out there. For the moment, I just need way more wood. We just need to, like, let stuff sit till we get there. Alright, so you should hit level 3 today, and then that'll be those two graduating. And that'll be pretty solid for us. And I still need to make it so we can have more students, which is going to take some more work. Honestly... So you want to enlarge that? Cancel that. And for right now, just shove it here. Because we're going to strip that roof off and push that up more. It's not worth wasting my time on it. Now we can go here and say demolish. Okay. Let's keep working on that. That's fine. Oh, there, you're ready for graduation. So we can grab Beset and Captain Pirate. Does graduating make her staff? No, so graduation, basically, you end up leaving the school. Like, the idea is you graduate from school, you go off to do the next thing. The way the game works is you end up having to graduate a lot of people per apprentice and per staff member. Because graduating, like, as they learn, they give you a material to then use for stuff. It also gives me relics. So, like, Captain Pirate here gave me this relic, which makes people better at tailoring. And then you gave me a stony necklace that makes it so people who have earth magic get a higher skill cap. Okay, so we can handle 2 more students now. So let's see. Let's get ourselves another water student, why not? Then we'll get ourselves another fire student. Okay, now Dark Wand 2. Nope, not Dark Wand 2. I keep hitting that button. Dark Wand 1. Okay. Alright, so we got a brand new student. I'm not going to name them right now because we have the drawing for Farming Simulator 25. But we will name them after that's all sorted out. We'll give people a chance to get their names in the hat. So we'll have 2 students to name at that point. But we'll worry about that after the Farm Sim 25 getaway. So as a reminder, if you want Farm Sim 25 and its next at DLC, you're going to do ! join. The only thing you have to do is in about 1 minute, I'm going to do that drawing. And if you're drawn, you just have to be like, yes, I would like the game. And if you do that, then I send you a DM on Twitch. And it'll have those keys for you. You don't need to be subbed, you don't need to be following, nothing like that. I just strictly need you to confirm they actually do want the game. Just because we have had where I've given a game out before, and so I was like, oh, I thought this was like for naming a colonist. And luckily they just had me like draw another name or whatever. And then they organize that between them kind of thing. But it's one of those things that once I send a key to someone, I personally myself won't, like, consider facilitating it again, because you never know when someone's, like, gonna use the key and then be like, no, wait, you can give it to someone else, and then you get to someone else and the key's no good, and then it becomes a whole awkward situation. So that said, when people want to give out keys, they can handle it their own. Alright, so let's go ahead and draw that name. Get this going, so let me go ahead and get this popped up. And so for the Farm Sim 25 key giveaway, it's going to Slazzy Wazzy, if you are here, all you need to do is say something in chat and basically be like, yep, want the game, anything like that. Anything that makes it clear that you want it's good enough. One second. Cool. Just, yep, cool. Let me go ahead and get that your way. I was just getting distracted by a, another DM real fast, so give me 2 seconds to grab those keys for you. And I'll drop those off. And then we'll get all that sorted, so let's see. Farming Simulator 25. And that's the key. And grab the DLC, because that's going to be a different key, so let me mark through that I've used this one so I don't give it to someone else. And grab that one. Mark it done. And next at DLC. Alright, and make sure I got the right name. Rookie Lurky Streak to pop in. No problem. Alright, so that should be with you, and it'll be the 2 keys there. And congratulations on your keys, now it's time. Time to uninstall FarmSim 17, I guess. It happens. Alright, so we're gonna stop that thing. We're gonna start again, and this is if you want to have a colonist named after you, you'll do !join. Let's see. Cool. Oh, wait, don't do that. Okay. Actually, I unpaused where I've got that there. Okay, so we'll get back to it. But yep. So I hope you enjoy the game and all that good stuff. I know I really enjoy Farm Sim. I played a lot of Farm Sim on the channel. The next at is a pretty weird machine, though. It has some things it does that it's objectively better than anything else in the game for it, but it is a really weird, cumbersome beast that generally I'm like, yeah, just get a big tractor. Don't fight with this thing. I'm kind of wondering if I can make, like, nicer bedrooms here for the staff. As the thing we work on next. Oh wait, no, because the entire thing is they needed to be private, one entrance in, and there's not a good way for me to do that in this room. That's right. This is the cue for the name. We will have another key later, but I won't do that drawing until about an hour before stream. Or about an hour from the end of stream. So this is the name cue for a little while. I'm going to give people a chance to put their names in there. If you want, I already got 2 people sitting here. I'm just giving people a chance to enter. And then we'll do another Farm Sim key giveaway in a bit. How are we doing on Repel the Fog? Let's just do that. Oh, so it keeps escalating what I need in order to repel the fog, which is interesting. So in 4 hours, little less than 4 hours. It'd be 3 hours, 3 hours and like 12 minutes or something like that. Because they normally stream for 9 hours. Alright, once they finish that tile, they should be here. So, I can make another dormitory for even more students. That wouldn't be a bad idea. So you really enjoyed your playing through of Farm Sim? The gameplay plus talking about different topics is always nice. Oh yeah, no, I've done number one. So like the recent one we did was just for the Nexat stuff, but before that, I usually do what's called the Survivor Man Challenge, which is where you play on a hard economy and you start with like $0 and just like the bare minimum to be able to make any money at all. We're not even talking good money, I mean literally any money at all. And yeah. So can we do the Jade Egg yet? No, I still need more people. But yeah, so normally we do that, but that is definitely a game that falls in the we just play it to chill kind of thing. Alright, so Captain, so that's a Vivified. I still don't know what some of those are. Alright, so we gotta decide what room I'm building up top here to start figuring it out. So from the Book of Rooms, we already have that. So with the bedrooms, we can make a private room. We can also make a bed chamber. Ah, so bed chamber would have to be on the bomb. So I don't think realistically we have that happen. Okay, so you can only have up to 3. So bed chambers require canopy beds. You can only have up to 3. So private quarters, you can only have 3. So we can actually make that work where it's just 1 door in. Silent means it cannot be against a classroom, rec room, or all that. So we couldn't do that here anyways. So it's going to be a bust for that one. If we go to our rec rooms, we can make a House of Commons, or a House Commons room, which is what we got over there. And that wouldn't be hard to make happen either. And now it'll just let me increase that. So workshops, we already have the divination room as a thing in product. Woodcutter has to be on the ground. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. So that's interesting as an idea. So we can make a woodcutter down below one of our areas. We'd have to ground and all that. We can make a fine kitchen. So it just needs to be grounded and pristine. So yeah, so what we can do there, so that's not going to be the fine kitchen, but with this here, we'll set your goal to be fine kitchen. Oh, but you're not going to have a place to put a chimney. Oh yeah, you will, because you're an outside wall here. I can put 2 of the wall chimneys out there. The big thing is to be that dragon walk, getting that built. This is a curious game. It's a really fun game. I've been very much enjoying it. Yeah, so we still need meat for that. We need more of the ice pedal and all this for that. So I can't get any of the crafting stuff there. I'm not going to worry about building the other apprentice rooms just yet. I think realistically that's going to be a difficulty that we're going to run into. One thing we might be able to... Well, no, because the trees are too tall. Oh, right, we're still waiting on your chalkboard, which unfortunately now I don't have enough brains for. Yeah, so that all has to be repaired. It's a really fun game if you enjoy colony builder style games. Yeah, it's a colony builder, it's just got like this whole school vibe going around it. Alright, so let's go ahead. Yeah, we'll go ahead and name people. So here's gonna be for our water mage. That'll be Canahawk. They're probably not gonna be here super long, unfortunately. But that's gonna be true of any students that we're processing for the purposes of getting through here. And then we got Alpin. So let's go ahead and get Alpin in here. And then we'll check out what the deal is with both of you. Alright, so for Canahawk, you wanted to dance with friends. You want to recharge some mana lanterns. And you want to dance in a rec room for... You basically just want to dance. That's what you want with life, is you want to dance. You want to eat honeyed gruel. This is Alpin. You want to eat honeyed gruel. You want to dance with friends. And you want to sleep in a dormitory for 25 hours. Alright, so this is only not a ritual room or not the other room right now because the ritual circle's broken from the rain. And you're getting pretty close to ready to become staff. We unlocked new furniture of a fancy bed, which requires rune wood, which I don't have. All right. So back to deciding what we're doing on top of there. This is for quilting. I mean, it makes the quilted things last longer. The painting studio, I don't really know what any of that's for. The sculpting studio requires to be on the ground. The mage's stuff, we're not worried about. Pristine interior room that has tinctures and all that. That'd be the alchemist lab. We already have the rec rooms. The conservatory requires to be towered. We already have an infirmary. For a hospital, it has to be private, silent, all that. That won't work for that. Ritual room, we've already got that. Relic room. So that needs to be silent, which again, we can't do in that location. We can do the archive. Oh, the archive. Okay. Plinth powers don't work unless it is an archive. So it just needs to be pristine. Okay. And then dragon rooms must be tower and open back. And miscellaneous needs a skylight. So we can make that... Honestly, this whole space wouldn't be necessary for it. So our choices are, I can make it a room for extra students or relic plinths. We don't have the stone. Let's just make this into another room for the students. Okay. So for the room for the students, I need 2 dining tables, I need 2 recreation things, and then we need a heck of a lot of beds. So let's try and make that happen. So with that room, it is how many tiles wide? "14 tiles wide. So that'd make it the same height, plus 1. And then that would make it lofted. Cancel enlarge. Wait, why did it not do that? Okay, so we can go over here now. Perfect. Oh, wait. I see. Alright, well, I've been memeing with this. Okay, we're gonna have to make this less utter jank. So I'm making a really big student, like, dormitory here. There. That'll work better for placing the lightning rod. Okay, so move the lightning rod. Not move it. Enlarge the lightning rod. And I want it to... There we go. What? Why are you still only showing the tiny range? Let's... I don't understand. That one shows it covering the whole range. It's fine. I'll just leave it alone. It'll figure itself out. Okay. So plan here is I've got this giant room. Graphical glitch? Gotcha. Alright, Alpin is happy they have gotten to dance with friends. This pleases them. We will add a door here so that people can get over here. That does mean this light will need to move. Okay. And then my goal here is just make this an absolutely ludicrous, giant, absurdly large bedroom. Oh, I don't have enough wood. Alright, hang on. Okay, we'll let them get that done, and then we can worry about that. But yeah, so the plan here is to make this a really, really, really big common room. Wait, okay, hang on. Double check, I might be making a mistake. For you to be the bigger one, you need to be interior. Alright, slight change of plan. Okay, hang on. So, it needs to be an interior room, which does mean it'll need to be closed in on this side. We can solve that. In the meantime, we can cancel enlarging that. You do need to be this tall. So you can go over here. Oh, don't cancel that. Don't disintegrate that one. Okay. So that would satisfy to make the room lofted and everything else. Have you considered a stairwell? Yeah, so you've got stairwell like this style. That goes like this. And it takes up just one tile width on the back, so there's advantages there. And then you've got stairwell like this. That it does take up more, like more in a round area, but all that. Oh, button closed? I could, and then I'd have to light up the whole thing. I'm not super worried about it, because I can just put the stairwell up here. But yeah, so then the plan is I could put a room on top here, and then as we spread this, this could be income interior space. Because now that we got it, I could kind of just build out as much as we want as long as we get the resources. Ooh, that's all new materials we haven't seen before. Oh, I forgot. We pushed this fog way the heck back. Let's see, 2 walls with a circular staircase inside, which makes the common room interior. Oh yeah, no, you're saying put it here. That's not a terrible idea. Go and make the stairwell right here. Have the different floors going in there. Because you don't need to be private or anything. And then we just, again, put a room on top of it. That's honestly not a bad idea. Because then later on I could move these plants around and maybe put a foundation here and have it pop down. So you can just walk up into this area and back down into this area. And then this could become whatever the heck the tree room was. Meanwhile, I see some brains laying on the ground. And that's making me hope that... Nope, still not enough. Spectral Rift. Start the battle. Okay, so they're much higher level than they were before. So these are starting to ramp up. So water, Kalaria's here, grass, Gromit's here, earth, you're here, and then illicit running support. So we're starting to get to the point that those rifts are getting a little chunker. Okay, they're already in position. Alright, so again... using the haste to get kind of burst damage right at the beginning. Alright, so do the vines, that'll kill you. And pull you up to the front row. Quake will destroy you. And switch you into position. Yeah, so Torrent can skip past them, but Flow doesn't. They can do Swirling Vines, that'll finish you off. So I got to get one spell off the entire time. Cool. All right. You know, I think you're right. The spiral staircase is not a bad idea. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Heck yeah, this is gonna be a really big bunk room for a lot of our students. Please kill it. So we got lots of stuff out there. As you ran into an issue in the game where a spiral staircase did not allow access to all floors. It was really tall, not sure if it was a glitch or something you missed. Yeah, no, I was told once by someone else that they've had glitchiness with the staircase. I haven't run into it myself, but I'm not going to say it's not a thing, because, like, I genuinely don't know. One of the things that does make me curious with this is we have bridge. I'm curious if we can go like wall, bridge, one tile, wall. So you have the support there. So you're planning for the future, making sure you have enough room for large windows allows for the next level? Yeah. Well, the large windows are fine. The only reason I'm not doing the large windows is there's other things I need the large stuff for. There's, where are you? Crystal ball. It's those ice petals I need. The crystal ball. Getting real close. We got a couple people getting pretty close to being able to level up to the next thing. Let's bump up the priority on the ice petals. So if you exit is on the side that's blocked, then other people can't come in. Oh, I see. I'm going to need one more, one more tile. And the reason I need that is sometimes they walk off that side, and they walk off that side and they can't reach it, they can't get around. So this will give me enough room for them to walk around to do all that. But for right now, I'm not going to bother closing the staircase. We'll want to... Actually, no, because that's right. A horticulture infected soil? Crops... Oh, it's... Gotcha. Right, because we need to enclose this, which means I am going to need lights. Alright, Christop, how's it going? So we're going to need lights in here. Ooh, right, it's wood. We're just... Wood is a problem. Oh, also, so copy settings, paste settings, 4. So So we're scan. All right, so we got our 2 new students ready for graduation. What? Oh, it's damaged. Right, so it needs to be repaired. Let's go ahead and bump that up so it gets repaired. You notice your tag, anti-min-max, just basically doing what works? Yeah. Well, it's because, like, I'll sit there and, like, one of the classic ones that came up is I was playing RimWorld, and we've done plenty of wins in RimWorld and all that. But having people was like, excuse me, but you need to rotate your bed and move it over 1 tile so that you reduce the walk time to the door. And it's like, my immediate thought was, if I have to move the bed 1 tile over to reduce the walk distance by 1, and that is like an important life decision in this game, I am done with this game. Which, for the record, like at that point I'd already put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into RimWorld. It's just like one of those things, it's like, that is a level of min-maxing I don't care about. The aesthetics are more important to me than that. But if you look closely, you can see where the exit is based on the little fence wall around the stairs that intersect the floor. Yeah, if I have to adjust the stairwell, that's fine too. Because I forgot we need to wall this in. So my hope is yeah, I'll see what happens. They might not be able to exit this middle floor. We'll figure it out. Yeah, so basically we're gonna make ourselves a really, really, really big room for the students, which will then clear me to do something else with this space. Because I'm imagining I'll be able to shove a lot of students in there. Who knew stairs were so complicated? Meanwhile, anyone who works in, like, company, like, the safety department or whatever, or, like, code enforcement or, like, architecture is probably going, no, stairs are terrible. Fun fact, a lot of times when you're talking larger structures, stairs are used as one of your primary support locations. It's why when you go and you look at like a bunch of, you know, big office buildings and like apartment complexes, those kind of things, that quite often they'll build the stairwell first. One, so it can be inspected by code easier, but because it ends up being a structural thing, it's a, you know, because you have a narrow area, it's usually like that, so you have like the surrounding walls. It's just a nice hardened part of your structure. So it's a good place to base a lot of stuff from. It's one of the reasons they'll usually be along either the center of a wall or a corner, and not just like weirdly someplace else. You have stairs you think have to be load-bearing walls around them? Yep. Yeah, also elevator shafts. I haven't noticed the elevator shafts. I'd believe it. But yeah, no, they also need to be able to, if the building, you know, has any type of like structural stuff going on. I didn't realize we got tons of these running around. All right. Bunch of ice flowers there. But yeah, no, they have to be hardened. The idea being, in the event of a disaster, you want your evacuation route to be the place that holds up the best. Because it doesn't do you very good to have an evacuation route in your building if it's the first thing to go. That was, there were, I was watching an engineering thing about, like, all sorts of different evacuation designs that they were experimenting with. Because it had just been, I don't remember what building it was, but there had been a building that had suffered, like, catastrophic damage, and, you know, there was an evacuation, and things didn't go well. We don't need to get into the sad part, but it was like, we gotta come up with a better idea than make people run down 20 flights of stairs while the building's on fire or whatever was going on. Like, we gotta find a better a better solution to this problem. And so they're trying to come up with all sorts of better ways to get people out of buildings. And they had their single most efficient way of getting people out of the buildings that they said they would never do because no one would want to get on it on just because it primal fear kind of thing, was they would put these aluminum rails on the outside of the building. I think it was aluminum. I could be wrong about the material. But it would be a platform. And so in an emergency, they would fold down the platform, and you'd have this thing attached to these rails, and you get everyone on, they would buckle in, and it'd hit a lever, and it would fall. And it would, like, literally go into free fall. And it was using a phenomena that I believe it was when you move two magnetic metals past each other, they can build up a magnetic charge, or an electrical charge that creates electromagnetism. And it had material near the bottom, so it didn't need power, it didn't need anything else. You'd just pull the lever, the thing would start falling at whatever speed it could get up to with the wind resistance. It would get really close to the bottom, the material would be changed on the rail near the bottom, so that would have that phenomena which would quickly decelerate it. And you're like, it's super reliable, it's very safe, it's super effective. You can put as many people as you can fit on the platform where you just have to worry about, like, the weight of the platform and, like, the leverage against the rail that it's not going to damage the rail. And you can just 100-something people just drop down. That's a lot of faith you have to put in that tech, even with understanding. It's one of those things you look at, it's like, the science is sound, it would be a very reliable system, because, again, no power required. Even if the structure is under duress and all that, that would just work to, like, slow thing. It'd be reliable until someone didn't maintain the paint coating at the bottom. I don't think it's, like, paint coating. I think it's, like, literally you swap out the material. But it was one of those things where, like, but we're not going to do it because you're going to spend, like, 2 hours trying to get everybody to get on the platform and, you know, buckled in, while half the people are having a panic attack. Understandably. Because you're like, yeah, we're just gonna drop you 100 stories. It's fine. We've tested it. It's okay. And then again, you just pull the lever, push the button, whatever it is, to just let it go, and then the whole thing comes down. But the beauty of it was you could sit there and have, like, your 9th floor, here's their platform, your 10th floor, there's their platform, your 11th floor, there's their platform. You go to the other side, and you get the idea. And you could, you know, circle the building and evacuate entire floors in one go. And you'd go from, like, being able to take an entire floor of people from the moment you're like, hey, everyone, it's time to go. And in a matter of single-digit minutes, you could have them all there and pull that lever, and you're good to go. Okay, so we got a thing that needs hunting. So what we're going to need to do here is go to priorities. Because what that's going to do is it will take over one of my rooms. This time, though, I've got a lot of run-up for it. So it'll try and get to one of our rooms and take it over. In the meantime, though, we can kill it. It is real tanky, and the more damage I do, the weaker it is when it does take over the room, like the easier a fight I get on the other side. Where are you going? Why did you go there to fire? So everyone is pouring everything they can into it. Yeah, you say that effect in school, and it was eddy currents or something. You know it should work, but no way you'd want to test in real life. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like the science is sound. You can test it again and again and again, and it works reliably and consistently. But also, in that moment, it is real hard to be comfortable with the idea of, like, yeah, I'm just going to basically chuck myself off a building in this thing, and it's okay. Like, no parachute, no anything. It's okay. And it doesn't matter. It's the same thing for, like, I imagine when people first brought planes into existence, and how many people were like, absolutely the heck no. Metal in the sky? Are you daft? You know, and after, you know, decades and decades and decades and decades and decades of it, you're far more comfortable. That said, the thing that just falls from the sky, I think is a much harder sell. Can you get it? Can you get it? Come on, it's only got like 2 hits left. Yeah, we killed at the last second. So it did not manage to take on a room, and a bunch of people gained a bunch of XP. Meanwhile, before everyone goes on a murderous rampage hunting all of the wilderness there is in the map, I don't actually want them all in an utter rampage of kill everything. Yeah, Illicit is really good at the air stuff. Anyways, I totally forgot. So Alpin and Canahawk, you're graduating. Congratulations. Ooh, Canahawk's gonna give a really good result there. You are a gifted student that we're basically just waiting to have a room for your class to make you into an apprentice. As you saw a video from like 10 years ago about this guy suggesting a simple ideas for existing tech that nobody was using. Like simple microwave film that allows people to see through smoke for firefighters, or tiny cylindrical drone to fly high tensile ribbon that hovers up to any building window to save people from burning high rises. It allows the line to be attached to a securely bolted down furniture, safely climb down. Yeah, and that was basically what they're doing, is it was kind of just spitballing, and it was one of those things that, like, they had a lot of ideas. Rock caramel. Okay, very tasty food. But, there's, like, some really cool stuff that they had there, but it was one of those ones that are like, okay, this one has some very strong, reasonable groundings and all that. But also, it's going to take a lot to convince someone to be willing to do it. Maybe we should maintain a large enough supply of psychotropics to get people to follow your commands. Oh, geez. No, that would sound terrible. The fog is advancing. So I think what's happened is because their bodies are laying everywhere and they're not getting processed, they keep reviving. As the building kits expire, everyone who doesn't go on the platform and has no medical condition gets a dose. Yeah. Well, that was one of those things that, like, it was a fun experiment, but they were like, yeah, you're not getting someone to walk on this thing. It's like, it doesn't matter if we can prove it's 100% safe. Like, there is levels and levels and levels of evolutionary programming we would have to overcome before this could be a possible solution. And it's not that they couldn't try it at some capacity, some point. It's just one of those things that, like, there is a real steep barrier to entry on this one. Alright, so we will get a Dark Mage in here. Actually, so we would need a lot more. Okay, so not the Dark Mage. We'll get a Fire Mage that we're going to just teach, and then they'll get out of here. And we'll get a Water Mage that will just teach, and then they'll get out of here. And after that, we'll try and get a gifted Dark Mage that will become an apprentice. Because for those who don't understand why I'm rotating people, it's these Gnosis shards. The Gnosis shards you only get from people while they're learning. You can actually see where they're laying on the ground here in the classroom. And you only get that while they level up. Obviously, when someone maxes out their level, they stop learning. And so it is a thing that to get more, you have to bring in more and more students. Alright, so we got our brand new student here. And this one is going to be Big Rye. This is the major operation to shut down Big Wheat. So you want to eat in the mess hall, you want to clean some messes, and you want to learn on your own. And you cannot equip any of those relics because they're too high level, but you can attune that relic to help level it up. Big Rye. The monopoly on rye bread. No one knew about it. No one saw it coming. Alright, we'll get another water mage in the pipe. Big Rye likes being indoors. Cool. That's easy enough to accommodate. Alright, so do we have anyone with open slots? Extra conviction while learning and teaching. Sold. Mage quilts faster. I don't need you to do that because it's not something you're gonna do much of, but okay. That's fine as well. You need to be level 12 for that, which is gonna be forever. Higher level of nature spells. Ooh, actually.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 40 months. Morning.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 3 sub. That's 40 months you've been subbed to channel. Really do appreciate that and all that good stuff. Let's see, exploring down the spine to get to the other elemental caves. I probably should be doing that. Alright, we got ourselves our last new student for right now. And that's going to be... Icon words. Lightning... Ooh, Lightning Queeze? Lightning Q's? But yeah, no, we should go down here. Like, the last time we got trashed by the worm down there. We are a bit higher level this time. So it wouldn't be a bad move. Right, I wanted to go here. Yes, you're already scheduled to be replaced. I do have wood. Not sure what the holdup is with that. Has limit of 100. Copy settings. Base settings. Alright, so outdoor. Yeah, so be the Mandrake root is the next thing we would need. And that's waiting on obnoxious amounts of wood. Yeah, that fog pushes way out farther than I thought it was. You also have more water mages now? Yeah. We're gonna have people rotating around. The problem is these are all super low level water mages. And Kalaria's working on it. But if I look at Kalaria's stats, I want to say Kalaria's not one that has a very... Well, actually, no, your power level's pretty decent. Still. I'm kind of hoping we can get another level of one of your spells. Cool, so they are slowly getting that all sorted out. Because, I mean, another thing is, we go down here mostly for, like, the iron and stone. Iron and stone we're doing really well. What we're not doing so good on right this moment is wood. But that's okay. I think King Gromic's gonna be the first of our, apprentices to max out. which would be great because that'll finally free up getting ourselves another person to work on that stuff. Have you been leveling stuff up more? Yeah, I love to see all those red good. They can also go tier to open up more of the spine. Okay. So, we do have a lot more people involved who could potentially get work done. And Illicit's also doing pretty well. They're a little bit behind on their air magic, though, unfortunately. Alright. So you also just give wood? Yeah, so it's just another thing that gives wood. And all that's just waiting. Yeah, so you're still waiting for a Dark Apprentice. Okay, so if we go to fight this thing again, so it's strong against fire and rock. So Pyreal went last time because I didn't really have someone else who could contribute. No, Pyreal did not go last time. So last time we sent Sentient Cookie, and Sentient Cookie was the main damage dealer, but it was just kind of one of those things that while they were dealing damage, it cost them health, which makes it hard to sustain. Illicit NZ early on was boosting our damage output, but doesn't really have that kind of sustain, which is a problem. Rongor here honestly would probably do a better job than Infe Simplex in this fight. Doesn't have as much power, but we don't care because you're going to use it for recharge and inspiration. And inspiration gives us crit damage. The other alternative we use this, because the Swirling Vine... Oh, wait. I could use Swirling Vine to pull it out of the lava, potentially, into this front row? Maybe. I don't know if I can. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, the lower level water mages aren't going to do much. I think I want to leave that one alone right now. We'll do the easier fight for right this second. Yeah, so you're weak to grass, you're weak to grass, you're weak to earth, you're weak to air. We're already set up. Knock it out. Yeah, so do the easier fight, because I'm kind of feeling like if we get these people to get just a little bit more levels, we might get a higher level in the skills they already have, which just ramps up the damage they do. And you finished all your trials. Wait, what? No, I take that back. You have not finished all your trials. You're about to. And they're just knocking out levels. Okay. So the Belchers are weak to the vines. Well, that's interesting. So it dodged it because of the cover. Okay, we'll just not hit the things we want. It's fine. It's interesting that you went last in this case. Oh, that's interesting. It can't hit over there. That's fine. Not super worried about it. Yeah, so you are neutral on it. You're neither strong nor weak, so we'll just hit you. Unfortunately, I can't hit that back row, so I'm just going to slap you with the regular one. And we can do the vines again. All right. Hey, actually good damage because you got a crit on it. Cool. Yep, so we got some more materials. We'll let them all recover their stuff. You need more recreation. What's probably needed to happen is they probably need more sources of recreation. We haven't unlocked that much. Rain is incoming. Well, I don't love that. Everything out here I care about that's not already collected. Not really. It looks like it's all fine. We grabbed the stuff I really care about. Try and get that covered up before it gets broken, and this is going to bleed through and damage stuff. That's just what's going to happen. Okay. So we'll get that room built, and then we'll probably try and do is up on top of it. We'll get like the water and all those classrooms sorted out. Got way too many wormweed pods. Alright, so we're getting a bunch of those ice flowers. Please tell me we're getting close to the point where I'll be able to... Okay. So, for the classroom... That'll make it an advanced classroom. For crafting... There's the crystal ball. Are there Tycoon games you have your eye on right now? I mean, I really enjoyed Hollywood Animals, which would be a Tycoon game. It's early access, and only one of the 3 acts are available in it right now. But that was definitely one that I would keep an eye on, actually waiting for it to come out. Alright, so we're doing this again. Yeah, it should destroy those corpses that are laying around. But there are Tycoon games. Not that come to mind, but that might be I'm just not thinking of them. Alright, so... Copy your settings. Paste. Yeah, so it's leaking on the floor below and just damaging everything. It is what it is. Alright, and that's all covered, so that's all good. Why are you damaged? Right, this room isn't anything right now. Okay. So we wanted to make that an alchemist lab. So you need a decoction apparatus, a tincture shelf, let's see where we have. So luxury. We don't see there. Furniture. Be nice if it was easier to find something. I probably just don't have them. Okay. So that's considered a small rooftop decoration. So if we look at this, and we would want to set that to hopefully get this room here to be you. And you need 3 or more large decorations or a bell tower. Is that a tiny opening on the roof? It's being repaired. It is covered by roof, so it's not leaking. But the rest of this is all covered. We're not seeing water drip. I think it got damaged earlier and I just missed it, like a Roa ghost or something got in there. We can go to outdoor. So we still don't need still don't have the wood for the mandrake. Yeah, so runewood is way out there. Oh no, you just dealt with it? It's damaged through the storm? Oh yeah. No, this is, yeah, that's fine. I gotcha. Yes, that'll be the alchemy lab. This room, I gotta find out what I'm doing with it. That's the big question, is what am I doing with this room? From the workshop side of things, so that the kitchen will be down below. I could certainly make this, that one has to be that has to be there. You have to be lofted so you won't work. You have to be grounded so you won't work. You won't work. So all those other ones won't work. Not going to be any of those rec rooms. We already have the medical room sorted. The ritual room sorted. You can be the archive. We can make you the archive. Because you need relic plinth and then other stuff. So I don't have what I need to make the archives, at least I'm pretty sure I don't. But when we get the sculptor stone, that'd work for a relic plinth. So I like this game a lot. It's very interesting. Many things to do. You're playing your first game in relentless difficulties, so it's very chill. Yeah, I've not had too much difficulty with the game so far. I have noticed the enemies are gaining in level, which, you know, one would hope they are. Okay. And I keep throwing you into fights, hoping that'll finish leveling your stuff up. You're getting close. What's going to be huge is when suddenly all of these people start being able to become staff, and then suddenly I have a much larger dedicated workforce. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing we've been doing. Boost our haste immediately so I get multiple turns before they get a turn. So you can do the swirling vines. That'll kill the one in the front and pull the one in the back up. And then Quake. We'll kill the one on the right and swap the one that's over. And then you can use Flow and finish that one off. And then before they even get to go, we've knocked them down to one person. Who gets one attack. And now we just decimate them. Made different for rest and relaxation? Yeah, so the thing I haven't seen yet is looking at what we've got, as soon as I remember where the heck our rest and recreation and stuff is. Yeah, so, oh, wait, okay, so the chairs are recreation? Oh, Okay, I missed that was the source of recreation, was the chairs. So we can have recreation in some of these rooms. Interesting. You hate mundane classrooms. Classrooms have a luxury of less than 50. Yeah, so you need a chalkboard. And 4 more bookshelves. Maybe because it's damage it's not counting? Because to me, that sure looks like 4 bookshelves. Alright, we'll let that sort itself out. Alright, but yeah, so we're gonna try and get that all sorted out. In the meantime, we're still waiting on wood. That's gonna be a thing. These two are right on the fence. Yeah, so you got just a little bit to level there, and then about a level and a quarter of your air magic. You've got 1 level worth of lightning magic, and then getting that all sorted. Alright, and so you finished your big thing there. You're getting pretty close to maxing out your level as well. And then you two will be out of here. It's just gonna take us time to get this this room built here. Honestly, one thing we could also do here. 'Cause you cost a lot of wood to build, don't you? Not a lot of wood, but not a little lot of wood. So destroy that plant. Mark the tree for destroy so it stops growing back. Because if we knock down the sweet leaf, I don't know if that grows faster, or the bristle cone. I don't know if it grows faster. I have a feeling there is an advantage of those trees over the ones you find at the beginning, because otherwise, why would you grow them? You're gonna be so tired tomorrow. I'm sorry. I know you're holding out for the key and all that. It is a thing that I deliberately stage it for different times of the stream, just so everyone has a chance. Because otherwise it sucks for people who can only be here at the beginning or the end or whatever. So what I'm kind of hoping we can do, because I haven't messed with the bridge yet. I'm kind of hoping if I put the bridge there, that it will still count this as one room. We're gonna find out, because I'm hoping this will count as one room. Alright. Yeah, so we still need more of all those things. So we want to get the mandrake root. Researched the room together. Luxury. Calming large drug, occult large drug. Cool. So add a couple of pieces of recreational furniture that I'm hoping will help. So we have almost enough if we could set up the water teaching location. I'll have to wait till it's built. I kind of wonder with this if we could do like the water one here and then the other one right there and just put them in the same room for now. It's like water and fire or whatever. And then later. And you are pretty close to leveling as well. So I kind of bunch them up into a room or two until I have what I need for all of them. Everyone's already fully recovered. Ooh, you have a lot of cover here. So they're all weak to Earthanet, so let's get King Grommet out of here. Because Sentient Cookie, this will be a good one for you. And honestly, get Kalari out of here and bring Rongor in here. Because then Rongor could boost them to do crit damage. Alyssa can boost their speed. And then the R2 are damage dealers. But his games are getting ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, at least Farm Sim's not too bad. But yeah, no, that's like, there's talks about, like, the base cost of GTA being, like, $90, but then, like, really the one that's gonna have the stuff you want may end up being, like, $120, $130 or something dollars or whatever. And I'm sorry. I'm just not willing to spend that kind of money. You can lower your graphics a good, like, 5 or 6 entire tiers if you got to bring that price down. That's just not reasonable in my book. I know that's what it costs to make it, and I can understand and respect that that's the case. But for me, from a pragmatism side of it, I can still go do something else and it not cost that much. Alright. So we are going to inspire you so that you guarantee crit and you get faster. And then you are going to do that. And they both dodged and did no damage. Cool beans. You're gonna haste both of us. Haste both of them. And you're going to inspire them again. What does this actually say? Gives a 100% chance job. Okay, so I should actually read the text. Okay. So basically, AoE can't do it. If you actually read things, chat, you learn things. Alright. Can actually use haste again, which is pretty surprising. Because you can understand AAA game pricing increasing if they're paying their developers and artists properly and treating them well, but they don't. Leadership shareholders. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of that kind of thing where, unfortunately, you know, a lot of the money doesn't get to people. Not all AAAs are in that situation, by the way. There are some that are better than others. But yeah, I know it is a pretty steady problem. Multi-strike. Just because you can. You wish you could lurk more often, but your phone doesn't charge properly if you leave Twitch running? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Alright, so we're clearing out more of this. Mostly doing that to keep stuff going. Wait, what am I seeing down here? Oh, one of the boxes need to be repaired. Oh, did we get that rune wood finally? Yeah, so large box. Hey, Doc, how's it going? Nintendo sets the price for games. Not alone, because, like, for example, when it comes to the prices we're dealing with right now, like, it's a big thing the entire industry is kind of watching is with GTA 6 when it drops. You know, it's very clear that GTA 6 is going to be running a price higher than we've seen before. And kind of the entire industry is holding its breath being like, okay, are people going to accept that price? Because if they do, you're going to see just about every AAA game jump up to that price. But if it ends up underperforming, then that's kind of like the okay, we've clearly hit the limit. Because historically, $60 was kind of the limit that the market would endure. But over the years, it has slowly started to creep up over that. Now, granted, a lot of people will still hold at that $60 price point, but you have enough people who are willing to buy it at the higher price point. That's the thing. Time to get the ship ready? The ship? Alright, Lardine. You sleep well. Thank you for hanging out and all that stuff. Alright, so you're right about to max out, and then we get you two to graduate. This is coming along fine. Can't tell. Did I short you one unit of staircase again? No, you're good. Okay, that side's open there. I don't think they can actually reach this spot. I don't think we can build a bridge over here, can we? Alright. Yeah, because at the... do we have a giveaway going? Not right now. We'll have another giveaway going in a couple of hours. Basically, 1 hour before the industry, we'll do our last giveaway for keys for Farming Simulator 25. So right now, when it comes to stuff going on, the join is for getting yourself into school. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, is that the entire staircase might need to be inched one more to the right. And I'm not thrilled by it, but it is what it is. I do wish I could kind of double-click this and it would choose the entire thing. Because this one here, I'm not seeing the opening. This one looks fine. That one looks fine. This one here... Oh, I mean... No, that might actually be open there. We'll wait and see. I'm going to go on the assumption that this is going to be fine. Then you go over here. Shove a door in there. Because, yeah, then we can put the wrecked stuff down there and just a whole bunch of beds up here. Kind of like we have this one's layout. And then once we close that off and we close this off, it'll be just a ridiculously large room for that. So we are starting to get more wood. That's good news. Okay, we are ready for graduation again. So that's going to be you two. Your school is huge? Yep, it's growing. Once we got the support columns, you really are able to expand outwards. I do wonder, like, what the limit is going to be here, because it does seem like I could just keep going outwards, and then the big thing is making sure I can power whatever I need to power to do that. That's what she said. Oh, hey, so we already have a crystal ball being made. That is waiting on us getting meat. And these are all waiting for us to have a floor there. Use create a staff lounge. Wait. Oh, right, because I don't have a roof there. That's fine. So kill it. Kill it. And then with that, we can go summon new people. So let's grab... Actually. So we still need more shards. So we will summon a water mage. It will summon a fire mage. But then we should be getting pretty close to being able to summon a gifted dark mage. Speaking of which, we should go down here. Go add wand. Earth wand. Do until you have one in stock. So we got earth, dark, fire, water. Lightning. Nature and air. Because we'll keep one of each wand in stock at all times for rotating out the students. Okay, so we got our new student here. Let's go ahead and get that name drawn. And that'll be Sounder Fan. And the things you want to do here is you want to go 2 days without falling below on your craving, your recreation craving. You want to go 2 days without getting very hungry. And you want to sleep in a dormitory or common room. We can go ahead and you cannot use that. You're not high enough level. But you can get the item that Lightning dropped to help level that up. And you get the thing that gives you extra levels in Earth stuff. Now, before anyone else goes very far, we want to get another person in here. So we can do fire, water, or dark. We're going to go ahead and go with the fire. And basically keep bringing in new students and rotating them out. But the next day should be able to get ourselves a gifted either Earth or Dark student to start working on getting that sorted. Now, we are allowed to have 21 people here total, from what I've seen. I don't know if you can increase that cap. 21 is a pretty significant number to juggle. Yeah, so all those... So we're probably at the point of killing that that lava worm or whatever. Okay, so we got our new fire mage. And our fire mage is going to be Luxray. I'm assuming you graduated, you? Yep. And Luxray wants to eat gutberry soup, tend to plants, and clean up messes. Honestly, at this point, alright. So let's add a new group. So settings, or not that. Add custom group. Gut berry soup. Okay. So we can go here. Use for advanced meals. We want to look at active trials. Go to edit. Clear. Gutberry soup eater. Okay. Okay. So it'll be just Luxray. Then go to our meal priorities. And Gutberry soup eater is going to be restricted to eat just Gutberry soup. So we satisfy that. Ooh, the large chest carries 75 items. Yeah, so we'll let them slowly get that sorted out, and then we'll slowly get rid of these. Actually, not even slowly. Let's disintegrate the first box to take advantage of the large chest there. And then slowly work our way back. And we'll probably end up making a storage room. There isn't, like, as far as I'm aware... Okay, so let's double check. Yeah, so it still counts as one room even with that. That's fine. I figured with the bridge it would still count. So you're open back there. I think you're open there. I think those do have openings on all of them. Unreachable object. Cannot reach for this spell. It's fine. That'll be one that we can have once we go to expand that. Someone else will go in there and deal with it. Canned wood is still not great. We're using it all to make wands and floors and all sorts of stuff. I do look really forward to making these staff members. Because you're just waiting on about 1 1/4 levels of air magic and you're done. You're waiting on just under 1 level of lightning magic and about 1.5 levels worth of XP. You got about 1/2 level XP and a little over 1 level of nature magic. And then we're going to have ourselves some new staff members to work around here. And that'll be good because we'll split the load on the teaching and everything else. What? Oh, you're my little sweeper bot and you just don't have anything to do. Yeah, but this is a major expansion here. But should free up this whole area here. And in theory, I could try and make this whole area, like, make this a classroom or whatever to get the boost there. We'll worry about that later. We'll end up wanting to probably try and see what we can do to make the dining room better. Okay. Added crystallized vision. A crystal portent. Crystallized vision of the future created through the augury used for battle preparations. Requires Gnosis shards. Crystallized prophecy. Crystallized vision for the future created through the augury used for advanced battle preparations. I don't know what that means. Let's hit this button once. I mean, it's cheap. We'll have you create one crystal potent. And then what are you missing to be... Alright, so you need 20 scholarly luxury. So that gives 2. So let's go building, luxury. That's 1 scholarly. That's 2 scholarly. That's 6 scholarly. And then the large rug is 2 scholarly. So it's actually a little hard to get that much. The bookshelves help. So we can put the chair down there. Yep, so still don't know what that does. Crystallized vision of the future created through the artistry used for battle preparations. Okay. So it's not an item I grabbed there. Yep, no idea. Alright, so that would be 2, so that'll put us up to 10. So start battle. I see. So I use those crystals, and I can turn on the effect. So I could remove the defenses of enemies. Right, I see. Okay, that's fine. So we definitely want to do that. That is strong. So we have water, grass, and earth. Cookie out. Calaria in. You can boost you for damage. Rongor out. King Grommet in. Yeah, so all of our... So we'll have 2 of our apprentices and all that. Yeah, because Rongor could boost the crit damage, but I don't really need that. Okay, so the catch-22 of that is... Let's see, 4 away from gifted? We can bring in a gifted student. I need to free up a bed. Because I've got 6 students, and I got 6 beds for students. Because otherwise they sleep outside, that they don't get all the mood bonuses. Alright, so again, boost haste right away. That's what Illicit does. It's like, get your double attacks. So do the vines, as always. Kill the one in the lead. Almost kill the one in the back. Can't quite finish them all in one turn. Wait, never mind. I take that back. Literally killed them all before they had a chance to defend themselves. Okay, we got you again. Do that. Alright. Was he lurking? But you're a bit more tired than you. Oh no, you're all good, Lightning. Absolutely, get all the rest you need. Oh, bird is the word is the thing we just researched. And that's the easel, which requires ash parchment, which we don't have yet. Luxury completed nurturer. Oh, that's for taking care. Oh, that's for plants. That's cool. You can't use that. You can't use any of those. All of my relics are getting too high level for the thing. Bird is indeed the word. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Thank you again for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. All right, because I'm looking forward to getting like 8 or 9 students and just grabbing a bunch of students in and then sending them all out real fast. So like really having a large number of people learning, as well as having more workers. We're getting really close to them. Like basically Listenancy has 1 level left in their air magic. Rongor has about a level and a half of like regular levels. They'll be maxed on their lightning by the time they get through that. And then King Gromit is honestly just about 1 level on both their stuff, so they should be pretty good. I was getting hazy. Yeah, you still got like almost 2 hours beset till the giveaway. I know you're trying to hold out for it, but you know, make sure you get your sleep. Well, I won't have another giveaway after that probably in the immediate future. They usually always do dare drops, so it'll probably be months from now, but the next time they drop a DLC, they'll probably do dare drops. I'll likely sign up for it. Get a couple more keys. Because, I mean, even if, like, a fraction of a people sign up here, it's still going to be, like, a 1 in 40, 1 in 60, 1 in 80 chance of winning. Which is still a chance. But probably not worth screwing up your whole sleep schedule for. Trying to get the regular plants out of there. There's got to be a way to keep those plants from growing. I mean, it's probably you build your foundation down here. Once the foundation's there, the crops can't grow. I assume they'll still qualify as elevated. We also unlocked a new... Oh, Weaver Bird's Nest, which is a bunch of sinew. A refining beast for creating wood, rope, and textiles. Okay. We definitely want the Weaver's Nest. Did someone ping me or yell at you for you to wake? Well, I'm not gonna yell on stream, but if someone like pings you on Discord or something, I mean, I wouldn't end up waking up with that, but if someone's willing to do it, that's up to them. Yep. Yeah, so if you get drawn, I'll give you a couple minutes to be there. Obviously, if you don't respond, then it'll be what it is, but... Thanks, Infinity. It's one of those things, like, I don't want to get in the habit of everyone being like, oh yeah, just DM me if we do it. Like, I have no problem if people do that. For others, but I don't get in the habit of, like, having to DM everybody. Yeah, learn. Learn that air magic. You're right there. Ooze have appeared. Okay. Grows from filth, damages furniture, and filthy rooms. Oh, right, because cooking makes a huge amount of mess, and we do have the thing that is actively cleaning. It's just not done. Little by little, we're getting this built. The other thing we're gonna need to do... I remember what this is under. Furniture? Hallway runners. For those who don't know what this is, the hallway runners make it so your people move faster horizontally on it. Well, it's changed? Yeah, no, we're starting to get where we have more and more people capable of more and more, which is really helping build things up getting done. Because one of the things that was really holding us back before was just the fact that very few of my people were capable of, like, I had just the 5 here that were able to, like, work on everything, but now I'm getting more apprentices who are able to do more, versus the students who are extremely limited on what they're allowed to do. You're more decorative? Yeah. So these carpets actually let you run fast on them. So that's where you see, like, it only can be on, like, the very front part, but you'll see, like, where that person, like, kind of does, like, a really fast run. That's what it is. I think it's, like, double the speed or whatever. It still doesn't look fast, but that's just because the walk speed they have normally is really slow. Which is all the more reason anything that gives you more is good. Yeah, so you're lagging behind, so let's go ahead and let's graduate Luxray. Because they're already good. And then after Luxray is graduated, we're gonna go ahead and try and get ourselves a gifted either Earth or Dark Mage. So gifted, we only have the Dark Mage wand available, so let's go ahead and do a gifted Dark Mage. There's so much stuff in this game. Oh yeah, the game has so much in it. Like, and I am way over investing. For those who didn't see what I'm doing here, is this whole area is going to be one big room. And it's going to be, like, this is the common room for the students. We're making this into a giant room for the students so that I can get, like, 10 plus students in there at a time. Which will be a whole thing. And I have not been able to keep your happiness maxed. Your recreation is doing pretty good. Raven cultists will perform worse for the next couple of days. Where I was about to make the comment that maybe we should make another chance at that larva. Probably not when the Raven ones are... I actually don't think we have any Raven ones, so it might be a nothing burger. A gifted mage has arrived. Alright, so our gifted mage here is going to be Basset. Was Basset already in here? Let's think. Oh, the thing that Basset's going to run into is, we're going to open up a new thing when it comes to giveaway, so... them being in here now doesn't get there. But Bassett in here wants to learn on their own, pet the refining beast, and defeat 2 enemies above ground. All right. What happened to your wizard? You graduated. So you learned all we had to teach you, and we sent you back out into the world. And then you gave us resources and a relic as a thank you. Or in the name works as well. Well, that's the catch, is I've been resetting the queue when we switch to the giveaway. That way people pursuing the name, you know, who don't want the game, like we don't go through like 30 people who aren't here anymore and who, you know, don't even want the game kind of thing. It's not a convenient setup that I've got. Like, I have a giveaway command. It probably does work separately, but I've never tried overlapping the two of them that I can think of. And so I'm just kind of worried about it just causing mayhem. I'm like, you know what? We'll just deal. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're not one of the ones that's going through the apprenticeship, that you're not a gifted student, you are going to be sent away as a student. Like, when you max out your stuff. So that, like, Bassett here is a gifted one, so they're going to be staying. Versus Sounder Fan is not a gifted one, so they're going to be going. It's just, the nature of how the game works is you do have to get a ton of students and send the, like, tons of students, teach them, and then send them on their way. Okay, we're starting to get more wood. There are priorities again. Alright, so our new students haven't gotten more priorities yet. Alright, it's that time again where we go to everyone here. And if you can fight the incarnation, get your murder on. And those ones are for new people. Alright, because like we said before, this thing is going to slowly work its way in. If it reaches one of our rooms, it'll take over the room. The more damage we deal on it before it gets there, the more goodies we get. If we do manage to kill it before it reaches the room at all, I will get 50 eyeballs, 50 brains, and a monocrystal. Which would be amazing. The eyeballs I don't care about, but the brain would be really useful for us. You're an Earth student and a Dark student? You want to be a Vegemite student next? Please kill it. Going up there. Okay. Okay, so we didn't manage to kill it before it got in the room, so the rewards aren't as good. Live Farm Sim 25. You'll need to see if it's on the Switch. If it is, you put it on the wish list. I don't imagine it'll be available on the Switch. Honestly, not many simulation games do end up on the Switch, unfortunately. I mean, heck, not that many end up on consoles in general. Some of, like, but the Switch tends to get the last treatment anyways. Alright, so we've got our group here. So this one has no weaknesses. Those who have weakness to air. Spells cost less. And that grants you cover from AoE attacks. Alright, so this is going to be one of those ones we're probably just going to just need to deal damage. Now on the Xbox One, you looked. Yeah, no, that's a lot of simulations don't typically come to console, because usually simulation games are notorious for needing like 30 buttons kind of thing, and just controllers can be pretty limiting. That said, you can use controller with Farm Sim 25. I don't know how good it is myself. I've heard it's decent, but I don't use controllers, so I can't speak from experience. All right, boost the speed to get more hits in faster. Boost the speed to get more hits in faster. All right. Ooh. What has changed with... Oh, wait. Why do your spells cost health now? The damage is really high, but they didn't used to have a health cost. So I'm a little concerned about that. They hit... Oh, it didn't actually... I'm so confused. Is it a relic? That's my guess, is I've missed something with the relics. So your damage is 51. So it doesn't matter. Either way, you're not going to kill unless you crit. Yeah, we'll have to check what that relic situation is, because that's a thing that could get me into trouble. Let's boost your damage. I was going to boost your damage. I didn't check the order they go in. So we definitely need to check that after the fight. That King Grommet might have something we need to get rid of. Alright, so let's check King Grommet's relics. Let's see. So excited, increases your max XP and all that. Gains conviction while doing nature tasks. Okay. Gains power and max mana. No, none of those. Do you have like some weird status effect? Because your spells didn't used to cost health. They still don't list as costing health. Did I miss some like effect on that? Maybe it was an effect on the fight I just ignored? Steam issues? Tuesday, Steam servers go down for a little bit. F? Stream is down, I'm guessing? Okay. I didn't change anything, like you said, Steam issues, and it just seemed to still be working. Yes, there's like a little hiccup. I didn't see anything on my end, so I'm just gonna assume it was on Twitch's end. That happens. Yeah, no, it didn't reset. Like, I didn't even get like the disconnection notification or anything. Cool, cool. So we got all those laying there. Alright, so we got these doors sitting there. Famished. Famished on Infinity Simplex. And you are actively eating right now. But here's a question. Ah, I see what it is. So what it is the ravens perform worse in combat. Bane of Raven. Gotcha. I missed that King Grommet is considered a raven. I know the ravens had like the bird mask thing, So, but because you're a Raven and right now we have the penalty. Let's see, Twitch is acting up. You had 2 streams acting up around 5 p.m. Yeah, no, it definitely happens. Like, they have, like, an issue with an ingest server or something like that. Oh, meanwhile, we can go here, build, hallway carpet. Broom rack, that lets you fast travel. We'll probably need those eventually, but... You're doing the medical rest. This is getting close to being filled in enough that we can start getting the beds and all that set up. We also have fancy beds available. So there is a good chance we can move on to the fancy beds. Make sure this doesn't have a thing like... Alright. So what are your rules here? 5 or more plain beds, fancy beds, or canopy beds. Cool, so we can use the fancy beds. Yeah, so it doesn't sit there and say no more than a certain number of beds. So we can literally just, as many as I can fit in a room, that's acceptable. So these things definitely seem important. Let's go down and see what the most I could use in a fight would be. So I'm not gonna actually do this. So I've got 1 crystal potent, 4, 6. So 6. So we will plan to always keep 6 of these produced. Man, those are expensive. Actually, hold up. We won't do that right now. I'm going to need to get way more students before we do that, because I'd rather we get these people turned into faculty and all that first. But once I get this built in, I'm hoping I can start grabbing, like, 10 students and just bring them over. So just bring them in, like, large groups and be able to do it. Because we're going to have more issues. So lighting. So you're wooden flowers. And you're the ice petal. Alright. You like watching this game? It seems all the different ways streamers try to tackle things and various problems. Yeah, that's part of the thing with having so many different systems and depth and all that. I also like that this person just planted that tree from up here. That amuses me quite a bit. Let's see, the stream froze and kicked you earlier, but that's probably because Twitch Mobile keeps updating its system requirements, and you feel like your tablet's getting too old to keep up. Well, that, and the moment you're dealing with a wireless connection, there is stability issues that you have to worry about with those. It is an unfortunate reality of wireless. The fog is advancing, so the fog is still 8 days out. Pretty soon I'm going to need to do a pushback, so we can actually do that. Oh man, you're getting expensive to do. I am noticing that this is getting more and more expensive, which is something I had not accounted for. I'm assuming that has to do with how big my school is getting. It's either how big my school is getting or the time. Like, that could also be a major factor. Because even pushing it back from the same area we're at, I'm requiring more and more people involved. Hi. Hi. Are you getting sleepy?
I needed to give you kisses.
Yeah. Do you like the blankie?
Yeah. It's nice and comfortable. I love there's kisses.
Yeah. It's Doctors Without Borders sent us a blanket and a couple other things for raising a bunch of money. It's a blanket, a hoodie, and like that. As you're on the bottom of the barrel tier Wi-Fi, so you're sure it always plays role for sure. Yeah, especially for those don't know, if you're setting up Wi-Fi in your house and you want to try and set up the best to have the least amount of problems and all that, make sure between you and your wireless access point, you don't have anything that's a high power consumption type thing. So no, like water heaters, air conditioners, heaters, microwaves, dryers, like those kind of things. They can pretty badly scramble your signal. Alright, Luxray, take it easy. Alright. So, again, that's the level 12 stuff. So we did push the fog back again. Oh! I think we know where the map ends. Right, well no, because... Don't know. You know what I'm also betting the increased cost is? The increased cost might be how much I could push it back per go. Yeah, it's good to have it in the center of your house if possible. The caveat being if you have central air, a lot of time your air conditioners, like handler and all that's in the central of your house, and you don't want those near each other. Then it gets to be is like, where's your air handler? And trying to put the Wi-Fi not right on top of it, but, you know, in the same direction you expect to have most of your use be. Which can sometimes be tricky. It's one of the things that really sucks if you're running central air, is there's just not a good place for the Wi-Fi. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like whatever happened on Twitch's end did disconnect a lot of people. So it looks like we lost about a third of the viewers who were lurking. They got dumped into the abyss. Which does suck, and it is what it is. Put a door over here. He ran a 1,500 foot Cat 6 cable to an like a YubiKey wireless access point to the house. Got tired of basic routers. Yeah, no, I got a YubiKey as well. 1,500 feet of Cat 6 cable is pushing the limits of a Cat 6 cable before interference starts to get in there. That said, it's going to be a hell of a lot better than the Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, so that one's fine. Why was I seeing on the other side that it looked like it didn't go as far? Yeah, no, that's the edge of the map. Guess who's barely mobile? Gotcha. Alright, so you're fully trained, so we're just waiting on... Oh wait, no. The set is staying here, so Sounder Fan is graduating. That also means I need you to run down here and go get your fancy new wand. I do not have a wand available for you. Never mind. I will make you a fancy new wand. There you are. Let's see, you've got like 6 different wireless access points, 15 feet for all combined. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you meant just like one individual cable going. It's like, okay, you would definitely be pushing like degradation of your signal over that kind of thing. Yeah. And cameras, I'm sorry, yeah, power over Ethernet. 500 meter, it depends. So you've got Cat 6, Cat 6E, you've got a whole bunch of things. That's one of the things when you're like, I want to run my own network cable, what should I do? It's like, you should probably sit down and talk to someone to look over what you're doing to recommend you the cable. because when it comes to network cable, it's this weird thing where it's like, okay, so Cat 6e is better than Cat 5e, right? Sort of. Depends. If you're talking raw throughput, yes, but then there's interference considerations and all sorts of other stuff that it's one of those ones that, like, generally speaking, Cat 6 is better, but it's also one of those ones that's like, it depends. There are circumstances you actually would probably just stick with Cat 5. You thought the minimum was 1 meter, the maximum was 100 meters? I have no idea. Fiber is the best if you have really long runs. Yeah, because you don't have to worry about electromagnetic interference. You ran you ran 6E with shield against interference, but dang, it's annoying to run because of its thickness. Yeah. Yeah. It's also one of those things like, a lot of people's like, well, we should do this with Cat 6E. It's like, well, what cable do you have in your house? Oh, well, it's all Cat 5E. It's like, all right, well, putting one room on Cat 6E isn't going to help you. But Amazon sold you Cat 8 cable with gold ends. As a reminder, there's no such thing as Cat 7 and Cat 8 and Cat 9 and Cat 10 as far as actually supported standards. You can buy those cables on Amazon. Most of the time, they're just straight up fabrication lie kind of things. But even if you could get a supposedly like Cat 10 cable, you're going to plug it into a Cat 6 router or a Cat 6 switch, and it's going to do literally nothing because it's going to be throttled down to whatever the slowest point along the run is. Apparently snowing can DDoS a wireless router. Yeah, no, a lot of stuff can do a lot of signal issues. So yeah, if you're trying to do Wi-Fi outside and it's snowing, it murders the signal. Rain will do it too. Snow is worse though. It's one of the catches for when you're doing like Wi-Fi over a large campus. But you can buy a Cat 6, you Cat 10 switch on Amazon too. Yeah, as a reminder, those standards, like, there's the theoretical stuff, but there's not actually hardware out there that does those things. Well, the cable standards there are, except Cat 7, there are just no plugs or sockets, because RJ45 can't do better than 6. Yeah, the whole point is, like, ultimately, if something's like, I'm a Cat 7, you're being taken for a ride, is basically what it is. And usually they'll overcharge for it. Versus Cat 6 is the only one that's available. Eventually we'll probably get faster, but even then, the bottleneck isn't your cables usually. The bottleneck is usually your ISP. Can we recruit a couple of regular nature initiatives for some Nature Plus relics? We'll do that right now. Oh wait, I have room for one more student. Hold up, I'm getting ready to lie to you. I have room for one more student. So let's go grab ourselves. It doesn't matter. We'll grab a fire wand. But yeah, we'll be rotating through those. That's kind of the thing that I'm hoping we get a bunch of people in here, because you two. All right, you do we have your wand made yet? Yeah. So Besetta's gonna get their upgraded wand. You're just waiting till I can build your room up there so I can make you into an apprentice. You're also waiting to become apprentice. You'll have to level up. These ones are literally just waiting for other stuff. And we once again hunt those things again. We can actually stop these, and I really should be. So what we're going to go ahead and do is those will keep popping out. We're going to go ahead and go to the murder cube. So it's small carcass, small carcass, small carcass. Throw up. Do forever. Anytime there's a corpse available, just get the eyeballs out of it. Cat 7 is like 10 years away. Could be a bit longer till it's the norm. Well, I mean, ultimately it kind of doesn't matter because it's going to be the ISP that's your bottleneck. And genuinely speaking, the like, we're just starting to see fiber get, like, broader support. And Cat 6e can handle fiber. Any potions? That is a fair consideration. I have not checked our potion stuff. What the heck are you? Salt created through alchemy used for wands and battle preparations. That is expensive. A revival wand that we can heal things. A bravery wand that removes fearful. Yeah, so you can do a potion of strength. I don't really want to go and do those. See, one thing you wish that is legal is for ISPs using megabits per second as opposed to megabytes per second. I do wish it was a standard to just use megabytes per second, since that's used for everything else. Because that's always one of those ones that people are like, I have this cable, I have this connection, it's supposed to be 100, and it'll say like megabyte per second, but it's a megabit per second. Why is it taking me so god-awfully long to move this, this terabyte of data? I'm doing the math, and it should be, it should be one of those things that, like, it should work out to something like, this many hours. You're like, well, that's actually because it's 1/8 the speed you think it is. Because 1 byte is 8 bits. Or is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. I believe it's 8. My brain is wanting to say it's 16, but I'm pretty sure it's 8. Yeah, it's one of those things I haven't had to deal with that in forever. It doesn't travel in chunks of 8. It wasn't to deceive. Its way throughput works. Right, it's based on 8, but that's the catch, Captain Pirate, is on your hard drive you rate as megabyte, which is the one that's 8. It's the ISPs do it bit by bit, so it's 1/8 the speed. And they do usually send them through in packages and all that are multiples of 8 and all that. Alright, so that's fine. So we got a Greater Rift here. It's the same group the same style thing we keep fighting, so we're really well prepared for it. But yeah, no, usually when you look at the way data is actually sent through on your ISP through the protocols, you'll usually have a package, and then the package will usually be a number of bytes. And then you'll have, like, at the beginning, you'll have your stuff to make sure... Okay. Oh, we got a new level of the shield. Which... Oh, it's for all allies. Ooh. Okay, I probably should have just did what we did previously. But it'd be nice if I could complete... Oh, right. You still have the whole thing where... I forgot you still have the penalty. So this sucks, because you're going to do a lot of damage to yourself, and that's just the way it's going to be. It may not be intended to deceive, but it is deceptive to have megabits or versus megabytes difference. Yeah, no, it's a thing that, like, it just creates confusion. Yeah, see, it's definitely intentionally deceptive marketing ploy. Same reason TVs are measured diagonally and not by height and width. Yeah. It's the thing that just... Maybe once upon a time it made sense for different reasons, but over the years it just hasn't. Man, you hurt yourself so much when you do this. The good thing you have a ridiculous amount of health to pull from. Alright. Yep, #1 health right now. Yeah, no, it's really ridiculous health on that character. But yeah. That, that the Raven cultists perform worse. I need to remember to not bring a Raven cultist into that group. Okay, so you got one last level of your air magic to do. You got less than a level left of your lightning. You got less than a level left of your nature, and then you're sorted. Let's see, so sorry, always Shadow Ward your Dark Mage before casting, so much lost health. Oh wait, I didn't even think. I didn't even look at Shadow Ward to see if it was just a damage prevention. I thought it was a random chance. So Shadow Cloak. Yeah, that's dodge. So I don't have Shadow Ward. Because, well, hard drives used to be measured in bits too, you think? And gigabytes and megabytes instead of gigabits and megabits. So if we kept everything at that standard, it'd be okay. But it's just confusing patchwork. I don't remember them ever being in bits. I always remember them being in, like, kilobytes and megabytes, and then, you know, gigabytes and now terabytes. I don't remember. It's like so far as capacity, I should say. It is shield and a reduced damage taken from dark magic. Yeah, I don't have it yet. Did we name you? I don't think we named you. You're not named. Let's get this person named. Saul Adams, welcome. It is the one you start with? Yeah, so that's not... If it gives you a resistance, then that's not what it says it does. Because Soul Cloak says... grants you 33% chance to dodge. That's Tentacle Sweep, that's Miasma, and then, like, that doesn't say resistance, that says chance to dodge. So if it does give you resistance, hover over the first. Tentacle Sweep, attacks an enemy costing 20% of the mana, cost reduced by 10% if the caster has Shadow Cloak. Ah. Well, it's a good interaction, but yeah. Okay, so it's got a combination I overlooked. That's fair. Alright, so it's time to begin making this into what it needs to be. Okay, so the plan for this monstrosity of a room is that this room is going to be a House of Commons, or House Commons, whatever you want to call it. So the big things I need is I will need 3 large mirrors or 3 large windows or a huge window. So let's go ahead and do that because I need those windows anyway to not have things. So... I need more Void Cap. I believe Void Cap are the ones that have spawned in the dark. So, you know, that'll be a self-solving problem in here, as it'll be too dark. In the meanwhile, we need the recreational furniture. So, what we're going to do here... put down those. So that's... oh wait, we need... hang on. Cancel that. I need dining tables. Dining table. So it's more than we need, but with that, we'll be able to... oh, fibrous textile. Oh, right. We had a crafting thing we need to build. The weaver thing. Alright, so I need more smoke sticks and sinew, but that'll probably let me make the thing for the fancy bed. So we'll let this continue to do its thing for right now. with the intention of, again, shutting down this room, moving it all in here, and having this giant room here. It's not interior yet, which is one of the things we got to solve. Which we're going to close that, which will make that one solved, and then we build another room on top of it. Which does add that we are about ready. So we need the... So we have the lightning, we have the nature. We have dark, and we have water. So my hope here is they can put dark and water next to each other and have them just share the room. And that's going to be void cap again. Yeah, so you need to be 7 tall. Then go here and go to roof. You'll have to fix that spot. Okay. Which that'll be good, because that means you'll be able to become an apprentice. This we're going to get set up to get a ridiculous number of students in here. Which will be great. We're almost at the point to start moving them over to become staff members for the staff member room. We need void caps, which is something I haven't needed forever. That was one of the things I talked about potentially dealing with, was deliberately making a small pitch black room to just basically be the place we just make void cap mushrooms. We still don't have a lot of wood. That's our ongoing trouble. But it is getting worked on. But a big part of that is I'm just building and building and building and building and building and building. So it is just constantly consuming wood. Oh, and also speaking of which, build... furniture. Because I've got too much of all of this. Let's keep adding what we need to make that. Because once these get enclosed, then we're good here. And I have a bad feeling for, getting the decorations, the big decorations, that I am going to need tier 3. Large arch window. Yeah, that's the bell tower. That's a gargoyle, so I assume that's a small rooftop decoration. Okay, so I can't do rooftop decoration. That's too much. Okay, that's a rooftop defense. Oh, that's weird. So it doesn't detect rooftop. Yeah, so that's not a rooftop decoration. Yes, that's a small rooftop decoration. Roof spike is a small decoration. wonder why that one says... Don't know. Yeah, so this keeps us saying small rooftop decorations. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna have to get the tier 3. Okay. So that creates a problem for us. Because what we're going to need to do is, while I have that one, let me just click on this room for right now. For what we're looking for on that, I will need the Mage's Tower. That the Mage's Tower is going to be a blocker for that. So realistically, it's got to be towered, which means it needs to must not be adjacent walls or rooms to the left, right, or above. So I'm gonna need to go to like one of these rooms and just straight up. What I could probably do is put it like right here, like on that stairwell. Just go up a little higher and just make like a little mage's tower. Hey, Mastani, how's it going? Yep, so we're slowly building all this. I don't mind this room being dark right now, by the way. This room being dark means we get the void mushrooms, which I need to finish making the room. Timber's super cool. Oh yeah, no, I've been very much enjoying it. Yeah, so you need a ridiculous amount of rune wood and everything. Ah, so let's go here. We got a bunch of small carcasses. Let's bump you up to 50 of each. And that'll do. Because that's why we're not getting enough sinew to do anything. We just don't have that set high enough. Okay, so you only have 24 stacks. I can disintegrate that so I can move those into the big box. Okay, we got dragon eggs and all that to deal with. The big thing right now is to get that weaver nest. Yeah, get the weaver nest. So that'll let us start pursuing the fancy beds. Then we can start putting fancy beds up here for the students and keep expanding from there. I really need you to max out your level. They're getting there, just not very fast. Okay. So you have that for right now, so construction. So we can complete that wall. And then that, we need a bunch of void caps. So got a bit more wood coming in. Got a lot of rune wood we got at some point, which I'm sure not complaining about. Okay. Yep, so they're working on it. There's also a good chance I'll end up needing to get more supplies from other stuff. It's interesting that they also haven't built this wall, yet they're going all the way up to this one. Alright. It also might be time to make more of our quilted things. That's gonna need to be put in its room. What do we need to make the quilted thing room? Because we're gonna make this into the room for the relic stuff right now. That's the alchemy lab. None of those make sense for the quilted thing. So what? All right, let's look to what the requirements are for the quilted. So spindle. Ah, it has to be towered as well. Okay. Yes, like I said, I think we'll make a little tower up here to get like up top here to make the probably make like the lab up there, and then maybe up here we can make the spindle room or whatever it is. Do we still have? There. So we can protect the top there for now. And then what do we have to do to make the dining hall better? Because I know there's more there. So dining room, so you got the dining hall. Oh, so after that it would be a private dining room. So it can only have one table, must be like super luxurious, and it does need to have a one wall higher than the other. And the salle à manger, manger, whatever, which is it needs to be towered and have those things there. All right. And only one dining room table and an absurd amount of luxury. The dining room is fine for right now. Oh. I was like, why can't I see this? Alright, so Soul Adams is maxed out. It's time for Soul Adams to graduate. And we're kind of trying to wait here until we get, Hey, Void Shroom, just what we wanted. Go ahead and harvest that thing. Oh, it's not finished being built. It's like, what? I have light. How? Right, that's fine. Alright, so Soul Adams is out, so let's get the next person in. Honestly, go ahead and get a Nature Mage. Yeah, so it gives me 2 Void Cat Mushrooms. And I need more for that. How much do I need for you? So I need 10. Alright, so let's go and work on getting our 10 for the shadow thing up there, because this is going to take a while to build. So I'm not in a rush to get everyone in here yet, so I just want to keep having Void Cat Mushrooms showing up wherever. Could you show how far you are in the Underschool? Yes, I've got this whole wing done, that whole wing done, that whole wing done. I've got the worm there, and I haven't really been focusing on it too much. We're a little short-staffed, and I'm trying to deal with the staff. Name roll? Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, name roll on our Nature Mage, and that'll be Burning Sun. Welcome, and you want to cast in 25 times in class with high conviction, eat in a room with no other students or staff present, deal double damage to an enemy via terrain or weakness 3 times. You probably won't get to do all those things. Door. There we go, another void mushroom. Oh, because that window got damaged at some point. I'm okay with that. Like I said, we need void mushrooms right now anyways, so... One more void mushroom, I think it is, will be enough to make our other thing for apprentices up here. And then I believe we'll only be missing from there. There's another void mushroom. Okay. Yep, so I only need one more void mushroom, and I can put the other training thing up there. Eat by yourself as a schedule management? Yeah, we can probably fix that real fast. Groups. I'm surprised you... What is... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that should be fine, because that'll put... We should end up with them on their own schedule. Let's check the schedule for the I Want to Be Alone. Yeah, so we swap you and you. That should sort itself out. Research lighten things up. Luxury. Hanging banner. Standard. Yeah, so this is all unfortunately just gonna take damage. We don't have the lightning rod up yet. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and we're on ad break anyway, so I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, alright. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel on that line? Actually, in the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there? Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Multosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least, but I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Alright, and we are back. That Factorio deal, or not deal, yeah, what's DLC? Yeah, that Factorio DLC was excellent. I very much enjoyed that. It's one of those ones I want to take the time to do more playthroughs of it. I don't think I can get away with it on stream because that's a lot of hours. Because we did the one playthrough and I had a good time with that. But doing a full extra playthrough on stream is like, alright, that's... Maybe if we're having like a really slow, like, time period of stuff going on and just, you know, we come off some other, like, if, like, say for example, Satisfactory has like some major update, which I don't think it will, but let's just pretend for a moment it does. And we kind of wrap that up and all that. You just want to eat the pizza? I know! That was, what is it? The cleaning game, where you clean up murder scenes and all that. Yeah, no, I'm down to play Factorio again at some point. I think playing a whole playthrough, though, is so long. You found so many things to automate via schedules? Yeah. Well, that's, doing this group stuff is pretty cool. I kept looking at it being like, I don't want to open this can of worms because I know I could get myself in trouble where it'll be really hard to tell what's happening. But it's real strong. I haven't even looked at what all we can do here. Let's pop in here again. So new group, edit. We can add a rule. So we have membership, if any. Okay. So we can make like a sub rule if they're a member of any of these groups. That's one that can get you in trouble. It's also, oh, we could just delete the group. We have status, has any. Oh no, don't give me all these things. Okay, so we can go in here. Craving recreation. Done. Alright. Recreation, okay. So if they're craving recreation, we have a new schedule, add custom schedule. Go down here to, where are you at? Members, let's see. Recreation. That if they're craving recreation, they just recreation until they're no longer craving recreation. So basically, force them to deal with it. Okay, well, we will go deal with you now. Here, let's see if we can use a group for this. Add group. Fog. Incarnation. Okay. Edit. Add rule. Is there an active event? No. It does not appear there's an active event. Yes, there's nothing there. Because I was curious, like, could I literally have it where when a certain thing pops in, do they immediately... Oh, here's an interesting thing. So if we have the skill cap reached, we could actually take them off learning entirely. So skill cap reached. Oh, I see. But yeah, so it could be one of those things we could actually restrict them to not have all that stuff. Time of day, skill range, wand type, active trial isn't what we're looking for. Yeah, so we can't... I was wondering if I could sit there and pop in with the Fog Incarnation. Oh, I could need to delete that. If we could pop in with the Fog Incarnation and be like, hey, when the Fog Incarnation here, basically everyone is hunt max. All right. What am I seeing over here? Oh, it's because they're getting close up to the mushroom, they're getting a mood penalty from it. That's fine. No, because skill reach can leave people who still need XP out of learning, but there is a status for fully trained. Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Right, because it could be a thing that we go status fully trained, and then we just take learning off their schedule to free them up to work on other things. I think... Do you still... Here, let's check. Yeah, so you don't get the bonus anymore for learning. That's a good one. Man, there's just so much you have to, like... It feels like we're getting into programming of just, if this, then that, then this, then that, then this, then that. Alright, so I think we might have this one killed this time. Give me those 50 brains. Yeah. Okay. And now we need to go back to our priorities. Suddenly all the wildlife in the area dies. Oh wait, what's this? Gains liked musing it whenever quilts faster. That's fine. So you're getting everything fixed. Right, so let's go ahead and get that new group set up. We can go here, add fully learned. All right, edit, status. Full honors, so that'll be a new one. Full of resolve. Fully trained, there we go. So you can grab fully trained. And then you go to schedule. Don't tell me there's an advanced mode. Don't be advanced mode. There's an advanced mode. There's an advanced mode. Why would you do this to me? Oh no. Why would you do this to me? Alright. Fully learned. Okay. If you're fully learned. So. Alright, let's. Okay. Let's not touch that right now. Oh, you reset all of it. Okay. Alright, I guess we're dealing with this. Okay, advanced mode. Automatically add new initiatives to the priority list for advanced mode. New apprentice, new staff. Okay. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to have a big ol' headache here. Oh man. So the problem with this one is I can't individualize them based on their priorities without having other stuff going on. But the idea is there should be a class one on here. So there's teach. Just do your stuff right now. The game's still running, right? Okay, cool. So the game's still running, just everyone's priorities are completely and utterly annihilated right now. That's fair. You're not seeing that, and for sure will open a can of worms for yourself. So I'm not seeing a class one here, or learn. I'm assuming it's buried under teach? Yeah, that's weird. So I don't actually see one here. Am I just not seeing it? Because the idea was if they're fully learned, stop going to class because you've already got that. Don't you want the schedule group rather than task? Yeah. So problem is they've already hosed a lot of this. So let's select groups. Do that. Okay. All right. So we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. So we can go here. So add custom schedule, fully learned. And you will have a little bit of recreation time here. And a whole lot of work. Yeah, because this is the I want to be left alone, so leave that alone. Alright. So basically, you stop going to class because you've already learned everything you can learn. Now we need to start getting our priority group set up. So, let's see, we go to our groups, add custom group. Let's just experiment with lightning peeps. Cool. Alright, so lightning people, use for advanced type, task type priority. We can go... So I could actually prioritize this based on, wand type. So wand type is in lightning, because that's what my priorities are getting set around anyways. So that'd be Infinity Simplex and Rongor would go in here. So we go to our property types, we got our stuff here. Now for this, that means we'll prioritize that, because that's a lightning skill. That's a lightning skill. That's a lightning skill. And then teaching, we're just going to keep maxed on everyone. And medical rest, we're going to keep it on everyone. And to heck with literally all the rest. And yeah, just do that. Alright, so then groups. Set. Oh. Groups. Oh man. This is the thing. Dark. Peeps. Okay. Edit. Do this. Wand type. Advanced priority. Edit. Dark. Done. Alright. Go to our priorities here. We got our dark people. Same thing. Medical and all that first. And honestly put 8 up there as well. So we have dark is quilt and ward. Oh, also attune is maxed. Cool. So you've got that. Alright, so groups. This is a can of worms that I should not have touched. Air peeps. Okay. Priority. Oh, wait. Air peeps edit. Advanced tasks, add rule. Wand type, edit, air, okay. Done. Priority. But taking the time to do this now means I don't have to deal with it in the future. So, assemble is air. Paint is air. Paul is air. And Max attune as well. Beast Care is neutral. Alright. So now we go in here, groups, add custom, water peeps, okay, edit, advanced, wand type, edit, water, okay, done, priority, water peeps. Alchemy is you, cleaning is you, attune, and you're good. You sorry I made you open that task. Hey, you know what? This is still cool. It's gonna get me in trouble because we're gonna be fussing with it for a while. But it's a good thing to do because this is how you automate. Alright, so next we'll have nature peeps. Okay. You almost wish there was a variable on here that you could be like, hey, wand type, assign it to whatever. So nature, okay. Done. Priority. Nature peeps, so we grab all the neutral stuff. You do wands, harvest, tend, and chop. So we're missing fire. So groups, add custom, fire, peeps. Now I understand where they're like, do you want to import and export? I was like, I don't think it's that big a deal. It is. It's a huge deal. Because this is a rabbit hole. So, alright, so we need earth. Earth needs to be added to here. Oh, I actually do have no fire people. Okay, I mean, that's a problem, but that's... At least I'm aware of the problem now, so we would have you under cook, destroy, hunt. Alright. Groups, add custom, earth, peeps. Let's see, question. You know what they say about Oni? If everything is priority 9, nothing is priority 9? Yep. Yep. That is absolutely a thing that happens in real life. Wand type, edit, earth. So we have water, nature, lightning, fire, earth, dark. So this will be the last one we need to deal with. Alright, so you go to priority. And then you can construct. You can mine. You can carve, and you can repair. Okay, so every one of them should have one. It's interesting that they have all the up and down arrows. In this case, it shouldn't matter, because these should not apply to each other. And this is task priority. And then we have the meals, which we got assigned based on this. Eventually we'll have all the different food groups, I'll be able to do all that. And we got our schedule, we got our assignments based on stuff. So that's good that we override if they ever get that. That is a lot of really wild things. Oh, several don't have a tune prioritized? Thank you. I would have overlooked that. Okay, good. So what you're wondering, do you really want to create these rules such that each type is max for the task type? Won't that make it challenging in the future when you want to push one thing higher on a specific mage? I believe what I can do there is we can go priority, select groups, and then I can grab an individual. So I could say, hey, King Grommet. And then we have the King Grommet group. And so they're set by default to what that one is, and I could go in and step in. I'm not sure how to get rid of King Grommet's group. Oh, I bet you I go here, priority, and uncheck you. Yeah, so it could be a thing if I end up with like 3 plant mage and like you go cut trees, you go you go harvest plants. I can just override one of them. We need a new fire wand for a new fire student. So I still have all 6 beds filled until Burning Sun is ready to head out. I believe I've got this set to produce fire wands. Yeah, we already have fire wands on standby. But yeah, so that is dangerous is what that is. This is a dangerous mechanic is what this is. Cause I'm willing to bet we could do some pretty wild things. I'm just gonna call this test and we're gonna delete it later. Cause like time of day, that's weird because I could make a group that is time of day that overrides all other behavior and just says do this other thing instead, which is a curiosity that you can potentially set time of day as a thing. Level cap reached, we could have override the behavior. The active trials are the one I could see doing a lot with active trials. Active quirk can be one. The active quirk is going to be a tricky one to manage. Because some of those quirks are like, I want to eat with this other person. I don't think there's going to be a good way of automating that, but I mean, it could just be we just don't care. But yeah, I could see yourself getting into some weird trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if there's ways you could abuse that where people are toggled between groups too fast that causes performance issues. I almost forgot. Teaching? Where you at? Nope, Burning Sun is a life mage. I mean, thematically, probably should have been a different type of mage. Why? Oh, it's because this is damaged. Let's see, you added a time of day for your rec needs, otherwise they leave rec immediately. Lose rec and flip back on the schedule. Oh, that's a very fair point. Yeah, so instead of basing it based on are you recreation craving, which then the status drops immediately, I see what you're saying. So like this recreation one, yeah, so they pop in, they pop out almost instantly. Yeah, because that's the craving recreation. Because my curiosity would be let's yeah, so Burning Sun is at recreation. Yeah, so they do pop in. I was wondering if it's a thing where they'd pop in and take like a little bit of time. Yeah, so I can't use that for that purpose. Let's try approaching this differently. So, is there a... So there's level range, active quirk, time of day, wand, conviction, skill cap reach, wand type, active trial. Yeah, so I don't have a good way of doing that. Let's just delete that group right now. Because I was curious if you could see like how much they have. Or if there was a status before you reach that. Because craving recreation is the worst. But yeah, I see what you're saying, that it would either one, I'd want it so when they start this, they're stuck doing it for at least a little while before they kick off, so you get a little bit above that. Or if there was a way to be like, hey, once you get craving recreation, flag you as this group, and then, you know, you stay in that group until, you know, some other thing clears it. Like, until you sleep or something like that. That's alright. And then we can go to these and set limits. Oh, we've hit our wood limit. Good, good. Okay. So with hitting our wood limit, we're gonna go outdoors. I'm gonna grab that mandrake. So you're the larger one. Right, we already got the other stuff there. There are so many rats out there. Oh, corrupted mana lamp is forcing... Oh, I did not know it could do that. All right, we gotta move now. Okay, so we've learned a lesson. I cannot neglect the basement, because we didn't see the problem here. Let me show you the problem. That's not actually at the room I gotta go to. I gotta clear this room, then that room. So we gotta move. Okay, lightning attacks deal 2 times the damage when cast from this spot. Incoming lightning damage also deals 2 times damage and reduces it. And that's the same thing here. So they basically extra lightning damage. You don't appear to be lightning enemies. So Rongor, as you are a level 3 on this now, so none of them are weak to plants. Let's jump you in here. Okay, so Illicit can do air to deal with the hollowed one and support. You could do water for that one. None of them are weak to lightning. Okay, actually, Pyreal you get out of here. That feels weird taking you out of the fight. So King Grommet gets in here. And that should work. Cool, and we no longer have the thing where they're penalized. So I gotta go in there, fight through the first room, get everyone patched up, and get to the second room. Because what that's gonna do is you'll hear tormenting whispers that'll drop everyone's conviction by 20. Conviction getting too low in this game can do stuff like cause people to just straight up leave. They just get grabbed by the fog and pulled away. So we gotta stay on top of that. And King Grommet's getting real close to leveling up to become a staff member. Okay. Oh! You do an absurd amount of damage. Okay. I'm less worried about that. 200 damage a zap for almost no mana? Yup. All day long. All day, every day. Okay, so you're gonna boost your speed here. To make sure we get priority. You're gonna boost your speed there. And basically we're just shoving the enemy turns as far down the line as we can. So you get to zap again. So you got Swirling Vines. And you're weak to that. And you are not the one weak to water. We don't have much power for you to do, so just do it anyways. Swirling Vines again. Okay, so that lightning is no joke anymore. Let's check on Rongor's lightning. I do think there's a relic involved. Okay, so we have you just hunt faster from that one, so that's not a big deal. That one gives, I believe, more conviction if we're sleepy. Yep. We have the shiny fan. That gains max mana and speed, so still no damage. And regenerative. Yeah, so literally nothing's boosting him. It's just, you know, being level 9 lightning, and what is your status? Your A+ damage. So it's just very high spell power. Yeah, plus we were on the conductor for the double damage. Even then, it was like all of her damage before was doing like 50, and then suddenly seeing 200 is like, excuse me? So it was a high power character on a double damage tile. Alright, so. Fog is advancing, that's fine. So for injuries, King Grommet and Rongor are down. Let's take a look at what we're jumping into. If I grab you two out, yes, that's fine. So King, you two can pop out. We can have Infinity Simplex jump in here to do the lightning. Sentient Cookie can hop in place of Calaria and Pyrail. Yep, and that should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. What's also interesting is that means whatever was supposed to be in there, we get this fight instead. Which is curious. You're down 2 hit points? Yeah. The point is I got our people perfectly fresh able to run down there and just deal with it real quick. Because I don't want anyone to ditch, because we've only lost one person this whole time, and it was from conviction dropping. I can't remember what it was that happened. Oh, they wanted to win in combat, so it's not even that they lost in combat, they just hadn't been in combat because of their level and everything. They weren't good. Yeah, so Bolt, that'll take double damage. Get rid of it. That's your job. Haste us. Haste the front line. So the hollowed one is strong against lightning. Actually, we'll do this differently. We will boost you. So you can quake and get a guaranteed crit. So you get 2 hits back to back. We're just gonna hit both of these and just take the damage. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, you're strong against it. I misread. I was thinking it was the other one around. Alright, just slap you. Alright. But the biggest damage inflicted in one blow is a bit over 1.3k. Yeah, no, I imagine you could do some... Ooh! Ooh! Sculptstone! We've been waiting for Sculptstone for a while. That's fine. We've been going out our way to get that stuff. Alright, so with that though, we talked about where this room was going to be made into... For this, just get that repaired. Because we've been waiting for that for a long time, because we can go furniture, relic plinth, and what did you need to function? You need a total luxury of 40 with impressive luxury of a decent amount. And you do not add luxury. So luxury-wise, scholarly luxury, impressive luxury. We have banners if we get the fibrous material. And so that only takes 8 sculpt stone. Let's that's 80 stone. Let's let's not get greedy. We'll put down the first one. We'll figure out what relic we want to put to use there. And go with that. Yeah, because these are all maxed out. And we'll definitely want to go and switch stuff out as time goes on. Heals an extra 4% of max hit points. You're getting hurt a lot because you're using dark magic, so that's actually a good fit for you. Mana and speed, sure, that's fine. Like right now I'm just shoving these on anyone who's got room for them. But definitely down the road we're going to want to specialize more. Power. So you can cook fast, fire cap. Okay, so you're dark magic. Gains ridiculous stats when they're near death's door. Just select that one so you can tune it. Lightning cap. You're already equipping that. Burning sun. Alright. Had stacked crit, weakness, and double damage, a very high base damage spell. Yeah, no, it's, the relics definitely feel like the way you break the game. Where you can, like, just stack more and more and more power kind of thing, and, you know, get weird interactions. Okay, so you're only at 39 stacks. Disintegrate another little box to the big box. I know eventually I'm going to need to move that storage room, and I'm not looking forward to it. It could also be, I could check to see if this room can accept the storage boxes, or one of the other rooms that maybe doesn't need it. Yeah, so I'll work on building everything, it's just taking time. You like the relic plinth powers? I have. Stuff like where they do a little bit more effective and all that. That definitely feels like one of the things you invest a lot in. One of the things we haven't figured out yet, and don't spoil it for me, is with this kind of stuff, as it levels, if that affects the plinth power, like, side of thing. Because it does says, like, it does this better. My assumption is as we attune it, it just gets stronger and stronger. I also figure, as we attune it, there's probably a good chance it'll also, like, if we destroy it, give us more stuff. The student needs a teacher. Oh, right. Right, okay. Alright, so we got a problem in that this schedule here where they want to be alone learning isn't going to work with this. Because this is the I want to be alone schedule. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind, it should be fine. Because we've got Claria Star manually set to do that. The problem is just most likely Claria Star is on the wrong thing for King Grommet. That's fine. It also could be just don't have nothing. Is Burning Sun ready to graduate? No, so Burning Sun needs another level in nature and another level in electric and another level in earth. They gotta get their level maxed out and then their spell affinity stuff maxed. A lot of times they get the spell affinity first. Yeah, so you're really close. You're really close to maxing out. Yeah, all of our apprentices are getting down to down to the wire of maxing out, and that's what we got going on here. Getting so close there. Alright, so that's all closed up again. So we need to build another copy. I need more spore cap. Spore cap with the mushrooms way out here. That's fine. Which is curious because I have these here. Just bump up their priority. Alright, so the rest of that ought to wait for growing our own mandrake. How are we doing here, by the way? You would need honey drops and spore cap, and a lot of spore cap. What's your reason behind making apprentices only one element? I have not learned how to make them more than one element. And don't spoil it for me. Because so far, I've given them the wand and then had them lean into the element they already learned. So my assumption to make multiple elements would be just, I would take, say this person has a water wand, and then have them go to a dark apprentice shrine or whatever. And then thereby the dark apprentice, like, they've got a whole grid here. So my assumption is, yeah, so the water takes away from these two. So I could grab... Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize you got that benefit. So this one gives me 3 plus, but if I went this way, I would get 2 plus in each. So I'd be slightly not as good in water, but I'd be able to do water and that. We've been specializing our people down to just one action type. I don't necessarily think that's a terrible idea, but that is an interesting curiosity about having them be more broadly capable versus focused on just one thing. It does make me wonder if, because I did notice in the groups when I was making these groups here, it says wand type in. And so it's an interesting thing here to say wand type in and having multiple checkboxes, which to me tells me later on we're going to get really fancy wands that are like hybrids or something. But we'll have to see that. In the meantime, I totally forgot where we were. Oh, right. The plan was to build a little tower up here to make into another research room for the purposes of getting things moving along with the more advanced research. So I got to go up here and make it a tower, though. It's not the wand of your proto apprentice. You can make the mage hybrid. Gotcha. It's just curiosity that the wand is in type. Oh, I see what it's saying. So I could sit there and be like, the wand is in, put like 4 or 5 types, and then any one of those would qualify. So like if I wanted anyone who was not a nature person to do all these art tasks, but nature wands only did, I mean, that would be a good example. Nature and water. Let's say for whatever reason I had 2 people I wanted to keep in this area versus another group in a different area. Yep, no, I gotcha. I missed that fact, but that's still fine. I kind of like the idea of starting with people specialized to like lean all the way into their stuff. But yeah, no, I could definitely see a lot of room for having people hybrid things. Because I'm kind of thinking about it in the way, like, RimWorld, it's good to have some people who can kind of do a little bit of everything. Those can be very valuable pawns for you. But at the same time, it's also good to be like, hey, this one person what they're going to do is they are just going to be really good at farming. What else they're going to do? Abso-freaking-lutely nothing. They're going to be good at farming. Alright, meals we're way past in good shape. What do I have you set to? Right, because the gut berries are their own thing. Did I not limit you? You should be limited. Actually, I thought I had limited all of them, but apparently missed that one. I was like, how are we getting that high? And then the honey is limited. Let's also look. There was some other stuff. Wasn't there a crafting thing we were waiting on? Yeah, the weaver's nest. We'll place it there for now, and it'll make a better place for it later. Alright. It's just kind of looking here being like, okay, the wormweed pods, I've already set you to be limited a while back. It's just they keep showing up, and so I have to keep clearing them out of the way. Now you've got more enough brains than what I think need to do with. Okay. Oh, we actually can get the bristle cone, whatever. Soon time for the last giveaway? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we are going to go here. We're going to temporarily kill the queue. Then we're going to start a new queue. If you would like a copy of Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC that goes for it, you're going to do ! join. The only requirement is that you just have to respond if your name is drawn. You don't got to be following, you don't got to be subbed, nothing else like that. You just got to respond, and that's just to make sure you actually want it. Because we've been doing this for like name drawings the whole time during stream today, and understandably people make a mistake and think we're drawing names. And then I give them a key and they'd be like, I already own this, or I don't want it, or whatever. And then we're in that awkward place because I've already shown the key to someone, they may or may not have redeemed it. You get the whole point. Put you in an awkward spot. It's easier just to not deal with that. Go ahead and kill that tree. Because my plan is to make this room there's a room for growing plants and or whatever. Not the greenhouse, there's like one for trees. So I want to make a tree room. Yeah, more than likely someone will have to ping Bassett on Discord. Fanny Simplex said they would. Because I don't think it'll play a sound. I can't speak for them. I wouldn't wake up to a Discord ping. But yeah, so what we'll do is we'll give that about 15 minutes, so a little bit later than I normally would. So we'll say 25 after. So about 15 minutes from now. So a little bit longer than I otherwise would. But about 15 minutes from now, we'll do the drawing. And we'll get all that sorted out. Let's see, you have before, but you don't usually wake up to Discord pings. Yeah, that's the thing. Part of it is I don't keep Discord up where I can hear it. Like, when I call it a night, I go to bed. Like, I just shut off the computer and I go to bed. Alright, so graduate Burnin' Sun. There you go, buddy. Congratulations on your education. May you give me a relic of high value. Alright, so you're getting real close. You're getting real close. We're so close to getting 3 new staff members all at the same time. Sure. Honestly, for them all wanting to recreate in different places, I could see that being pretty straightforward in that you just set them up to be like, this is the room for everybody who's not looking for going on their own. Here's the one for it is. And just after a while, they'll happen to be in there, not at the same time. All right. Shows you how long everything's taking right now. But I'm eagerly expecting this to not be a problem because like the moment you see a little red bubble, but you have it set to silent with no flashy. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's a whole thing. So we've got wood set up. Right, so you don't have more mandrake root seeds, but the point is we're now growing mandrake roots. Yeah, my assumption of what we're going to do is where I have all these, my assumption is I'm going to go over here and like make a tree farm, and then somewhere else we're going to make a greenhouse or whatever. More beds of the teachers? Well, right now I'm only using 4 beds of teachers, and I got 8. So we're actually fine there. We'll definitely want to get them dedicated to, like, nicer rooms and all that. Okay, so gifted student. Bring in the fire. Because we don't have a gifted fire mage. And I believe with that we'll have 1 of every single element gifted. And then from there we're going to need like just regular students for a while. Oh, wait, we'll still need a gifted earth mage. We'll worry about that later though. Because they also don't have the thing for making a Earth Mage Apprentice. Okay, and you want more Honey Drop or Spore Cap. Alright. Watches the ants fight over a Tuxbar. Alright. So this person's not getting named yet just because we have the other thing going on. So you can't use that yet. You can't use any of those yet. You can grab that for quilting faster. But we will get them named. Do I have a spare level 2 fire wand? I do not. We can correct that. Add wand. Fire level 2. I see, I already have it on the list. And these should stop soon. The void mushrooms, that is. Because we are starting to get the candelabras built in here. And all that, slowly getting everything enclosed and fixed. Just too many projects. All right. And it seems to be doing pretty okay. And we got our sweeping and mining robots. Actually, now that I think about it, go down to you. Do not make 2 mining robots. But 2 sweeping and 2 carrying robots is good. I just don't need that many mining robots. And weirdly, despite having them, they're not going down there and mining. So, okay. Yeah, so those are all 8 and 9, and then this one's 7. Oh. So priorities. So let's go groups, add custom, murder. Because I have an idea. So this is the murder group. Add rules. What can I do to have them status, has any, edit, clear. Wand type all? Yeah, that'll work. It's basically exactly what I was looking for, is just something that would cover everything. So, wand type in, yep. So you put that in there. Allowed for task priority, do this. Now you can go priority. Murder. All right. And everyone's in the murder group. I wonder if there's an easy... Oh yeah, what I could do is I could just go to the group after we are done, and then just switch it from in to not in. It'll be like our override group to make them murder this thing. Wouldn't happen to be any type of status you see. I was curious if we were going to see a status down here that I could leverage, but nope. It's fine. All right. This one's probably going to get in because still has 100 hit points left. Yeah, and the mode starts going up the stairs. I think we're going to lose lots of targeting it. Come on, it's only got 50 health. Nope. So start battle. You're weak to air, earth. And we will grab Rongor. Swap you in there. And then meanwhile, groups. Edit. Not in. Oh, well. I can uncheck that. So it still enables that. Can I go here and do something like this? Yep, and then when I want to turn it on, we just go like that. We can swap it. Because basically I gave it conflicting rules. So basically I said true is false. And it goes, no, you can't do that. It's not okay. True can't be false. Alright, so. In this case, the one who's going to probably deal the most damage. There's not really a good one to do this with. Because my air mage is just really bad at doing other stuff. But if we just give crit and someone who hits hard, we can just kill him without worrying about it. So haste, use it on yourself. That'll keep us ahead, get us extra attacks, and haste on them. So I should get more attacks before they even get a turn. So bolt. Neither of them are weak. Actually, we can inspire again, can't we? Let's inspire you again. 'Cause that was... I forgot that, we got all the damage in ahead of time. Alright. I was gonna see... Yeah, so you can cloak yourself to reduce the damage you take. And then finish it. Cool. All right. Okay, so once they build those, that should be lit up enough to not have any problems. At which point, then we're gonna get ready for that. Did you already get this built down here? Cool. Oh, I thought you were gonna... Oh, you're not finished being built. Yeah, go finish that. Okay. So access, rituals, hatch weaver bird, hatch the egg into a fully grown weaver bird. Requirements, incubator, must be a student. Oh. Okay, well I guess we'll just ignore that then for right now. Because that I assume is how we get our cloth. Okay, let's check. So you... Okay, we're at the point all those need to have 200, so these caps are not high enough. Okay. Yeah, none of the other ones are over on this side. It never occurred to me that the game would let you put plants under the floor and still let them grow. Yeah, no, as well as things I built those and then just my school went over top of them. It's like, yeah, nope, they're still working. So yeah, we can go here, harvest that. Possible break risk on Sentient Cookie because you hated your mundane classroom. You are very hungry. Well, go eat. But they will work more slowly, only 50% sunlight. Ah, that's good to know. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. I'm honestly okay with that for right now. We'll try and get that all sorted out. Right now, I just need to get this continue building. Because we got meals, we got wands, we got all that stuff. Fog is slowly closing in. Haven't been sweating it too much. Rupert hates using nature. Large bookcase, not worried about that. I need you to please not break. Recreated without Infinity Simplex, 8 without Pyreal. Look. Unless I start dedicating certain rooms to you. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get this drawing going. This is the drawing for, again, last call for if you would like Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC. You're gonna do !join. All you have to do is if your name gets drawn, you just gotta let me know that that you're here and that you want it. So let me go ahead and do that. We're gonna drop the speed back down, and we're gonna go ahead and push that drawing button. And it is not empty. That is a lie. And we got Canadian Cuddles. So Canadian Cuddles, if you'd like Farming Simulator 25 and the Nexat DLC, all you gotta do is say something in chat, and I'll get that headed your way. You will get a DM for that if you'd like it. Yep, you want it? Cool, we can make that happen. Alright, so bear with me for just a moment. I'm gonna grab the keys, and I will send them your way. And that's for Farming Simulator 25, as well as the Nexat DLC for it. Alright, make sure we got that all. That is not the right person. That's the reason I always double check. Gotcha. Okay, so I just saw your message, Slashy. Good thing. Yeah, if just always good, we're checking that you make sure you don't get the space. Okay, make sure I got it. That's the right key, and that's going to the right person. Yep. Cool. And if you have any problems redeeming it, just, you know, send a message or whatever. Yeah, make sure those keys are right. Yeah, you're good. Because of that, that is the last of the keys we had for that, so I'm going to move. I'm just going to empty that out. There we go. And so I can close that, and I'll minimize this out of the way. And we should be good. So cool. So with that, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to kill the queue one last time, start the queue, and then this queue is if you want to be in the colony. Does the greenhouse stay sunlit even if things are built above it? I have no idea how I did that. So if you want in the colony, you just need to do !join. I know this is a little confusing having like it stop and start and stop and start and stop and start the queue. It's because I'm doing a giveaway at the same time that I'm having a naming queue. Normally that isn't a thing that happens. I do very few giveaways here. But we did do dare drops, and we got a bunch of the game copies, so it's like, alright, let's do it. Yeah, so we need the spore cap and that we're working on. Oh, and crank that speed back up. What are you working on? Oh, I'm betting it's because you get stuck teaching all the time. That's fine. As we start getting more of these people in here maxed out so you don't need to teach them as much, that should... Yeah, so you need... just a little bit more XP on everything. Purposeless learning has not gained a skill or XP in a long time. Are you not going to class? check our priorities. So all of them still have teach as their highest priority. Well, as a super high priority. It's medical, then teach, then aid. Oh. Oh, that's medical rest. Yeah, that's fine. And aid is to help. Yeah, and that's only when they're in the murder group, which none are. Yeah, that should be fine. I just let whoever grab it. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone get some type of boost to teaching. If we get a relic that... Actually, I take that back. We do have a relic somewhere in our whole group that boosts teaching. But it boosts your conviction while teaching, not your effectiveness of teaching. So I haven't been particularly putting much focus in it. But yeah, so I got these 3 students here. So let's make sure we don't have any scheduling issues. So you're the only one who's fully learned, so you're the only one who doesn't have learning. Kalaria Star is on their solo schedule with King Gromit. And then everyone else is on the regular teaching schedule. You have a stone for the plinth? Stone for the plinth. Yeah, I got stone for the plinth. We're just not getting stuff done nearly as fast as we need to. Because, like, only a small part of the schedule is spent working, the rest of it's spent teaching. So I've got teaching happening here, teaching happening here, and teaching happening here, and teaching happening here. Yep. Yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, all of them are really close to, getting sorted. It's really hard to see, like, that go up. Like, that's the thing. King Gromit here is, like, right on the edge of leveling up their nature magic. Once they get that done, then they'll be our first new staff member, which then should help multiple times over because they'll be able to both teach and won't require teaching. Rogum, if we want to be precise, you have 3 greenhouses, 2 big ones, and to do normal plants could possibly be merged, but you don't want to bother. And one that's a restricted access for spore caps and such. Yeah. Alright, so fully trained on Rupert. So Rupert, once we're not in lesson plan time, we'll send you out. You try to avoid... And then Bassett is also ready. Okay. So with this, graduate. Rupert, where are you? Wait. Oh, thank you for correcting me. Cancel ritual. Never mind. Yeah, they needed their level 2 fire wand. That's the problem. That's why I got thrown off by it. But we got that made. So I can just work on that now. Yeah, so they are learning. It's just they're not finishing their level that fast. Yeah, you are so close here. You're about to max out yours. You're about to max out yours. Illicit NZ did have 1 full extra level of air to level compared to the R2. Scheduled for classes. There, that's fine. Time for our fight for an XP boost? We could do that. Because it's... I think the XP boost applies just there. I also don't know... Alright, so we got a bunch of people getting mana drained on their way up. Come on, do it, buddy. You're right there. Don't you quit, just a couple more casts. You're right there. Tomorrow. Yeah, so they are slowly getting that all built. Let's, What was that noise? Something went ding. You have a couple... You do have a couple, man? Oh, right! I totally forgot that we had gotten those from fights earlier. So furniture. Mana crystal. We definitely should have a mana crystal in this room back here. That way the people learning can go get that. Probably leave that alone for right there. And I could shove one back there for same thing. Because I use that to, like, recharge. Yeah, it could be the item level up. I didn't notice those doing it. It could be. It's a possibility. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of stuff getting built all at the same time now. They're building that down there. They're repairing that roof up here. They're getting this stuff repaired over here. Getting that repaired. Yeah, so it just seems like the bottleneck we were running into is getting sorted now. Fog is advancing. That's fine. We still got 9 days. Another thing it probably is a bunch of stuff I've had queued up for them to do forever is falling into the fog. Oh no, you're all good, Besset. Like I said, the odds are pretty low, so I wouldn't beat yourself up over it, and sleep well. You need your sleep. Pain avoider, cool, cool. That one's still damaged. Just a little. Okay. So that means we get the cheaper spell. Do that. This also, I believe, gives XP. Alright, so let's have them quickly repel the fog again. But yeah, honestly, when we have the giant group here, that should really free people up for getting our stuff done and teaching and all that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
One thing we're actually going to run into is potentially not enough beds. Because we've got U4 here, and then U3, so that's 7. I've got 8 beds. So we'll need more for the teachers by that point. That's okay, because what we might end up doing is, like, taking some of these beds and just getting that all sorted. But we want to get this room up. Because that'll end up becoming a problem for that. We also have to have students, because to do the repelling spell, you need a mix of teachers and students. We got a battle, level 12 expectation. We got the Jade one, we still have that. Yes, that pushes it almost all the way out to the edge. Alright, so let's grab this. And I am going to tell them to mine. I'm just going to tell them to do it all. There wasn't that many things on there. It's not already queued up. Spectral Rift. We will start the battle. Okay. So, let's get Sentient Cookie out of here. Get King Grommet in. So we got our 3 apprentices, and then we got Pyrail babysitting. I say as most likely those apprentices are starting to get stronger than my starting people. Alright. Because my hope is one of these fights will push us over the finish line. The downside is when we do these fights, we get hurt, which means we can't do anything for a while. Yeah, no, this definitely feels like Oxygen not included the way you go, I want to build this room. Is it going to be a major project? Yep, gonna do it anyways. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is Inspiration. Honestly, with the damages we're talking about, we could probably have any one of these ones do Inspiration and be good. I'm going to put it on you to hopefully get the most out of your spell. Well, that hit like a truck. Yep, so you're gonna get to go next. Alright. So, you're now ready to become a full-blown member. I just need more shards, apparently. Yeah, giving you crit is a little heavy. So we do have the problem though, if I need more of these shards, and I don't have the, you know what, it's fine. So we're gonna go here. Oh, those are all still allowed for all students. Okay, that's fine. The new ones are. So yeah, so I can get 2 new students here. They're just gonna be regular old students. We'll go grab a fire wand. So we're gonna grab 2 students. We gotta get them learned up and then get them out of here. And then that'll let you become an actual staff member. That also means your schedule should have just changed. Because you are now in the fully learned group, so you'll stop going to class. Alright, and there's our first new person here. That'll be Citric Orange. And Citric here wants to go 2 days in a row without being in pain, recharge the mana lanterns, and cast a bunch of spells in the classroom. Start building extra beds. I mean, we're still waiting for them to get the lights on. Until we do that, the mushrooms are going to keep showing up again and again. And I should be able to go and get 1 more student. So let's go ahead and have them be a nature wand. So I'll get those two so we can hopefully get some of these shards. So we can get you done here. So for the higher staff, it's 24. So we only need one more shard. And then King Grommet is good. Also, you blame me for showing you the advanced meal priorities. You're currently automating your meal trials. Yep. The only thing you're going to run into is the situation if you run out of those meals. Because it's just on or off, not yes or no. Like, sorry, on or off, not this over that. See, and your level cap went up by 20. It's right there on the ground. Okay, so we got Theo here, who is going to be Groot's Twig. And you want to learn while rested, defeat enemies without drinking a potion, and have lessons by yourself. Higher staff. Alright, so King Grommet, there you go. Welcome to becoming a new hire. So a population cap of natural mages. Interesting. It's been a long time since we've gotten our staff member. It's like, students need a teacher. Sorry, no teachers. Busy getting a new teacher. The music just jumping in there really kills the vibe. Not as much as the Void Shroom appearing did. Quit trying to interrupt my ceremony. Alright, so let's look at your stuff. So you have the Leaf Wreath Blessing. So if we attune that, you gain Conviction every time you use a natural spell. The alternatives are something that does literally the same thing. Overgrown Bow. Yeah, so it's literally just another item that does the same effect. You give a lot of health, speed, and power. You don't care about that last thing. You give more life and power. That's fine. And you give more power and mana. And with that, you're a new teacher here to run around and do teacher things. Alright, meanwhile, you can actually not do anything with any of that. You can level up that bow a little bit. And you can't do anything with that. And you can't do anything with that. You can't do anything with those. Or those. The bow is only 1 instead of 7. Oh, the 1 goes... Oh, okay, hang on, wait a second. You Can we check that again? Right, so you go up to 5 as your max. You, on the other hand, go up to 16. And is another leaf-wreathed relic. So I'm assuming what I have to do here is I have to deattune that. Oh, that just happened instantly. And then we have to attune that. And then meanwhile, that deattuned relic so you have that. So we'll just go ahead and do this for everybody. That'll be the first relic that we've maxed out. So let's see. Constructing carves faster. Okay, constructing carves faster is good. Conviction, well, that. I think we go for constructing carves faster. Oh no, the plinth powers are here. I need to look at the right place. So I'm not worried about that. You're the other one. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and display that. And then put in our plinth up for the next time we get one. You actually solved the what if a meal issue is unavailable by saying, I'm starving group to a custom meal schedule where everything's loud. Yeah, that's cool. I can see like literally just automating all of the management of food and all that. I think that's cool. That's a possibility. It's definitely one of those things that's a basket of worms that once you open it, you know, there be demons. We can build a copy of you. Why are you not grabbing that? Oh, you're asleep. But you are scheduled to attune it. It's more automating the trials. You're doing quirks too. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like I said, you could probably get into it where you're just, you know, setting up one thing after the other and just keep expanding more and more. You're already level 11. You can't get more levels on your nature stuff just yet, but we'll figure that out. I'm sure we'll find items on it. Conviction isn't good? I mean, your conviction's pretty high. It's fine. That's mostly because you're tired, which is a minus 15. Once that's gone, you'll be basically in the 90s. You'll be near the top. Meanwhile, we can actually look at the jade egg. Okay, so we still don't have it. So we need someone with a dark as well. So we need water, shadow, and fire. We got water and shadow here, and I don't have a room with fire in it yet. Gloom is incoming. Right. Which makes the fog close in faster. Yeah, and to push that out farther requires rune wood and a whole bunch of stuff I don't have enough of. Yeah, so my hope is by getting you that high of a level, that when it comes to processing these things, you're going to just obliterate. Hatch a weaver egg. So you have air covered. You have fire covered. So we'll hatch a weaver and see how that works. Pretty sure they're just boiling an egg. Or I guess not boiling if there's no water. Okay, add refining. Do until we have 10. I have no idea how much we need of these things. Solomon's Seal, a spice used to make libations. Trapdoor Vine Seed, we haven't seen yet. Let's not do that. You just take things I got lots of. So we can make ourselves fabric. Rune Wood. A special wood used for crafting advanced magical objects requires wood and that. That's one that's going to be... That's one that's going to be costly. And everyone knows when you hatch a bird, something that wants to fly, you do so in your basement. It's just the right place for it. Oh yeah, no, I've already got two. Yeah, you can see like the little quilty things running out there grabbing stuff. Your bird is also in the basement, so it's clearly the right place. I see nothing wrong with that. Oh. Yeah, so you're eating and all that. Yeah, so you finished all but your solo thing. I don't think that affects you long term. Yeah, it's just XP. Oh, and Besetta's comforted the creature and got themselves another one of their stuff done. Wait, recreation is empty? Yeah, that'll get sorted out over time. Oh, with that... Oh, wait, never mind. Right. We over-committed so far as our students for right now, because I am clearing out some space. And all these things are leveling up. Really hope they add more recreation options in the game. It's so much limited right now. Yeah, it's mostly sitting in chairs, drinking libations, and dancing. I was a little surprised. I'm like, where's the other options? I missed that the chairs let you do libations, but I have to make the libations. Alright, so people are leveling up skills really quickly. Yeah, you're halfway to your last skill. You're right about to finish your stuff. Yeah, Rongor's right about to be brought into the staff as well. Yeah, just more shards. So you still have to graduate, and then we'll have to get 2 more students. Yep, and there's you, so now it's just Garoots. Gloom settles over the school, don't care. That just means the fog rolls in faster. But, I mean, I've got the fog pushed all the way out towards the edge of the map, so I'm not super worried about it. And then Rupert is staying as our fire mage. Getting another room to have light in it, so we don't have to worry about constantly getting the spores. Let's make those a priority 4, so just a little bit higher to get this filled in. Okay, we're gonna try and get the really nice fancy beds in here. Gonna take some work. You're just so close. You're right there, man. Honestly, okay. So those are all higher level things. Alright. So. You. So Kalaria is coming along. You get in the front here. You're strong against earth and fire, so don't bring that person. We will grab Sentient Cookie for the extra damage. Rongor can boost people to get even more damage output. Illicit NZ gives us a lot of defense and haste potential. Because, I mean, you would give me more damage too. Wait, before we do that, humans perform worse right now. Let's remember that. So let's look at this. Would anyone... Okay. So what are you considered? So you're the Wolfkin. I think Sentient Cookie is considered human. I'm not... Alright, so yeah. So Sentient Cookie would be hit with Fragile. Upon ending a battle, unconscious, the mage will be at death's door before they die. Alright, that's actually not that bad. So, we got Illicit NZ, who you can give us shields and haste and all that. You kind of jump in there and then just dump mana and you're kind of spent, which is a problem. So I'm wondering if instead we leave Illicit out. That loses a lot of defense and utility. And instead put in King Grommet to just get more damage. And just go with the strategy of, let's nuke this sucker into the dirt. Well, it's haste for how many turns? 2 rounds. So Rongor would give us crit, and some mana, some ability to regen other people. Your damage won't be that... Well, actually, Rongor's. I mean, that's 100 versus Simplex's was 69. Yours... Surging strength for 3 rounds. I think... we go with this. Well, we're about to learn if I made a mistake or not. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thanks so much for the raid. Let's pause that real fast. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. I'm just resetting this because whatever people got themselves drained on the way there. But for those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic. Let me go ahead and get a shout out over there. Tim the Sorcerer is a fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, not exclusively RimWorld, but does play quite a bit of RimWorld. Definitely good times over there, lots of great conversations and all that. Talks a lot of stuff like, you know, ADHD and all that. For those popping in here, I am Rual the Storge. You got a scoot? No problem. You go ahead and scoot. I hope you have your good day and work and all that good stuff. But, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. But I do play a variety of games, including RimWorld, as well as like Project Zomboid. We're playing some Mind Over Magic today, and a whole bunch of like simulation and city builder and settlement builders and all that. So if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop the follows and all that. Alright, so we're going to go and use our strategy of just trying to bolster our attack as much as possible. So we're going to haste and then haste again. So everyone is hasted to try and get as many hits in before the burrow gets a chance to fight back. So we have been told if I use this on you, they'll reduce the amount of damage you take from your self-damage. So we can use Surging Strength to add 30 power to someone for 3 rounds. I'm going to put that in Calaria to take advantage of that weakness. So that's going to be 83 damage. Okay, and you can now use the Tentacle Sweep. And we are going to use the Surging Strength on you as well. So everyone's been juiced. And we're just going to try and hammer this thing with everything we got. That's actually, with the Surging Strength, that's actually good, because it'll be 3 hits. Just hit it with everything. Because last time this thing caused me a lot of grief. So that's for 3 rounds. So you got Swirling Vine. Let's see, attack the enemy and the enemy behind them. Surging Strength, Growth. Attacks and applies thorns to a target's position. And that one behind it. So that's 122, that's 157. I assume that's hitting you? I can't really tell. No, I think the Swirling Vines would miss. Growth would hit. So let's go ahead and hit you. Come on. Alright, cool. So we're gonna get to finish this guy before he has a chance to take 2 turns. That is the way you do it. Why have a strategy that involves, like, dealing with a whole bunch of stuff when you can just hammer it with so much damage it doesn't get a chance to do something to defend itself? So Whirlwind Glove increases the mage speed. Shards of Knowledge. Mages have a chance to drop an extra Gnosis when they gain a skill. That's actually going to be hard to use. Oh, wait, never mind, because that'd be you put on the plinth. Oh, and that's just the end of that tunnel. I was not expecting that to be it. Burrower Larva Rematch Effigy. Yeah, so we do want to level that up, because that means I'll just get more shards forever. Do any of you have an open slot we can throw that on? Let's see. That'll give you extra level to your fire spells. You're not even close to being able to equip that. That'll give you more power and mana, so go ahead and equip those. And you are right about to leave the school. Alright, so that's going to be a trick. I'm going to have to make space for that. We'll probably go through our different characters and figure out ones who have maxed out their stuff that maybe could have a better choice. Because what I'm looking for... Yeah, it's in a basic classroom. is if any of you could take that new item we just got. That gives you a level in Earth spells. Let's go ahead and have you... I'm not going to deal with it right now. Yeah, because you go in that spot? No, what spot was that? What spot are you down here? Whirlwind gloves. Attunement power. All right, let's take a look at our relics. So we got the whirlwind gloves in here somewhere. Shards of knowledge. Gotcha. So let's look at here who we have for shards of knowledge. Shards of knowledge is... Where was the fan? Because they got little symbols in their corner. I'm so confused as to why I'm not seeing that anywhere. Trying to look for that symbol. Yeah, because we have this one, Shards of Knowledge, may be attuned... Oh, with the Exuberance Affinity. The hell is the Exuberance Affinity? Wolfkin. Blessing. Enthusiasm. Oh, that's for the different items. The Exuberance Affinity. Yeah, some of these things are really a pain to figure out. I'm just trying the strategy of click on all of them and see if we see it. It could be they just don't have someone with it. It's more than likely exactly what it is. Yeah, I think we just genuinely don't have anyone who has that one there. Is Whirlwind air magic? No, we didn't see it there. I already checked. It said it's the Exuberance Affinity. That's the fire emit. That's a different one. Technically, you can equip that. You're probably not going to be able to do anything with it, but sure. That's fine. It could honestly be something we chuck on the plinth. Like I said, it's probably I just don't happen to have one. I don't actually know how many varieties of affinities there are in the game, but you know, it's one of those things that we can figure out as we go with that. Alright. And pretty soon we'll stop having those void mushrooms. Oh, are you well lit enough yet? No, so you do not... Oh, you haven't finished that window. Yeah, you got like 3 ticks worth of building there, and that's done. Domesticated lightning instability. Unstable anemone. We don't have what we need for it. Spiral hedge. That's fine. Okay. So, Groot's Twig. Let's see, first relic slot is always tied to race. The second one is your element. After that, it's randomly rolled. Gotcha. Okay, and you are, like, one cast away from leveling, and then we get these two students out of here. Why is Kalari Star really upset? You're very tired. You had your mana drained. Okay, well, you're dealing with you're very tired. And the mana drain will get sorted out. Okay, so now are you well lit? Okay, so you have 1600. That's still not quite enough to make that room lit. So let's see. All right, let's unfortunately do some math here. So you need 1600. So we have 600. I need to be over 50%. So we need about. So let's see. So we'll just say it's 800. So we need about 200 more. So that should be two of these windows would cover it, because these windows are 125 each. So boom, and boom. We'll make those a priority 5 just so they get done. And that should make that room well lit, so at least I'd stop dealing with this. And the other thing we'd want to do is furniture. So the fancy bed, we're still waiting on this to continue making. It's ridiculously expensive to make fabric. What did you cost to make that again? It's actually not that bad. It's just a lot. I do look forward to getting a greenhouse, so all the various plants just growing in down here, getting in the way, stop being an issue. Yeah, so got the larva done. The next stop, we'd go over there. So our levels are getting there. What is your max level 2 anyways? So you can go max level 15. So that person's already going to be stronger than anyone else that we have here. All right. How are we doing? Yeah, so you got people who want to stay in the room. How are we doing on small corpses? I thought that'd be my list here. Because our dire rat population is getting out of control. And as soon as we get one of our fire mages max level, then the onslaught will begin. Under non-mage corpses. Yeah, so we're actually getting pretty low on corpses. That said, once Rupert maxes out where they no longer losing their edge victory. Oh, right, that's the thing that, alright, so we're gonna have to bring Rupert into fights. Because fire mages with the level 2 fire wand demand to fight and win fights, or they will eventually lose their garbage. So graduate. So Groots and Citric Orange are getting out of here. We're still waiting for that to be built. I'm gonna need to make a place for the fire mage to level their stuff. But that's gonna wait till after that. So Rupert's gonna be a bit of a pain here in a minute, because that's gonna continue to decline unless we manage to get you doing stuff. Because unfortunately the reality is, as a student, I can't have you hunt. Yeah, no, I'm going a little bit long since we had a raid going on, so I'm basically going till I can't snooze the ads anymore, and then I'm gonna wrap. So that way, basically stop right before we get hit with another round of ads. But yep, we are going a bit over. But that's because, like, literally I got raided I got rated about like 2 minutes over my normal wrap time. It happens. It's on me on my end to actually go and be like, hey, turning that off. Alright, so you bright enough now? Yeah, so that won't get void mushrooms anymore. Alright, so we almost have enough material for the fancy bed. Because then we can start getting this set up to be the room for our students. Let's see, why is that lightning rod just floating there? The lightning rod just floating there. This one? That is an excellent question. You are set to enlarge again, but it's not showing you the ghosted spot where it is supposed to. Void Shroom has appeared. Yes, as soon as they get these candelabras in here, we'll start prioritizing those two. That way we can get all these Void Shrooms to stop. Ascension Cookie is mad because they hated their mundane class. Look, I'm gonna need you to calm down. Alright, so for mundane class, how high do you want that to be? 50 total luxury. 50 is a really high amount of luxury. Oh, I don't want to use those materials for that. Yeah, so you can do the large rug. So let's see. So you do 4. You do 10. That's fine. That should be about the end of those mushrooms from there. Alright, Harry, you take it easy. Yeah, so we just need... I'm going to need to bump you up priority so that they keep that stuff going in so we can get that fabric. We can also bump it up so that we make 50 of this stuff. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna need a lot of that, and they're gonna need to put a lot of work into keeping it running. How full is that box? Alright, so you're at 64 stacks, so realistically I need another one of these boxes. And we can get rid of the boxes behind it. Possible break risk on you, because you need a fight. The problem is these fights are starting to get to the point where that's going to be dangerous for a low-level person to go in there. Teaching. Earth. Yep, so you need to still keep that going. I might end up having to have Rupert graduate, because that mood penalty is just going to get worse and worse, and I don't think I can manage it right now, and I'm not ready for them to go. So once they get that last level on fire, I think Rupert might go away. With that said, though, What progress have you made today? I mean, this whole like section over here on the right is new. We made an extra room here, over there. We made a whole bunch of crops down here. We have an extra staff member, more apprentices. So genuinely, we like doubled the size of the school today, and making some solid progress and all that. With that said, though, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the save game button, because what's gonna end up happening here is it is getting to be about that time. Yeah, I got the bird in the basement too. So we got Burb. We also got this tunnel finished. We opened up that area. We finished that tunnel. We killed a mini boss down there. I think we finished this tunnel today. That may have been yesterday. I don't remember. We got large storage. We got a bunch of research. A lot got done today. So with all that said, though, thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future, because I am going to be wrapping up. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host all set up over there, so thanks so much for watching over there. Everyone over here on Twitch, though, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put up my ending stream screen, and looking for someone for us to drop a raid to pass this